Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Bob Tiffany, District 4.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay. 5-0 on that. Let's go ahead and go to presentations and recognition. Supervisor Dirks, are you going to go first then?
Yes, I'll go first.
Thank you. Can we do it after the presentation? Can we do it after the presentation? There's a timeliness issue.
I have Samantha come up here, please. Samantha, how are you? Good. Good morning. So Samantha, and help me pronounce your last name. Sycus. Went ahead, she's a senior at San Benito High School, and she coordinated a safety fair and worked with over 40 organizations to put it on to talk about bullying in our community and how we still need to be aware of it. And she coordinated with all of our first responders and had them all represented there. And Samantha is just a really great example about volunteering and serving your community at a very young age. And I'm sure you have great things ahead of you. And so we just want to give you this certificate of recognition for supporting our community and helping make our students and youth safe. So thank you very much for your service, Samantha. And good luck on your final.
Let's go ahead and go with the next presentation. The Miss Rodeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to call up Emery Pura and Brittany Moore. If you want to just go up to the mic. These young ladies are going to talk a little bit about the Miss San Benito Rodeo contest, as well as the upcoming downtown Rodeo parade and Rodeo coming up later in June. Ladies?
Hi. So good morning. I'm Emery Pura.
And I'm Brittany Moore.
And we are currently running for this year's 2022 Miss San Benito. Now you may be wondering, what exactly is Miss San Benito? Miss San Benito, formerly known as the Sweetheart of the Saddle, was brought back in 1991 for the San Benito County Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo. She was and still is practically a celebrity. Miss San Benito works hard for a rodeo and dedicates her time to help out. This year, she will be in action on June 24th, 25th, and 26th. During this time, she will be actively riding through the parade, handing out awards to the winning contestants, and keeping a smile on everyone's faces. The current events at the Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo consist of anything from reining cow horse and cattle sorting to bronc riding and team roping. The Friday night performance will be late in the afternoon, and the weekend performances, the 25th and 26th, will be around noon. On Saturday night, after the performance, there will be a barbecue and silent auction held on the patio for assortments anywhere from baked goods to paintings and decorations. There will be a bar, a band, and plenty of food for the whole family.
Speaking of the whole family, before the rodeo is the downtown parade on June 18th. All can attend the event, which is held on San Benito Street in front of the Veterans Memorial Building. There will be music, horses, and cattle all downtown to advertise the rodeo. On the same day, there will be what is considered the annually held Memorial Ranch Rodeo roping. The following day, on Father's Day, there will be the Father's Day roping, which will also be held during the Figure 8 Rodeo slack or eliminations early in the morning. Any person who signed up for the event will rope to win. The Figure 8 loop was created by the early Spanish vaqueros of California. When vaqueros would need to doctor alone, they would use this loop, which passes over the head and crosses below the neck before catching the two front feet, creating the 8 look. The men and women who are competing for points based on the loop when they throw over the top 10 with the highest points move on to the show. That afternoon, a barbecue will be held for all in an auction, and then 10 selected for their odds of winning for the future of rodeo. The month of June will be busy, not only for us, but for Bellotto Park Rodeo Grounds. We hope to see you all there.
Thank you, ladies. As a lifelong city slicker that grew up here, but attended many a rodeo, I know it's a lot of fun, and I encourage everyone to join you guys that weekend and for the parade. And good luck on the contest.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki, did you want to go ahead and present the next one?
Yeah.
Yes, we will, on all of them.
It's an exciting day. This has been a long time coming here in San Benito County. So today we are going to be presenting a proclamation for the first time in San Benito County, at least at the county level, declaring the month of June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Plus Pride Month. Whereas June is designated Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall riots of 1969, which catalyzed the modern LGBTQ plus rights movement. Whereas the County of San Benito is committed to ensuring that San Benito County is a welcoming, inclusive, and safe community for LGBTQ plus families, friends, neighbors, co-workers. Whereas the County of San Benito denounces prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. Whereas LGBTQ plus community members contribute to the cultural fabric of our community, giving their time, talent, labor, and financial resources to support our economy. Whereas it is imperative that all people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers and community leaders. Whereas June has become a symbolic month in which lesbian women, gay men, bisexual people, transgender, queer plus individuals, and supporters come together in various celebrations of pride. Whereas, despite being marginalized, the LGBTQ plus community continues to celebrate authenticity, acceptance, and love. Whereas, supporting the LGBTQ plus community aligns with the county's strategic goal to support a safe and healthy community that nurtures the body and mind across all ages and social conditions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby recognize and proclaim the month of June 2022 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Plus Pride Month, and urges residents to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice. Congratulations to our county.
Can we go ahead and get a vote to approve the presentations and recognitions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to say a few comments if
Sure,
that's okay.
go ahead, Supervisor Kosmicki.
I requested this item last year. It resulted in a 2-2 vote since we had a vacancy in District 1 at the time. And since then, Supervisor Dirks has joined the board, and I appreciate that she seconded the motion that I'd made about a month ago to bring this forward. And as I've said all along, at the very least, we should strongly support the LGBTQ community, just like we support other segments of the community on a regular basis in the form of proclamations and other recognitions. We have recognitions and proclamations on a regular basis here, just to, whether it's the rodeo or whatever month it might be, mental health and all these different issues. And so I'm really excited that we're taking this step forward finally in San Benito County. So to me, I see it as a broader message that we as a board, the county, and community support equality and diversity, and we stand against hatred and discrimination. And as I said last year, this is truly one of the most significant, really one of the most significant civil rights movements of our lifetime. And I always just have to ask that question, do we want to be on the right side of history, or do we want to be on the wrong side? And so I ask fellow board members to support this proclamation today and to show that we can represent and celebrate all segments of our community. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would second everything that Supervisor Kosmicki said. Last year, we weren't able to quite get this done, but it's really exciting that we are going to approve this proclamation for the county today. It's just simply all, in my mind, treating all people equally and the same and promoting love over hate. And that's as simple as it gets. And so I heartily support this proclamation. Thank you.
Can I get a motion then? Did you want to say something?
I
I'm
just,
sorry.
yeah, I just want to reiterate the same thing, and just say that I think that love needs to prevail over all things, and so I really appreciate that we're recognizing our community here in all aspects of it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, point of clarification, so are we going to combine all three?
The only one that needs the approval is the Pride Month proclamation.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously I was one that voted against it last year, and I definitely respect all populations, all individuals. I think the laws already protect that, and I think having a focus on one group over another, I think, creates a confusion. So it's hard for me in honest conviction to support it, but I definitely support protecting any individual from discrimination or harassment. So I just wanted to make my point clear. And I also am worried that this will lead into a flag item, which I believe the American flag represents us all. So that's my just my honest conviction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion then to approve the proclamation, please?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 You have a 5-0 vote on that.
No. Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, those opposed? I'm sorry. The others are certificate of recognitions, I believe. So this is the only one that requires the proclamation. Okay. You're confusing me there. So let me go ahead and read to the vote. My apologies, Supervisor Hernandez. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 4-1 with Supervisor Hernandez, the no. Okay. Let's go ahead and go over to department announcements, information only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have a few announcements for your board. Staff from the RMA office has asked and requested to remove item 34 from consent item. We'll have to hear that item at a later date. That's concerning the JOC. I also wanted to provide the board a reminder. We have 5 meetings in June. We have a lot of meetings. It'll be June 8th, June 14th, June 21st, June 27th, and June 28th, all here at 9 a.m. And we like to invite up the clerk of the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and member of the public. I am happy to announce that County Council has officially taken over public records request. We have hired Angela. We have hired Angela Thompson. She is a paralegal, and she is working in the County Council's office. So all future public records requests are to go to Angela. Her email is athomson@cosb.us. We have also updated our county website with this information and also on next request. And I will be sending out a follow-up email to all of our county employees so they can have our information. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you for that. There has been some concern about what is considered a public records request and how exactly shall it be submitted. And I'm so glad that the county is now have one person dedicated to focus on that, especially within the Department of County Council, so that it meets all the legalities. And so, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And just as a friendly reminder, we do have our budget on June 27th, and we do normally post 10 days prior. But the plan is this year is to have that posted June the 1st. So people will have adequate time to look over the agenda. So with that, that's all the announcements we have, Madam Chair.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to board announcements. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
I'm going to keep it brief. I just have one board announcement. I just want to thank our integrated waste staff, including Selena Stotler, for efforts to combat illegal dumping. They're working on some things now. She updated me yesterday on plans to revive use of the jail inmates to do the trash pickup in some of these areas that have become particularly bad, and so they'll be starting. She let me know they'll be starting with Salinas Road, which is particularly bad, at the end of the month. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. I just have a few quick announcements. I want to remind everyone that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And so we have the photo contest that Behavioral Health is putting on. Apparently, as of last week, they had received, as of last Thursday, about 20 entries. And that is still open until the 31st. So please, submit. We also have the fentanyl awareness event from Behavioral Health on June 11th at 11. So from 11 to 2, it'll be in front of the Vets Memorial Building. And so I encourage everyone to attend. There will be Narcan training there as well. I want to also recognize that this weekend is Memorial Day weekend, that we are remembering and honoring those who have died while serving in the armed forces. Memorial Day was officially a national holiday in 1971. And there was a poignant quote that I recently ran across. It, the person is unknown, but it says, "Our flag does not fly because the wind moves it. It flies with the last breath of each soldier who died protecting it." And I was just hoping we could have a moment of silence at the end of the meeting today to recognize all of our fallen veterans who died serving this country and protecting our freedom. Also, too, in light of that as well, it's now as more poignant than ever. Please vote. These men and women have died protecting the ability and right to vote. So please vote on June 7th. You can start voting in person starting May 28th. And lastly, I want to say congratulations to all the seniors out there. They'll be graduating before our next meeting at both Anzar and San Benito High School. And I just encourage everyone to stay safe and make good choices.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well said, Supervisor Dirks. Talking about seniors makes me realize 50 years ago this June, I graduated from San Benito High. It's hard to believe I'm that old, I know. But anyway, congratulations to them. I just have a few things. Yes, also recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, which is why I'm wearing this green on my lapel. Some of the things since last meeting, along with Supervisor Gonzalez and I, we met with Youth Alliance locally, got a tour of what they're doing here in our community, which is great. Continue to work with county staff on trying to figure out long-term solutions to water issues at both Stonegate and Tres Pinos, and looking forward to continue to work on that. Also met with San Benito County Water District along with Supervisor Dirks to discuss water in our county, which of course right now is a huge issue. I had the pleasure of attending one of the candidates forum and listened to a couple of my fellow supervisors, and they both did a great job at that candidate forum. And then lastly, attended my first Fire Safe Council in person this past week, and talked in particular about San Juan Canyon, which both Supervisor Kosmicki and myself represent, and is probably certainly our most concerning area in terms of wildfire, and so we need to do everything we can to protect the canyon in that regard. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just one thing that's really, I think, capturing my attention right now is just this transition that's happening at the new year, right? We're going to have, at least 2, potentially 3 new board members, and that being said, this need for a healthy unity. And so I've listened to a lot of the candidates and what they've shared, and I want to make sure there's a process, because I know it's been brought up before, to ultimately encourage to prepare these new board members to understand what we're starting here, that we make sure that we pass the baton in a way that's going to be beneficial to our county. So it's just something to consider. I know we've talked about it. I think our CAO had mentioned something to the effect of a kind of a onboarding element to our new supervisors. I think it should be something considered. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any real comments, but I just want to say I embrace the fact that everyone on this dais is embracing the concept of fairness, equity, and inclusion. I very much appreciate that. Let's go ahead and move on to public comment.
Like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. Samantha Hernandez.
Hello, I just wanted to extend a invitation to the community to the Migrant and Share Resiliency Health Fair. That will be June 24th from 11 to 3 p.m. at the Migrant Center, 3235 Southside Road. There will be free screenings for families with children 0 to 5, and there will be resources for teens. We'll also have fun activities for children of all ages. This event was made possible with a collaboration with First Five, the Family Impact Center, the Share Resiliency Network, and Southside School, along with the Migrant Center. And a big thank you and thank you for supporting this event to Supervisor Gonzalez and for supporting services for families with children of all ages.
What was the time on that again?
Can you repeat the timing,
Sorry.
please?
Yes, the time of the event will be from 11 to 3 p.m.
Thank you.
on June 24th.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Good morning.
So every 5 years, First Five San Benito updates its strategic plan. So we're starting looking at the next 5 to 7 years, and we're setting a goal to really gather data and look at equity, diversity, and inclusion for the next plan. So I appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez, who's joined us on the Resiliency Network and is also a commissioner, and thank you for your work in bringing that forth. But I'd also like to invite the supervisors to our meeting on June 16th from 9 to 2 p.m. The public's welcome. We're looking for family voices, other organizational partners. So right now we've cultivated a coalition of partners, which we're referring to as the Resiliency Network. So we're hoping to expand our network and hear other voices. So thank you for your support.
Valerie Eglund?
Yes, good morning, Board. This is concerning on the 17th with allocating priorities on roads repairs. Bob Tiffany brought up Quinsabe Road. And I tried to get to that in further comment, but it rung a bell for me in that I bike from the church in Tres Pinas over Quinsabe and up Santa Ana Valley Road to Browns Valley. And then I got to thinking about our OTC, Off the Chain Bike shop, and their bicycling group called Off the Chain Gang. And they post all the time on Strava, which is an app that you can download, and it tracks your walking, biking, hiking, trails. And so it's a very good way to get kind of a weather report on bicycling in San Benito County, the routes they take, the comments they make about safety and where things need to go. And so then it occurred to me that I had a lot of maps at home that I've been taking out to public to get more advocacy for our bicycling in San Benito County. And I came up with I'd forgotten all about it. The Krebs Map, that is 1991. This edition, and that has been going on for a long time. All your San Benito County best routes for cyclists is there, and it remains the same today. So it made sense to me that reach out to the Board of Supervisors to take a look at those specific routes as they relate to road improvements, because bicycling, these cyclists come from all over the Bay Area through San Benito County, and it's a very excellent beginning to bicycle tourism through here. So I just wanted to present that and let you know that REACH is advocating for the cycling community as sports. A path or a lane to us is just an elongated park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Chacron.
Here, please.
Good morning. I'm Mary Shaw Coron, a volunteer with Campaign to Protect San Benito. Our group launched the initiative titled Let Voters Decide How San Benito County Grows. This spring, our 80 volunteers collected over 4,000 petition signatures to qualify our Citizens Initiative.
Ma'am, this is on the agenda.
That's Stradivarius.
The 90, is
No,
this
that's
regarding the 90? No? Okay.
No.
Continue on.
All right.
To qualify our Citizens Initiative for this November's ballot. On May 2nd, we submitted our petitions to the County Elections Office to be counted. In past years, I've had strong faith in the independence and fairness of our Elections Office, but that confidence was shaken recently. Last Thursday, May 19th, the Elections Office called to tell us that they had finished counting our petition and had sent the results to the County Council. We were surprised the County Council would handle this certification of our petition signatures. Yesterday, the County Council sent us 2 emails. The first email said that we had sufficient signatures and that our petition would be presented to the supervisors on June 14th. The second email said that the signatures were still being reviewed and the final results from the count were delayed by illness among the election office staff, so the supervisors won't consider our petition until June 28th. These 2 contradictory emails were baffling. I questioned the accuracy of the County Council's second email because in the final days of the signature count, I spoke to the Elections Office almost daily. They were transparent about their progress and told me exactly when they finished their signature count, which was last Thursday. Our attorney told us that in her experience, it's the norm for the Elections Office to certify the petition count. It's very unusual for the County Council to get involved. Our past 2 petitions were certified by Angela Curo, our previous election official. We never dealt with the County Council. Our group is concerned that the County Council may have been persuaded by someone to delay the certification of our petition so that our initiative won't qualify for the November ballot. If someone is meddling in the election process, the County Council should advise them that it's illegal. I appeal to the supervisors to look into the matter. I'm providing copies of the County Council's 2 emails for your review, and for comparison, I've attached the certification of our 2014 petition, which was done by Angela Curo. Thank you for your time, and I'm going to hand out the documents for you to review.
I thank you for bringing that to our attention. That's news to me, and I will definitely look into that. Impropriety in any manner is not permissible whatsoever.
Andy Chacron.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. There's been a lack of faith in the elected officials in this country. Many studies showing that people are losing confidence in the electoral process and their elected representatives, and that
is not just at the national level, but clearly here also at the local level as well. I was involved in collecting signatures for this petition and talked to many, many hundreds of voters in this county and heard the comments of folks about their feelings about how the county is run, about how decisions are made. And the concern I have, and I'm speaking about the same issue, of us submitting signatures in a timely fashion, of it taking longer than normal, you know, we've gone through this process before, and then of getting communications from an office that should never have been involved in the process, that there's some doubt about our signatures or that they haven't finished the count when we were informed verbally that they had finished the count. And so that kind of helps feed the narrative that people are putting their fingers on the scale around issues. You all, as individuals, have a right to your opinion regarding this initiative, and you have a right to weigh in on this. But you don't have the right to preside over a process that undermines people's constitutional rights here in California. Since 1910, the right to legislate has been reserved actually to the people. That's what the 1910 changes in the Constitution said, and that they essentially give you the right to make decisions in certain areas and have the right to take it back at any time that they have concerns about it. That is California's Constitution. It's been tested many, many times. So the process of the initiative, just as in recall or referenda, are sacred processes, are foundational to California law. So you should have deep concerns if somebody is involved in trying to slow down a process. Get involved, have your opinions about this issue, but make sure that the process is fair and above board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Rebecki.
Yes.
I think we should respond to that.
Can you come to the podium, Joel, please?
As a point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
I'd like to clarify quite simply, County Council's responded to the attorneys for the proponents about the status of the certification and the timing of the certification of the initiative. It was not initiated by this office. It was not initiated by the Elections Department. We were simply responding to an inquiry directed to me in particular. So there is no interference. There is no delay. The certification of the elections petition is a function of the registrar of voters, the clerk recorder, and auditor of the County of San Benito. That's Joe Paul Gonzalez. And he will certify the election results when the final review of the petition certification process is complete. When that will occur has been delayed because of the illness of some key staff members. That's just to clarify that issue.
So what is the
happy to respond to any questions.
What is the correct date that the board will get and see that petition? Is it June 14th or June 28th as was indicated?
Well, it will depend on the recovery of some of the key individuals so that review process can be completed in time for timely submission of the item for the agenda. That's would have to occur for the June 14th meeting. That would have to occur by June 2nd. So that will depend on internal staff review and decision-making by the Elections Department.
If it's heard by this board by June 28th, will it be timely enough to get to the November ballot?
Absolutely. It makes no difference because the final date for certifying matters to the agenda is 88 days prior to the election, which is August 12th. So whether it's this board takes action to put it on the ballot on June 14th or June 28th, it makes absolutely no difference as to whether or not the matter is on the November ballot.
Okay. Are we okay with that, the board?
Yeah, if we can finish public comment, Madam Chair,
Yes.
and that way if there's any questions, I guess that could be followed from the board.
Can we go ahead and
Yeah.
hear from
Uh,
Mr. Becky?
I hope what the gentleman just said was correct. My name is Larry Rebecki, and I've been in the county of San Benito for I've been a registered voter for almost 50 years. And I know almost all of you personally, or to some extent. And I think the whole process is a question of integrity. And I think most of you are people of integrity, and we want the process to be fulfilled. I think when each of you filed your papers to become a supervisor for the county of San Benito, you went through the requirements, the procedures, the guidelines, the timelines, etc., in order to place your name on the ballot. Well, the proponents of this initiative, the one Andy and Mary were addressing, they too went through all the requirements to put the initiative on the ballot for the November election this year. And I think, if the initiative is not placed on the ballot, which it sounds like it will, and I'm pleased to hear what the gentleman said, I think it should be done in a timely manner. I was a teacher for 34 years in the Hollister School District, and if I was ill or absent for whatever reason, they had a substitute there. If there is an illness in the staff of San Benito County, I would think they would have a backup plan in order to fulfill the requirements of the elections office. And that's what my concern is, because you're opening a can of worms. You're opening a can of worms. If it's not done properly and legally, then you're talking about maybe the state attorney or the Secretary of State interjecting, and it'll be a big problem for the county. We're just asking to be placed on the ballot, because when we talked to over 4,000 registered voters in the county, they want this on the ballot, and it's your responsibility. I would think that each of you need to ask the question, how would you feel when you filed your papers, they were not processed properly? Think about that.
Thank you.
Cristina Gomez Hernandez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cristina Gomez Hernandez. I'm the director of the Family Impact Center.
Can you speak closer into the mic, please?
I sure can. Is that a little bit better?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Let's see. I forgot this can move. So my name is Cristina Gomez Hernandez. I'm the director of the Family Impact Center. We're located right next door to First 5 San Benito, which is in the old Fortino's building right at the end of the road. And as we near the end of May, which has been Mental Health Awareness Month, and we shift into new and very important focuses, the need for mental health support still remains. So I'm here to just remind the community that you have a space to connect at the Family Impact Center, also referred to as the FIC. We offer free services to San Benito residents that include case management, parent education, resource and referral support. So just a reminder that it's okay to not feel okay, but it's really important to connect. And lastly, I'd like to offer a word of thanks to Supervisor Gonzalez for your continued support of services.
Thank you.
Mónica Hernández.
Buenos días. Voy a dar mi comentario en español. Yo trabajo en el Family Impact Center también. Soy Community Navigator y mi trabajo es cuando vienen las familias, yo camino con ellas hacia un proceso para ayudarlas a encontrar recursos en la comunidad aquí en San Benito, o cuando vienen con algún problema o dificultad, nosotros les ayudamos y les apoyamos a encontrar mejores perdón, propuestas para ellos, para que ellos estén mejor. Y quiero agradecerle también a la supervisora González por su apoyo, porque gracias al apoyo de la comunidad podemos seguir dando nuestros servicios. Gracias.
De nada. Thank you.
Vicente Vega.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vicente Vega. I am an organizer with SEIU Local 2015.
There is an item on the agenda regarding the contract negotiations, and so if this is particular to that, you'll have to hold your comment until that point in time.
Okay, I was not aware that this was on the agenda today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Natalie Day. Susan.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. For those in the audience who don't know, Natalie and I are here and have been here representing the county, the community efforts for low-cost spay and neuter, especially among the feral cats. I've been reporting on our clinics. The last clinic was held on May 13th. Location was at the Hollister Animal Shelter. 41 cats were processed there through SNP. 19 males were neutered, 21 females were spayed, 5 fetuses were aborted, and 1 male cat who was trapped was euthanized because his mouth was full of cancer, and it was a sad situation. Today I decided that giving out these statistics isn't going to change anything here. The SNP bus and its highly specialized team typically process 40 cats during these feral clinics, so the numbers become monotonous with you. Nothing changes. If we had more money, we'd have more cats spayed. There is no monotony when you continue to struggle to try to tackle a community problem without the support of the very community where it's problematic. The housing market here is absolutely insane. The median home prices are purported to be $792,000, $648,000 per Rocket Mortgage homes right now. There are at least 6 subdivisions currently in process here. Where there's homes, there's money. We all know that. Impact fees. They're being collected from each and every home put up by these huge developers coming in this county, building and leaving. It's time. It's past time. We can't collectively sit idle collecting the amount of money that is being done with this housing growth and get zero funding for this serious issue. It's a community issue. It's absurd. So what I'm going to say to you is you prove me wrong. I'm not going to prove you. You prove me wrong that there is no money in this county to help people with feral cat population that is ridiculous. It's in the county predominantly. The city's paying a little bit. Come on, guys. You can't prove me wrong. I'm asking you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we have a response from CAO on that? Because it's just not correct that we're not addressing this issue.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and invite up Gabriel Orozco or Dulce Alonso.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Gabriel Orozco and Dulce Alonso from the Administration Office. We've been working, communicating with Melanie, this founder of SNP, trying to get a contract going and off the ground. And from prior discussions with the board, we were instructed to go into it, and we have. We're looking at establishing a contract for what would be 2 clinics in the month of June, and then a quarterly clinic for feral cats in the upcoming fiscal year, so one per quarter. We've been working on getting some further information from Melanie to establish the contract. Due to the nature that we have to make sure that we're checking off all the boxes in the contract, we have all the appropriate language. We've been collecting that information, and once we have it all dialed up and completed, County Council will review the contract and we will execute. It'll be within the CO's authority, and we'll be moving forward with it. And Dulce, you wanna?
Yeah, just kind of some background information. We did get the last information we asked of Melanie this past Thursday. And we did finalize our contract pending county council review. So we are moving forward with 4 clinics in the next year. And their availability in June is limited, so we would host 2 clinics, domestic clinics in June.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And we have to be cautious as a board here. We are addressing items from the public that are not on the agenda, and I understand it's for clarification's sake, but we have an obligation to do what is right and proper, and we're deviating from that. So please take heed.
Natalie Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we were aware of the communications with Melanie and the county administration. The amount of
Needs
money.
to go to the clerk, madam.
I'm
It
sorry,
has to go to the
it's
clerk.
important I see the pictures.
It needs to go to the clerk.
The amount of money that was offered, it's obvious that you guys aren't informed of the necessity and the way that TNR works. TNR is not something that can be done occasionally. It's not something that can be done quarterly. TNR is a high intensity, consistent, if not consistent, effort with a bunch of different coordinated people. You know, we need people that recover the cats. We need people's location to park the bus. We parked it at the shelter last time, and at 5 to 5, those guys came out, took our shade, took everything from us, and were gone. The 4 officers that were in that building all day, nobody left the building. You're gonna tell me all day long there was not one animal call in this county? Nobody left the building that day. Every time we went in to go to the bathroom or something, they were laughing, joking, all sitting around. There was nothing going on there. That's our animal shelter. You guys think we have a contract with the shelter to do spay-neuter? There is no spay-neuter contract. There's no vet at the shelter. There's nothing there. I was told that you guys have a team in place to do trapping. There's no team in place. What has been done here is catch and kill, and they don't even catch them. They wait for the people to trap the cats themselves on somebody's property and bring the cats, and within 3 hours, those cats are euthanized if they hiss or swat at one of those guys because they're such animal behaviorists, and they just put them down. I'm not just making this up. This is not some crazy rant. This is actually what's happening in your shelter right now. If we don't attack this problem the way that it's supposed to be attacked, it only benefits the individual cats, which is great. Every cat matters. Ask me, I'll drive 200 miles to fix one cat because we have no services in this county. If we don't do this the way it's supposed to be done, it's not gonna work. That's it. If we don't do it with the intensity that those booklets show you, every single picture in there, I've seen. I don't wanna see that anymore. You guys get to see that now. You guys look in those books. Look in those books and see what we see. Look at the statistics. A&M Texas University, the American Veterinary Medicine School. Those statistics inside of there are facts. You guys are not informed. Please inform yourselves and come at the SNP bus with some money that will actually do this county some good.
Thank you.
Maria Spandry.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you. I just wanted to formally invite you all to our Memorial Day services in front of Veterans Memorial Building on Monday at 11 a.m. Wanted to open that up to the public. We are doing our memorial ceremonies are supposed to be very humble and quiet, and so that's what we're doing for this. So we do want to invite you. As far as the parks, I want to thank each and every one of you, Steve and everybody else that has been helping us through the process of trying to get Veterans Memorial Park together. It's a passion of mine, and I know I sometimes drive you all crazy about it, but I am very passionate about it, and I just wanted to thank each of you for considering us being put onto the budget and assisting us in our flight to renovate it. So I just wanted to thank you, but mostly I just wanted to invite you to our ceremony. So thank you.
Thank you.
What was the name of the ceremony again?
Monday at 11.
It's on Monday at 11 in front of Vets Hall. Friday also, we're putting out flags. If anybody wanted to put flags at the grave sites at Calvary, we'll be doing that at 4 p.m. and then 11 a.m. over at the IOOF cemetery. With all of these, please bring a screwdriver because the ground is really hard. The flags don't go in. So if anybody wants to help, we would truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, what time on Friday at the?
So at Calvary at 4 p.m. and then at 11 a.m. at IOOF. And then we'll be retrieving them on Tuesday at 3:30 at the same, at the same times, 11 and 4 p.m. So we would love help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Gutierrez Cervantes.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Juan Gutierrez, and I'm a staff analyst and MHSA coordinator at San Benito County Behavioral Health. I wanted to take a moment and say thank you on behalf of San Benito Plus, our local LGBTQ group that is funded by the Behavioral Health MHSA funds. The proclamation designated June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month in San Benito County is such a big step in helping this marginalized community feel loved and accepted in their own county. The San Benito Plus group has focused its effort on helping reduce the stigma attached to being part of the LGBTQ community in hopes that incidents of anxiety, depression, or other mental health troubles are reduced, since various studies have showed that this is higher in the national average. San Benito Plus, which is led by peer mentors who are part of the LGBTQ community, has made over 1,700 contacts with various people in the community this fiscal year alone to help educate and reduce stigma. The group has several fun activities such as Bob Ross Paint Night, Crocheting with Balami, Dungeons and Dragons Night, as well as many others. Fridays and Saturdays is designated for youth ages 14 to 24, and on Saturdays and Sundays, they welcome anyone 18 years and older. You do not have to identify as LGBTQ to be able to participate in these groups. Friends, family, and allies are also welcome. The group is open Fridays from 3 to 7, Saturdays and Sundays 12 to 4 at the Behavioral Health Esperanza Center on San Benito Street. In honor of Pride Month, San Benito Plus is organizing a Pride celebration that will take place on June 25th from 11 to 2. The location of the event is expected to take place on 6th Street between San Benito and Monterey Street. It's still up to the city of Hollister to approve the location, the road closure. If not enough signatures are collected, or if it's not approved, we will still hold the celebration at our Esperanza Center. Hearing the proclamation is very motivating and encouraging to myself, the San Benito Plus group, and the many other sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, cousins, parents, neighbors, and friends who form part of the LGBTQ community. It really does mean a lot. I also want to mention, as it was mentioned previously, that behavioral health is proud to partner with the Family Impact Center as well as many other community partners and resources, and we highly encourage everybody to seek out mental health services whenever needed, either through behavioral health or one of our partners such as the Family Impact Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elisa Martinez, and I'm here to talk about spay and neuter. And, you know, while we certainly appreciate the efforts that SNP has taken in talking with the county about this contract for spay and neuter services, 2 domestic clinics in June for cats and a quarterly clinic for feral cats is not enough. And I know that you're hearing some of the frustration from Natalie and Susan, because we know the data, we know the numbers of feral cats in this community. We know how these feral cat populations work. We know how TNR or trap, neuter, and return work. And we can easily have enough feral cats to fill 5 clinics in 1 month. That's $20,000 right there of SNP money, right? This is how bad the problem is. And these cats multiply. If we're doing 1 feral clinic a quarter, we're not even going to be making a dent. And, you know, I'm also here to speak on behalf of Marina Gordon, who is a well-known rescuer in San Benito County, who couldn't be here today because she's driving around between 3 different counties right now to secure spay and neuter and veterinary services for feral cats from San Benito County. And she wanted me to share with you that, you know, she got a call a couple days ago from a woman who lives in San Juan Canyon, unincorporated county. And this woman had contacted SNP saying, hey, I need help with my feral cats. They're just multiplying. She can't afford hundreds and hundreds of dollars to take her cats to the vet. She's got to trap them. Marina went there and pulled 23 cats and kittens from this property, many of them severely ill with upper respiratory infections, which are easily preventable. Some of these cats will have to be put down. They will have to have their eyes removed because they're so infected. And there are cats that are dying and suffering horrifically in this county. I just got a whole photo album of pictures texted to me last night by Marina, letting me know what she's finding out there just in the last couple of days. And this is not okay. And she just got another call about a colony in unincorporated Hollister. So Marina Gordon, one rescuer, she can easily fill 2 clinics with these colonies, easily. And so I just really hope that the county looks at the numbers, looks at the data, and takes this very, very seriously. So thank you for your time.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Sandy Patterson, and I live in District 1. I just want to comment on the problem with the feral cats. And historically, the animal shelter is not favorable. When I worked there back in 1998, Julie Carrero and Ted, because they didn't want to clean up after kittens, euthanized 32 kittens on a Friday. I watched them and it was horrific. When I had people coming in on Monday to adopt cats, when they got there, I had to explain to them that the kittens that they had picked out were now gone because they euthanized before the 14 days or the 7 days. And dogs at that time by Supervisor Carrero were sold to labs for experiments. So there needs to be a revamping and a restructuring of the animal shelter because I've been there, I've watched it. So I commend these ladies that are speaking up and telling you, the board, to stand up. You know, you're worried about doing a resolution for June. Take care of what's going on right now. This is the June, the Pride Month is federal law. If you didn't know that, it's federal law. So quit trying to reinvent the wheel here. Take care of what needs to be taken care of in the county. Also, I'd like to commend Supervisor Hernandez for standing up for me against Supervisor Kosmicki when he tried to silence me the last time I spoke because I was speaking facts and truth. And if he'd gone too far, he could have been in violation of the Brown Act, and I would have requested further action, not just a letter like the mayor got, because you don't silence the people. You don't take away their First Amendment rights. This is what the Constitution gives us. This is what the Bill of Rights gives us. And you people need to get back to the Constitution and back to what's right and back to what law is. So I thank Supervisor Hernandez for standing up for me because I heard the last part of that. And that was unacceptable and unprofessional of Supervisor Kosmicki to try to silence me. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I'm today commenting because I want to advise everyone to just become aware as far as now that we're voting, we're out there getting ready to vote, that, you know, many of the Board of Supervisors or the current individuals who are running for Board of Supervisors haven't really attended any board meetings. So that has a lot to say. So pay attention. I know I've seen Kim Hawk in some of the board meetings, which is, I admire her for that, as attempting some of to attend. Mark Sterrett, I haven't seen him there. Dom Zanker, Roland Resendiz, Alfaro, I believe Eddie Alfaro, Angela Curo, Mindy Sotelo. So nothing against any of them, but that just has a lot to say. And I just wanted everyone in our community to, really think about that. These are very important issues to our community as a whole. And then thank you to the young ladies with I forgot the business, with the kittens, taking care of our community as far as that, because we do have a lot of kittens that need to be taken care of. And thank you, Peter Hernandez, for standing up and voting no for the proclamation. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Elias Salinas?
Board of Supervisors. I woare like to inform you that last week I attended the City Council of Hollister, and I brought to the attention, and they already are aware of it, that the current mayor, under the title of mayor, is going out and representing the entire city, getting signatures for petitions. And that is a great concern to the constituents that he's representing the entire city as the mayor, getting signatures for a petition that is purposely misinforming the public upon the signatures. There will be a legal review on that. They've requested it to be reviewed legally. And it is my opinion that those signatures that he gathered under the title as the mayor will not be valid because he is not allowed to do that. That is what the legal opinion will come back as, because most of us have already looked and done our research. Those petitions out there are purposely misinforming the signatures. I made contact with an individual a few days ago who is from Chicago, a Chicago resident who is being paid per diem for foods, a vehicle, a hotel, and a salary to gather signatures in San Benito County. No concern whatsoever for this county other than he is being compensated by a company out of Chicago called Vanguard. Why do we have a small community of less than 65,000 people in population, money being spent, and we need to find out who's behind all this money? What is so important about San Benito County that a corporation out of Chicago would come to this community and purposely give out misinformation to get signatures from our county residents? It has been a practice that's been going on for quite some time by this particular group, and they continue to do it. And I hope soon that there will be a legal opinion from an outside counsel for the city of Hollister that will find that those signatures gathered by Ignacio Velasquez under the title of mayor representing the entire city will be invalid. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go on to the first item, which is the public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have Stephanie Rock, Assistant Planner from the RMA office. Rep. Sorry.
And then, Madam Clerk, once the presentation is over, we'll go ahead and go directly to the public for comment, okay?
Hello, supervisors. Are we waiting?
No.
Okay.
He'll return shortly.
I also, before I get started, good morning. I have Housing Advisory Committee member Victor Gomez in chambers. Also, Planning Commissioner Pack and Housing Advisory Committee member Seth Capron. We're going to try and join via Zoom. I just want to ask before I get started, would you like to hear their comments on these items after I'm done with the presentation or as I go through each specific point?
Depending on where you want to interject their comments. I mean, are they online, first of all, Madam
So,
Clerk?
Devin Pack and Seth Capron.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so we have Seth and Victor Gomez here to provide comments. So I guess we'll go by the points then. You want to do it that way?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to provide you with another overview of the inclusionary requirement, and we are going to talk about the in lieu fee today. So an overview of our agenda, I'm going to talk about the alternative methods of compliance with the inclusionary requirement that are in our ordinance. Then we're going to get into a discussion of the ordinance itself in regards to the inclusionary requirement and trigger number for that requirement. Then I'm going to talk about the in lieu fee and provide you with staff recommendation. And I also have provided in lieu fee examples from other jurisdictions, and I will present that to you at the end. So, an overview of alternative methods of compliance. So the primary goal of the inclusionary requirement is to make affordable on-site units available in all housing developments. So California state law requires that alternative methods of compliance be provided to developers. So common alternatives include in lieu fees, off-site construction, land donation, and the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. So, in Chapter 2103, Section 004, subsection D, our ordinance details permitted alternative means of compliance with the inclusionary requirement. San Benito County currently offers in lieu fees, transfer of land to affordable developers, multifamily rental units, townhomes that meet for sale requirements, off-site construction, and land donation. Furthermore, the inclusionary requirement can be met through a combination of providing affordable units and paying in lieu fees for fractional units. Now, in reference to the highlighted portion on the screen, an applicant can propose an alternative means of compliance with this chapter through a development agreement or an affordable housing agreement. In that case, the Board of Supervisors would have the authority to approve or deny these alternative proposed means of compliance. So in this section, I'm going to provide you with an overview of the research staff conducted pertaining to the various discussion points the board directed staff to investigate at the last meeting. So staff investigated removing the option to pay an in lieu fee. If we remove the option to pay an in lieu fee, developers could elect to either round their fractional units up if it's over 0.5 or down if it's 0.5 or below. However, in lieu fees are the most common alternative means of compliance across jurisdictions. This is due to the fact that in lieu fees provide the flexibility to produce very low income units that are not otherwise met by the inclusionary requirement. In many jurisdictions, in lieu fees pertain to both rental units and for sale units. This is not the case in San Benito County. Based on the inclusionary housing study, rental units are infeasible to build in unincorporated county as the data shows a negative return in profits for investors. Establishing an in lieu fee for rental units would result in a larger negative return. Should a developer submit a plan to build rental units that meets the inclusionary requirement, an in lieu fee for the fractional unit could be set by the board at that time, but as of now, we are not discussing a fee for rental units. Lack of examples of market rate rentals in the county made calculating the fee for rental units difficult. At the time of the study, development costs for rental units were solely based on the Buena Vista apartments. We can, however, update our study to include information about the Santana Ranch apartments. Staff would just need to gather information about their development costs to provide to Vernaza Wolf Associates so they can update the data in the inclusionary housing study. And so the reason that wasn't included in the first place is at the time the study was conducted, Santana Ranch was not complete, and they did not have their development construction costs to share. And let me be clear, that's the rental units, the apartments. Victor Gomez, do you have any comments on removing the option to pay the in-lieu fee?
Honorable Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, good to see you all this morning. And thank you for your support. Thank you for allowing me to serve on the commission. Really appreciate your support. It's been a pleasure working with Dulce and Ariel and Stephanie as well. So specific to the, well, actually, I'll go through a few, but Stephanie, feel free to stop me. The option to pay in lieu fee should always remain as an option, because affordable units don't make sense everywhere in our county. Affordable units need to be near services. They need to be near transportation. They need to be near shopping. All of that is very critical to have affordable units come to fruition. I have currently three projects, all within the city of Hollister, all fully affordable rental projects. And they all obviously make sense because they're in the city. So as county representatives and having these ordinances passed in the county's perspective, having that in lieu option is important. Now, I will say this, other cities like the city of Morgan Hill have actually adopted what's a hybrid approach where half of the units could be paid. So let's just say you're building 100 units, you got to build 15 of those. They'll build 8, they'll pay the in lieu fee for 7 of those units. That allows your local affordable housing developers to have a source of income to help them subsidize their projects. So I guess I'll just start with that. Now, fractionally, so taking the fraction of the affordable component.
I'm gonna stop you there because we're gonna get to the fraction in the next slide.
Great, sounds good.
Seth, does Seth have any comments?
Yes, thank you, and thanks for this opportunity to address the board and for the appointment to the Affordable Housing Committee. My concern with the in lieu fee is that the tendency in some situations when in lieu fees are in place is developers are going to tend to want to take advantage of those whenever possible. And they typically result in fewer affordable houses being created than if the units were actually built as part of a development. So I think it would be good to put some more language in the ordinance that made it clear that in lieu fees are really a last resort, and that the board isn't under any obligation to approve them in the future in order to make sure that they're only used in cases where it really doesn't make any sense at all to build units at the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. And Public Member John Casey also agrees in keeping the in lieu fee. However, he was not available today. Sure.
Madam Chair, my apologies. I do want to share and thank you, Seth, for your comments. Obviously, I respect Seth and the work that he does. Obviously, us as developers depend on nonprofit affordable housing developers to make this happen. So we're grateful for Seth and his participation, of course. I do want to share with you, though, and I think to emphasize Seth's point, if it doesn't make sense, all we ask is that you give us an opportunity to come even before either the Planning Commission or the Planning Commission and this board to allow us to move forward with in lieu instead of building on site. So that gives you, again, puts the power back in you, the politicians, the policymakers, to make that decision. But we would request that if you do decide to say, hey, let's try to build as many on site, great. But to Seth's point, if it doesn't make sense, allowing us to come back either administratively or, if you wish, through the board to allow you to make that decision on whether that specific project could have those fees instead of constructing on site. Just wanted to share that thought.
Madam Chair, can I ask for I'm a little concerned that we're going point by point with the housing members. I would prefer if
Well,
we just
I know
went
what you
through the-
prefer, but the meeting that we've had with the housing, with the HAC committee, both Supervisor Dirks and I were on it, and there's input here from the experts, and this is regarding the in lieu fee, and this is part of the staff's presentation, so I'm gonna hold questions until after, and go ahead and allow the presentation to continue its entirety.
Perfect. I only have 3 more points, so. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next one. So staff also investigated the possibility of requiring an in lieu fee for the fractional unit only. This would remove the option for developers to pay a fee in lieu of building whole units. This benefits the primary goal of the inclusionary ordinance to develop affordable units. This would be applicable to for sale units only, as the infeasibility of rental units makes establishing the in lieu fee difficult. Having an in lieu fee for the fractional unit only is more reflective of what other jurisdictions are doing. Take our neighbor Santa Cruz County, for example. In their inclusionary ordinance, if the fractional unit is 0.7 or less, the developer can choose to pay the in lieu fee applicable to the fractional unit only, or build an additional unit. So an additional inclusionary unit is provided for all fractional requirements greater than 0.7. Victor, any comments? Okay. Seth, any comments? Okay. And John Casey believes that he is in agreement with using the fractional unit. So I am going to move on to the next one, which is staff also investigated the qualifications needed to elect an in lieu payment over building inclusionary units. So as the current ordinance is written, if developers demonstrate a site has lack of access to services, zoning requiring large lot development, and high site maintenance costs, the site can be deemed unsuitable for affordable housing, allowing the developer to pay the fee in lieu of building the units. I would like to direct your attention to one of these qualifications, specifically the one that reads lack of access to services. The ambiguity in the term services could greatly impact unincorporated county, as basic services needed to subdivide are not always available. Staff would like to take this item to the Housing Advisory Committee to better clarify what qualifying services will allow developers to opt for an in lieu payment as opposed to building inclusionary units. Staff would like to go beyond definitions of basic services needed to be met to subdivide. In addition, the Board of Supervisors can mitigate any challenges with this definition through a development agreement or an affordable housing agreement. Any comments from Housing Committee members? Anything from Seth?
Yeah, I'd like to, I think potentially high site maintenance cost also is ambiguous. I think this gets to the crux of what I was talking about. I think language that it's infeasible to build affordable units as part of the project would be better. I think the challenge with any language we use is that developers are going to tend to focus on using that language and paying in lieu fees instead of actually building the housing. And it should be clear in the ordinance that this is totally at the discretion of the board, whether they want to allow this or not for any particular project. That developers shouldn't be pointing at some kind of language in the ordinance and saying that they have a right to pay in lieu fees because of that language. Thank you.
That, which is why we would like to take, and we can also add high maintenance cost to something that we bring back to the Housing Advisory Committee to get a better definition. Okay. And moving on, I'm going to provide you a discussion, or we're going to have a discussion about the trigger number for inclusionary requirement. So, sorry. So there is a positive and negative to reducing the trigger number for the inclusionary requirement. If we reduced the trigger number before the inclusionary requirement is met, it would allow for more of an impact from the requirement. So if we dropped it down to maybe 5 developments, we would get more of an impact from the inclusionary requirement, resulting in more affordable units. However, this would also increase the cost to local developers who build on a smaller scale but utilize local resources. And I know that Commissioner Gibson is for keeping the 1 to 10 units with no inclusionary requirement. And John Casey is in lieu of setting it at 5 units or more. He would not want any smaller developments to be deterred by assessing the fees on those projects, which might very well be affordable. Victor, do you have any comments on that matter?
Yeah, I do, Stephanie. Thank you. Really, I'll be candid with you. If I focus on the land use entitlement side of development, and I'll tell you right now, unless I have at least 25 plus units in a subdivision in a vesting tentative map, I'm likely not going to be able to sell it to a developer. So anything under 25 units is likely going to be built by a local developer, somebody here locally, a construction company, Del Curto Brothers, even others that will do that kind of work. My clients, KB Homes, Meritage, they're not going to buy a map of that size, so it's really not going to have an impact on them. Though I will caution you that any fee associated with any of these units, let's just say you lower the threshold and they pay the in lieu fee, a small developer that is unable to absorb those costs is essentially going to pass that cost down to the consumer. So any of those homes that they attempt to build or they build will just have a higher home price at sale because they're likely going to have to pass down the fee, unlike larger developers that I represent could just find a way to spread it amongst 200 units, right? So my suggestion would be to keep it at 10 because you really don't want to target your local businesses, your local construction companies, McKinnon Lumber and others that provide for local developers.
And I just wanted to add, I know one of the questions from the board from our last meeting was, how many subdivisions we had. So I went back the last 5 years. There have been 14 approved subdivisions. Of those, only 3 had over 5 units, only 2 had over 10 units, and most of them were actually just a two-lot split. So that's the data for the last 5 years. I'd have to do a lot more digging to get further.
Could you repeat those numbers one more time, please?
Yes, when I counted, I believe it was 14 subdivisions total in the last 5 years, so since 2018. Of those, it looked only 3 were considered major subdivisions, so a major subdivision is over 5. And 1 had 6, and then there was the other 2 major ones, which was Promontory Bluffs and then Vista del Calabria were the 2 major subdivisions where those had, I think, 80 and then over 100 units. The rest of those, so that's 11, so were minor subdivisions, so 4 or less parcels, and of those 11, I think most of them were a 2-lot split. There was like a couple that were 3 or 4, but most of those were a 2-lot split. So just for the numbers, in 5 years, almost every subdivision that's coming through, minor or major, is generally less than 5 units. We don't have generally larger subdivisions.
Okay. And then I just want to see, does Seth have any comments?
Yeah, I think maybe a middle road would be a good solution, and that would be phasing in the impact fees, or not the impact fees, the inclusionary in lieu fees between 6 and 10 units. Instead of having it just drop off suddenly, I think that sometimes phasing things in like that makes more sense in the market in terms of how people make plans in relation to the regulation. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. Okay, I'm going to move on. So we're going to talk about the in lieu fee, and I'm going to provide you with our staff recommendation. So regarding the in lieu fee, staff have an either or recommendation for you today. Staff recommend that you adopt both fees at $30 for large lot homes and $23 for small lot homes. Or staff recommend closing this item and renoticing to adopt one $30 fee applicable to for sale units only as generally all lots in unincorporated county are larger than 3,000 square feet, making the fee for small lot homes inapplicable. Okay, so it was challenging to find data from regions that are similar to ours. Many rural counties do not have inclusionary ordinances, or they are in the process of establishing one and have no tangible data to provide. Due to this, I had to pull data from various neighboring cities. So the first one I'm going to present to you is the city of San Jose. So you will see they have a similar trigger number to the one we have set up now. It's 10 or more units. And they have two separate fees set up for strong market and moderate market as they apply to rental units. And that's $43 per square foot and $18.70 per square foot. And for sale units, they're looking at a price of $25 per square foot. So now we're going to move on to the city of Santa Clara. They as well have 10 units as their trigger number. And they also have two different fees for sale and for rental. Their for sale single family home is $30, which is what we're recommending for ours. And their rental units are $20 per square foot. And then we have Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek goes as low to 2 units. Santa Cruz County also goes as low as 2 units, but I did not include them today because they do not have an in lieu fee established. They actually have an impact fee established. So Walnut Creek goes between 2 and 10 units, and their trigger number their price has recently been updated, and it's $21.86 per square foot, which is now applicable to both for sale and rental units. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the public, please, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes. No, for Dennis.
Sorry.
You've been unmuted.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. I hope you've had a chance to review our letter that we've submitted, but I'd like to take this time to highlight some key issues with the San Benito County inclusionary fees and regulations proposals. Number 1, in lieu fee levels. The fee methodology used here has calculated a maximum fee, which is a rough estimate and must be tempered by other data, such as comparable fees in neighboring jurisdictions. The maximum fee level being discussed in San Benito County is, let's face it, much higher than in neighboring jurisdictions like Morgan Hill, $19.70 a square foot, Santa Cruz County at $15 a square foot, Watsonville at $10 a square foot, Salinas at $12 a square foot. Now, the cities of San Jose, Santa Clara, and Walnut Creek are really not good comparables. They're much higher building costs and densities and development profiles, and the board should disregard these comparable jurisdictions and pay closer attention to neighboring jurisdictions. The in lieu fee policies should include a mixed compliance option by right. San Benito County is going to be limiting its options here by ruling out a by right option for mixing fees and building units. And we recommend that the board adopt a by right option of at least 50-50 mix of in lieu fees and constructing units, such as the program adopted by the city of Morgan Hill. Local funding. The collection of fees can be used to provide local funds for the preservation of affordable housing units or the development of new affordable housing projects by nonprofit builders like Chispa and Eden Housing. These funds are important to provide very low and extremely low income housing and can be spent on rental housing anywhere in the county, including in the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. Affordable ADUs. This is a sort of new concept that's now making its way into the market. Housing becoming more and more expensive to build, communities are turning to ADUs to help satisfy affordable housing goals. Two Bay Area cities, Hayward and Dublin, have approved proposals by market rate for sale home builders, single-family home builders, to provide ADUs as deed-restricted affordable housing. Now, this has a long way to go, admittedly, but it would be the perfect program for San Benito, and we encourage the county to set this as a goal to complete in the next year. I want to thank you for your time and attention. I know this has been a long process with the Affordable Housing Ordinance. We have been involved along the way, and we'd like to thank you for.
Supervisors, I have one quick comment to respond to something he said. We do allow for a mixed use in our ordinance of the alternative methods. It's just something that has to come to the board and be approved. So they can use multiple different levels of what we provide, but it is something that's going to be done through a development agreement or affordable housing agreement approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for any
Excuse
questions.
me, I actually had a public comment, if I could.
Oh,
This is Seth
yes.
Capron.
Go ahead, Seth.
I had a specific comment on the alternative compliance mechanisms at 2103-008 at F. It allows for land donation or provision of subsidies to nonprofit developers for affordable rental housing. And I suggest you change that to subsidies to nonprofit developers for low-income housing. The description of affordable rental housing would exclude the possibility of low and very low-income self-help homeownership projects in that category. And in your work re-examining the ordinance, I request that you look at putting the fee waiver provisions back in that were removed by the previous board. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Kosmicki, I know that you had wanted to comment previously.
Supervisor Tiffany was going to, but I'll go. So first off, I told everyone we'd get lobbied once we started talking about making these changes that I feel like are, pretty bold and needed with affordable housing. And, we all just have to remember, if you're in a building association or if you represent developers, your job is to maximize profits for developers, not to look out for the best interest necessarily of the community here, and that's our job. So I saw the notation about apartments. If you could clarify so that there wouldn't be any in lieu fees or requirement for some of those apartments to be affordable, or would there still be that 15% requirement?
So there's still the 15% requirement. They could come in and build rentals. It's just if it was like 15.5 units that they were supposed to build, we wouldn't have an in lieu fee for that 0.5. And so then we would have to come back and to the board for that. And it was just because we didn't have enough data within the county on rental units to come up. But we came up with a fee, but it was a fee that was infeasible essentially because it was a negative return.
Okay.
So they can still build rentals. That's still in our ordinance. It's just if it becomes a fractional, we don't have a fee set for that yet.
Okay, great. And then the insistence that we compare our numbers to surrounding communities, I'm a firm believer, we're not Morgan Hill. Certainly not. We're not Walnut Creek. And for me, there's just, there's no reason to use that necessarily as our basis because we have very unique circumstances here. We've had basically no affordable housing built in a very long time, and we have to get serious about it. And I think we're on the right path with what I'm seeing. For the most part, I do think we need to make some changes, and I'll make some recommendations on that. And I'll just restate, in lieu fees should not be meant as an opportunity for developers to forego affordable units. Other surrounding communities, and I did my own research on that, other surrounding communities have recognized this fact, and our county just has yet to take that necessary step. And so I really firmly believe that there's continued pressure to maintain this system that we've had here that clearly favors developers and continues to dismiss the need for true affordable housing. And so in my primary recommendations, and I mentioned a lot of this last time around, I would, first off, I would support, if there's support among the board, I would support eliminating the in lieu fees altogether and just going with the rounding up or down. I would prefer just rounding up, but if, you know, again, I'm somebody who compromises. If it's rounding up or rounding down, I would be fine with that. I think that's my first preference, is just to eliminate them, and just require the developers to build the affordable. You know, I mean, we've heard a lot of excuses about why they, you know, why it's infeasible, and we talk about high maintenance costs. I agree with Seth Capron. That's very vague language, and it will be taken advantage of. All the language in that sort of loophole paragraph that I mentioned last meeting, I just believe we have to take that out. It allows developers, it's going to allow developers to forego the actual building of affordable units. And we should also, I heard the mention of alternatives offsite options. I'm in favor of completely prohibiting that. Again, I think that just opens the door. They're going to come, they're going to take advantage of it. And then I also heard about through development agreements. I think that we should have a provision that no, you cannot even do it through a development agreement, because that's what's been going on here for a long, long time. And they're basically just coming back, the people that are lobbying us and saying, let's just, you know, I know you guys are doing all this and that's fine and dandy, but let's just keep doing, here's what we really want to do. We want to just keep doing what we've been doing for the last several decades here, and basically have a system that's extremely favorable to developers and doesn't look out for the best interests of this community. So I'd support eliminating the in lieu fee option. We absolutely have to eliminate the loophole language that allows for developers to opt out of the out of building affordable and paying the in lieu fees, or doing off-site alternative options. And then if we don't eliminate the in lieu fee option, absolutely should only apply to fractional units. 3, and then 4, you know, the 10 or fewer units. I know Supervisor Tiffany had brought that up previously as well. I would be okay compromising on that, and maybe we do look at 5, but 10 is a lot. And I just feel like, why would we allow somebody to build a project of 10 houses that, you know, might be these luxury homes that, you know, they're, or whatever it is? Why would we allow that? And I just don't understand that. I don't understand why we're giving favors based on the number of units people are building. They should be contributing to the affordable housing stock. And I'll repeat what I said last time. This notion that we should be giving preference or set up our policies to favor local developers, I think that's a flawed mentality once again. And that plays into that number. So I'd be fine with 5, 6. I think 6 would fall into you would have to build one, right? I mean, if you just do the math, if you have 6 units, and correct me if I'm wrong, then 5 would be market rate and 1 would be affordable, or if 6 and then 7, maybe a 7.
I have to do the percentage, but for the most part, you can't see the screen here, but for the most part, even when it went up to like 20 units, the 15% was still only resulting in one unit.
Right, right. One unit is better than 0.
Yeah.
So that's so if you have 5 or fewer, I would be okay with that. I'm not okay with the 10. So if you have 5 or fewer, it's a family that's just subdividing their lot, for their grandkids, and that I get it. I'm willing to compromise on that, but not on the 10. And then just overall, I feel like I'm really happy with where we're headed, but I feel like if we take steps back and sort of some of the suggestions that have been made today, I just feel like we're ultimately continuing down the same path of prior boards. And just a reminder to all of us, we've all said publicly, and I believe we're all in agreement that we have to get really bold when it comes to affordable housing. And so some of the suggestions that were made here today, we would not be being bold. We would be playing into the same system that's got us where we're at today. And then just lastly, the waiver that was brought up, and I don't know if that's being considered under this particular consideration today, but if it's not, that I would personally like to see that brought back. The change that was made in December of 2020 to where they eliminated the waiver for the affordable projects, the impact fee waiver. I think that's what was being referenced by Seth Capron, if I'm mistaken, and Supervisor Tiffany had brought it up previously. I would like to see that brought back and and revived because it was taken out. And like I said, a few of us got up and we're not happy with that. And then for the Housing Advisory Committee, my request is that next week we take a serious look at that 15% number and see if we can bump that up. I would prefer at least 20% requirement for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start with a question. How do we, I asked this, I think, somewhat before, but how is affordable housing defined? Because it's absolutely critical that it's defined properly so that it does meet RENA guidelines. And how do we, I'm not totally clear on, in that regard, is how do you arrive at, when you talk about affordable, how do you arrive at whether it's a very low, or moderate? How does that work?
Ariel, do you have the definition pulled up?
Let's pull up the ordinance real quick.
Okay. There we go. Okay, definitions. Yeah. A cost for housing, whether for an owner-occupied or rental unit that does not exceed affordable housing costs as set forth in California Health and Safety Code, Section 50052.5 for owner-occupied and affordable rent as set forth in California Health and Safety Code, Section 50053, adjustments for household size based on the number of bedrooms in the unit and other monthly housing cost factors, including assumed mortgage interest rates, loan interest fees, maintenance and repair allowances, utility allowances, homeowner insurance, property tax and assessment costs, and homeowner association dues shall be as provided by the county in the administrative manual. So essentially, it's all set by the state.
So what does that mean? I mean, does that mean that people can build affordable that does not meet RENA guidelines or not?
Yes, Joel Ellenwood, Assistant County Counsel. The definitions in the Health and Safety Code are those that are consistent with the requirements of RENA. So the same, RENA uses the same Health and Safety Code sections for defining affordability.
And so then how is it determined whether the developer is going to build very low, or moderate? Is that their decision, or how does that work?
There's an allocation in the inclusionary zoning ordinance to require a certain number of
specifics.
Yes, a certain number of moderate income and a certain number of low income. It does not break it down further into a very low, extremely low, or those other lower categories. And frankly, those requirements can only be met if there are rental subsidy contracts through Section 8 or other sources of revenue to meet those standards.
Okay, but bottom line, if it's affordable under this ordinance, then it would be meeting RENA guidelines.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that. Let me just make some comments. I mean, first of all, I know there's a balancing act here that because if we're too restrictive, we won't see anything being built, and we do need affordable being built. It's got to make sense for the builder. I realize that. But I think it does start by recognizing the fact that, as Supervisor Kosmicki has said, and I think all of us have said this, is that, let's face it, our past policy has not worked, and we have not been able to beat, with a few exceptions, we have not been successful in building affordable housing, through, the normal process of developers coming and building residential, whether that be in a development agreement or otherwise. So, you know, we have totally failed. We're not alone in that, I realize, in the state, but we have totally failed. So we do need to make a significant change. In regards to in lieu fees, I think we need to, I'm inclined to be either not have them or at least be extremely restrictive. You know, when I look at that paragraph that has been referred to that talks about lack of access to services zoning, which requires large lot development or potentially high site maintenance costs, I mean, you could drive a Mack truck through that loophole in my mind. And so if I realize there may be situations where there should be exceptions, but I think the exceptions have to be written in a way that there is a very, very high bar. And I'm not sure how that's done legally, but it has to be a very, very high bar. And it has to be a high bar that's approved by, you know, probably the Planning Commission and the board. So that would be the only way I would be in favor of allowing it, because otherwise, I think, as Seth has said, and we have seen in practice, is that if the developer has the opportunity, they will always go for the in lieu fees. Now, there may be exceptions, but then again, has to be very high bar. I would be, as far as the number goes, I think that we should probably reduce that number from where it is, I believe, 11 and more, and I'd be in favor of something like, you know, 5 or more. I think there should be an exception, you know, where you're not requiring affordable for the, you know, under 5, for example, as has been discussed, or 5 and under, somewhere in that range. As Seth mentioned, one option might be that we do allow in lieu fees, you know, from 6 to 10 as a transitional period. That's something I'd be willing to certainly consider, as opposed to requiring the affordable. But again, anything the 11 and over, I think we have to be extremely restrictive. As far as some of my other thoughts would be, I definitely think rentals have to be brought into it. I know you said that, you know, now that Santana Ranch is doing that, we need to look at that, because we do need more rentals, and certainly they need to be part of the equation. And, you know, I also, you know, I'm inclined to just make it $30 across the board. It probably doesn't affect a whole lot, but it seems like that's a simpler approach. And then lastly, what I was going to say is that, again, and it may not be part of this discussion right now, but I do believe that we should revisit the impact fees. You know, if we're going to require developers and hold them to building affordable units, I do think we also need to give them more of an incentive to build affordable units, and make it more feasible for them to do so. And if we waive or significantly reduce the impact fees when they do build affordable units, that will help them get there, because it does need to make sense for it to work. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks, did you want to go ahead? Or yeah, okay.
So, you know, in the interest of time and everything, there are things that Supervisor Kuzmicki said. There are things that Supervisor Tiffany said that make sense. Obviously, we are all talking about affordable housing. We really want to make sure that that is viable. So my big question, and where, you know, I tend to wonder a little bit, is where's the breaking point? At what point do people just throw in the towel and say, well, I'm not building anything, and so then nothing gets built, whether it's affordable or whatever. So I want to know where that breaking point is, and have real clarity on that, because otherwise there'll be nothing for anyone, and so we just go around and round in circles. So if we go too far in one direction, then we're just circumventing what we're trying to provide, which is affordable housing. So I agree that what we have been doing doesn't work. I mean, we had, I think the RENA numbers had it was 8 homes in the last 5 years we've provided for very low and low income. Is that right? With our RENA allocation numbers. So it's something in that ballpark. I don't want to.
We can check on that.
People, it's fine. But it's something in there. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then we have 880 that have been, moderate. Obviously, we failed. So we do need to make a change. And I recognize that and I want to do that. But at the same time, I don't want us to paint ourselves into a corner where we can't even provide anything. So I'm in favor of changing the language of the in lieu fees. I think we need to tighten that up. I think that obviously it hasn't worked in the past. Unfortunately, there have been people who've taken advantage of that situation. And so we need to do a better job of protecting our community and making sure that we don't allow those things. We're learning from the lessons that have been done and made in the past. And so I'm totally for the exceptions and a higher bar. My one question would be, is there any community that has 0 in lieu fees that we could compare at all to see what the impact of that was? I
haven't come across any in my research. Some counties do in lieu fees differently. Like I said, Santa Cruz County has an impact fee instead of an in lieu fee, and there are certain counties or jurisdictions that will do a flat rate that's say it's $1,500 per the fraction, and that's the fee. So we're doing it per square foot. So the issue is that there's no uniform way to do in lieu fees across California right now. Everyone's doing them slightly differently. So it's kind of hard to look at other jurisdictions and see what they're doing and try to mirror it, because we're also doing something differently. And like Supervisor Kosmicki said, we're a very unique county. So like I said, in my research trying to find information that is similar to ours, it was very difficult.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Thank you for reiterating that as well. And it seems like we're always very unique, so that's great. But it provides challenges in and of itself. With all this being said, I'm not, especially based on the statistics that Ariel provided with the 14 and most of them being under 2 and this and that, I'm of a mindset to compromise at 7. Obviously, I'll go with the will of the board, but as far as between the 1 to 10 and having the fraction, just because I think it kind of covers our local builders a little bit better. If there's an opportunity there, I want them to be able to still, they're providing to our local economy as well as providing some housing, because please let's not forget we are in a housing crisis. And if we don't do anything, then we just leave our affordable housing high and dry. So we've got to find, it's the balance that you were talking about, Supervisor Tiffany. And so that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking for. And I do believe that we need to change language and do some things with our in lieu fees that make it more difficult for people to just walk around them and give in to them. And so I really think that we need to make it something that does have to come to the board for approval if developers are going to try to get around that. And I guess the one thing I would caution and wonder about with the Housing Advisory Committee, we have close to $1 million, not quite $1 million in fees that have been collected that would be used for affordable housing projects. And my one question I think maybe to Seth would be, are these fees important as well, or is it more important for there to be, the affordable housing built right then and there? Do we have a little more flexibility with government funding? Could we get more bang for our buck, so to speak, if we had, at what point are the in lieu fees, actually helping the situation? Is he still on?
Yes, I'm still here. I think we don't know that yet because the county really hasn't taken those in lieu fees and put out RFPs and put them to work. I think it's a mixed bag. The in lieu fees would have to be heavily leveraged with state and federal funds to be able to create the same number of units than you could get if the developers just built them on site. So I think getting them built on site should always be the preferred outcome.
Thank you. And that wraps up my comments.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Yeah, and new fees in general have been, I think they were created with the intent to try to somehow create flexibility and ultimately to still address the affordable element. The reality is they actually been counterproductive. You know, even Seth just said right now, basically, the end outcome is you need so much more subsidies to be able to support the needs, or you actually have the units being built. Bottom line is we're in a position right now where the state itself is basically forcing our hand with, you know, the RENA element, and without our local ability to be able to manage that development and make sure the impacts are addressed. So at the end of the day, I do believe if we have to, we either eliminate it or make it so expensive, right? And I'm usually very much a private industry folks, but right now we're being pitted against, I think, our own community, right? And there's not there's technically this element where we're supposed to have a DA agreement that encourages us to work together, but in reality, the DA agreements themselves have also kind of taken that position where it basically sets aside the conversation outside of the dais, and I don't think that that's necessarily productive. I know we ultimately vote on it, but we don't have the outcomes that we want. So I do believe either eliminating it or making it more expensive. I do agree with the waiver element. I don't want to see gentrification. I think our community is going to see that more of that because we have inflation and the costs rising. So that by default says we either slow down our growth in a manageable way, or we figure out how to and give us the flexibility to address our needs. Or I think we're going to foresee a lot bigger problem than just supporting housing. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. Where I see it is it's a significant balance, being a member of the Housing Advisory Committee along with Supervisor Dirks. We've looked at the entire picture from different lenses. We've looked at it from the lens of the developers, from the lens of the potential builders locally, and finding the balance. But no one other than me is a bigger advocate for affordable housing. And so my goal sitting on this, not only on this board, but on the Housing Advisory Committee, is to make sure we can address those needs. And historically, the county has not been addressing the affordable housing here. It's woefully inadequate. But we do have members on the Housing Advisory Committee that represent entities in the various communities, finance, housing, affordable housing, self-help, that can help the county formulate the right equation. And I'm all for removing any ambiguous language that's going to give any developer any kind of out. I want to make sure that we focus on meeting the needs of the affordable housing. I like the fact that the board here, I'm hearing concerns that the board is willing to find a medium. I know that the number 0 to 10 wasn't appealing to a few board members here. And I like Seth Capron's suggestion to look at a gradient phasing in from 6 or above. So it sounds like maybe at our next Housing Advisory Committee, we can bring numbers looking at a 0 to 5 and then a phasing in from 6 through 10. So I would like to see something of that nature. But again, it's such a bigger picture that we're looking at. And today really on the agenda is really looking at the housing, the fees in terms of the in lieu fees. That's the only thing that's on the agenda. All the others are added input to help the Housing Advisory Committee bring back a completed project where this board then can go ahead and vote on it. I'm a little concerned that the numbers are at 30, which is relatively high when we look at the comparison. When we compare San Benito County to construction costs, within the Santa Clara County, yes, it's our neighboring county, but it is disproportionate in terms of cost of living. And so I'm just going to leave my comments there because this isn't a finished conversation. However, we do have the agenda to specifically look at the in lieu fees. I thank you for all the input, for everything else. It gives both Supervisor Dirks and I added input in terms of taking it back to the Housing Advisory Committee. But what is the will of the board specifically in regards to the in lieu fees?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would like to propose that we adopt a resolution adopting new in lieu fees with the amendment to reflect that we would have $30 across the board for all in lieu large lot and small lot developments, and to have the Housing Advisory Committee take the comments we made today and come back with further amendments to the ordinance at a later date.
Now, question to you in terms of legal. If we take it with just one straight figure and not the two, do we have to then renotice this and have a different hearing regarding the one figure as opposed to the two that has been publicized?
We did a public notice based upon those two different fees for large lot and small lot. So if the board wanted to adopt the fees as directed and then direct staff to bring back the higher fee for the small lots, or, I'm sorry, for the one that was lower, or you can just adopt the fee that you want and direct the other one to come back.
Can I ask the board, just before we go further, I'm wondering if there's a will, and maybe I misread things. I'm wondering if there's a will to eliminate the in lieu fees before we consider voting on the $30 amount. And I don't know how that would work procedurally, because that's what I do prefer that. It was pretty clear. I would prefer to just eliminate the fees, require the developers to build.
Just jump in. Well, I've already made my feelings known, but I guess my thought is I would like to look at possibly a transitionary period for in lieu fees, from the 6 to, as Supervisor Gonzalez was saying. And also, I would consider, if it was really exceptional cases, I would consider in lieu fees in other cases, but I would want to look at the language to see whether I could be on board with that. So I guess my response is I'm not willing to say eliminate them all. I want to look at some options there first.
And can we include the language on the phasing in this particular? Would that be appropriate today, the 6 to 10 phasing, or would we want to take that, probably take that back?
Yeah, I don't believe we're voting on
Okay.
that
I
quite
believe
yet.
that would require the ordinance
I
change.
appreciate that.
I think staff was also maybe going to suggest that, if they got board direction, that they could bring it back, also the fee at a future meeting, if you wanted to do the ordinance change first. That's the other option for the board. Yeah.
So we would close this out at this time, go back to the hack, review all of your comments, and ordinance and the fee bring back all together.
Okay, I'm fine
I
with that.
think that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then I'll pull back on my
Okay.
recommendation.
So then we don't need to make any decision at this point.
To a date.
other
It
than
might be
direct-
helpful to maybe have a motion about what you want staff to bring back so there's clarity, but that's up to the board, or they can just take the direction that you provided.
Okay, there's just so much on the table, so who would
Why
like
not
to,
give it a shot,
who would like to try to summarize
Yeah,
that?
well, I think that, if I was trying to summarize, first of all, I think that it sounds like the majority would like to lower the number where affordable housing comes into play. And it sounds to me like, there's some discussion, but possibly from, the 5 to 10 units, 5 and above, possibly 6 and above. That's something that housing can look at. That there would be affordable housing required. I think it sounds like the majority would like to look at the suggestion that Seth made, which is having in lieu fees available for that section to transition. And then, so that's one thing. And then below, from 4 and below, or 5 and, I think it was 5 and below we were talking about, now that I think about it. But anyway, that there would be an exception for affordable housing in that case. I think the other thing we discussed was that we would look at in lieu fees for the 11 and above only in very exceptional cases, or possibly not at all. But in exceptional cases, and we would want to look at the language on what those exceptions would be. It would have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors to go to in lieu fees. And then I think, and I don't know if this is part of it, but can you guys address the impact fee issue as part of this or not? Or is that separate? The waiving or the reducing of impact fees for affordable housing.
We can add that to the agenda for the HAC meeting.
Thank you.
I think that was the other important area. Am I missing something?
Rental units?
Oh, and then rental, we want rentals to be
Definitely.
part of it as well,
And
for sure.
the elimination of that paragraph, that gray area paragraph.
That in lieu paragraph is
High site maintenance cost paragraph,
The one
access
that's-
to services, just.
Yeah, that's got to be taken out.
Yes.
Was there something else? I don't know.
As I said, there's so much. Is that enough direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, then we got
Can
it.
we make it to a date certain, Madam Chair?
Could we get
Yes,
direction
please.
on one more thing? Would you guys like just the one fee across the board? I think that was the
Oh,
last.
yes,
Oh, yes.
thank you for
$30.
pointing that, yeah. And, I might point out that, the $30 is not just coming out of thin air. That was the whole analysis to get to that number. So I know there's, concern about it being higher than other areas, but that was a number that was arrived at after, extensive analysis, and that was how we got to that number. So, but it sounds like there seems to be majority would prefer just $30 across the board.
And to add, Madam Chair, I would
Good,
say
don't
that, if they're only doing fractional units, it's not
Round
that
up.
big of a cost issue if you're talking about a fractional unit. So we're really striving for only using this on fractional units, then that $30 per square foot, that should not be prohibitive to the developers financially. Thank you.
So in that regard, we haven't talked about that a lot, but would we want in lieu fees for fractional, or would we prefer the rounding up approach?
I would prefer, personally, rounding up.
Rounding up.
Yeah, I think
so, rounding up.
I think I'm inclined to go that way too, but.
Our consultant also offered that some jurisdictions, what they do is if it's 0.5 or higher, you round up, and then if it's like 0.4 to 0.1, then you use a fractional fee. So that was another option. We hadn't put it out
I
there.
also
but-
saw where, I think it was Santa Cruz or one of them,
Yeah,
where it was
anything.
0.3 above.
Yeah.
Or something that rounded up.
It's
or something-
0.7.
Or point.
It's 0.7.
Oh, it's 0.7. Okay, well, maybe.
I would prefer the lower the
I was gonna
fraction,
say, I
the better.
wouldn't go- I wouldn't go
0.5.
higher.
I would say 0.1 for me, that's, 0.1
0.5 round up. Mm-hmm.
But that's just me.
Okay. So then we'll go ahead and close out then this public hearing. It's after 11, and we're just on item number 1. We'll go ahead and go to the regular item. Item number 2.
This is a board directive, so I'll pass it to the board that actually put this on.
Supervisor Kosmicki, you're the one that brought this item to the agenda, so do you want
Yeah.
to go ahead and speak on it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I previously mentioned, when we elected the chair in January of 2022, after the prior 7 months serving, we did not know 2 supervisors would finish their board tenures at the end of the year. That's Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Tiffany. And as everyone knows, it's not a secret, I previously have supported Supervisor Tiffany as chair on multiple occasions, but there just wasn't the necessary support for whatever reason. And so today I am nominating Supervisor Hernandez, the longest-serving board member who has yet to serve as board chair and who will be leaving the board at the end of 2022 because he declined to seek a second term. And I have to remind I know there's been a lot of sort of chatter on this. I just want to remind everyone, particularly those who have expressed any sort of opposition to this nomination, that the county board chair role is meant to provide very limited additional powers to the nominated individual. It is not a full-on bully pulpit to promote an agenda, partisan or otherwise. We have rules in place to make sure the board chair cannot exert any significantly elevated authority over the county's direction, such as requiring 2 votes to bring back items to the agenda that are originated by individual supervisors, and disallowing the chair from muting other voices just because they disagree. So primarily the chair's role is to manage the meetings. It's because you simply have to have someone doing that. They do perform other duties, ceremonial duties, and they do also recommend committee assignments, but I would imagine, and I'm hoping that this board today is practical enough to support leaving the committee and ad hoc assignments alone for the rest of the year, for simplicity's sake and productivity's sake. And then I will just point out that the chair does not run the county or the county board. They do not have any additional powers beyond those of other supervisors when it comes to policy. And I know Supervisor Hernandez is fully aware of that. So I'm very confident Supervisor Hernandez understands the limited authority of the position brings, that he will manage the meetings in a productive manner, that he will work well with staff and supervisors, or with staff to finalize agendas and supervisors in general, and that he will not exploit the position for political reasons. Lastly, I want to clarify something. The board rules explicitly state that chair is to serve 1 year, or in this case, it would be 7 months, just simply because Supervisor Hernandez will be leaving the board in January. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Since you're the one that brought the item, we'll go ahead and go to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors for the remainder of the supervisors to have their say.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elisa Salinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Specifically to the words that were just spoken by Supervisor Kosmicki, in January, you made all a decision, and at that time, regardless of whether a person decided not to carry their term, whether somebody quit, or whether somebody passed away, you all made a commitment that you voted and you had confidence in the person you were nominating to serve for a year. In January, it was my opinion that actually Supervisor Hernandez was to serve as the chair because he had been here the longest. Although I disagreed with the fact that he did not show up to meetings in person, that he should not serve only for that, but he did deserve it based on seniority. Not clear what Supervisor Kosmicki is stating that Supervisor Tiffany, that there's no consensus. The fact is that because there has been turmoil at the dais, either behind the scenes or in the dais itself here at the board, the decision has been made to remove Supervisor Gonzalez. Supervisor Gonzalez was approached a few weeks ago now by Supervisor Dirks, asking her to resign the position as chair and to take into consideration to resign because of her health. Within a week, Supervisor Kosmicki made a motion that he wanted to remove Chair Gonzalez and appoint another person. It's obviously clear to me, I cannot prove it, but also stating that Supervisor Tiffany, there was no consensus means that there has been discussions behind, and the Brown Act violation has been, the Brown Act has been violated. That is just my opinion. I cannot prove it based on discussions that have been stated. I spoke to Supervisor Hernandez this past weekend, knowing that this was going to happen, and I asked him if he was willing to commit to being the supervisor, knowing that right now he is busy with a campaign. He stated that he would be willing to take the commitment and would be taking Tuesdays off specifically to attend full-time meetings. I know that Supervisor Hernandez knows what the rules are and should have been nominated as the chair some time ago. But the fact that this is being done because there's turmoil on the chair, and just based using the comments that Kosmicki made, goes to prove that this is just a retaliation and getting even. And I'm sorry to see this happen.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Gong. I'm registered in District 4. I must first say that Bob Tiffany is an honorable man and person. And in terms of supervisors, if we're talking about fairness, we also need to be talking about decency, because decency and fairness go hand in hand. Supervisor Hernandez, and I use the term supervisor very loosely with him, is aligned with extremists. Evidenced today even by his refusal to accept an LGBTQ plus proclamation to allow those members of our community, some of whom are his constituents, to feel protected and welcome in San Benito County. Mr. Hernandez panders to conspiracy theorists, including those who peddle QAnon conspiracy theories and debunked lies about Dominion voting systems, the voting systems used in San Benito County. Mr. Hernandez has continued to push the big lie regarding the 2020 election and refused to certify the 2020 election results, and by extension attempted to disenfranchise thousands of San Benito County voters in exercising their constitutional right to cast a vote. He pretends that he's a constitutional expert, but he has no problem disenfranchising those he doesn't agree with. And I might add, the 2020 election has been proven to be one of the most fair and free elections in history. Supervisor Hernandez refused to follow COVID guidelines or guidance in his business, and in fact ran off Public Health Officer Dr. Marty Fensterstein, a well-respected public health expert who went on to lead Santa Clara County in testing and vaccination efforts, which were far more successful and fruitful than San Benito County's. Peter Hernandez is dangerous in his views and opinions and has no business on the board, let alone in a chair position. And Supervisor Kuzmicki, I'm scared and disappointed in your nomination of Mr. Hernandez for such an important role on the board. Please do not consider this nomination. This is not about fairness. It's about the soul of our county. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. So given the fact that Peter Hernandez is soon to become and take another position in the state, I think it's very appropriate. It's not the complete year. And I think this actually brings unity to our community and within the board, given the fact that Colin Kosmicki is in an opposite political stance. And I understand that Colin Kosmicki can definitely see that Peter Hernandez knows the rules and regulations to take on that position. So I am completely, I agree with this, and I think it's amazing. Congratulations if he does get the position to Peter Hernandez. And for the last speaker, I think that was a little extremist, just to say she sounded like an extremist herself. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. I'm going to deviate from the normal procedure. I normally defer to the supervisors and then I put in my opinion last. But because this impacts me personally, I'm going to go ahead and go first. I'm not surprised by the board's action, but let's look at this for what it really is. Earlier this morning, we heard comments, positive raving about fairness, equity, and inclusion. But some of those comments ring hollow at this point. And this is precisely what is wrong with this organization when one speaks their truth and is then penalized for doing so. Months ago, this board asked for a cultural study. And these latest antics on the part of the board is precisely why that cultural study is warranted. I am being treated differently, and there is no fair and just reason for it. As District 5 Supervisor, I represent a district that is nearly 70% Latino population. It is an honor to serve as a board chair, especially when the sitting supervisor racially and ethnically identifies with the population that has been historically underserved and underrepresented in this community. This board elected me in January to serve from January through December of 2022. When Supervisor Medina resigned, I was selected to serve the remainder of his term. However, my term as chair began for this board in January of this year, and it is not set to expire until December. You are attempting to silence my voice by removing me as chair. You are silencing the voice of a large percentage of this entire community. Here are the facts. I am being treated differently because I am a woman. I am being treated differently because I am a Latina. I am being treated differently because I speak the truth, and I will always speak my truth. Over the weekend, I took a course at CSAC in Sacramento entitled Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would have to come back to the board and bring the principles of that course to my fellow board members and educate them on doing the right thing. But yet, here we are. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are necessary for any organization to close the equity gap. It is essential that professionals at all leadership levels build a personal and professional capacity. And let me repeat that, a personal and professional capacity to shift the culture of the organization to foster a healthy, productive, and culturally proficient community. And isn't that what we all want? Diversity is the differences that occur amongst us. And a diverse organization is one in which a variety of social and cultural characteristics can coexist. Equity is a guarantee of fair and equitable treatment for all. The principle of equity acknowledges that there are historically underserved and underrepresented populations, and that fairness regarding these unbalanced conditions is necessary in order for an organization to function properly and fairly. Inclusion is the act of creating and empowering any individual or group to feel respected, supported, and valued in a welcoming climate within that organization. Yet for some reason, here we are. This board is electing to forego all of the principles of equity and fairness, and instead is choosing to retaliate against me for my outspokenness. It has been an honor to serve as the chair. At times, it has been difficult balancing the needs of the many. However, I believe I have done a good job in meeting those expectations, and I will continue to do so moving forward in the future. Yet, if this board is intent on moving forward with this unfair, underhanded move, all I have to say is that you will have to explain that to your constituents. These actions are unfair, unwarranted, and unjust. And I ask the board, is that the legacy that you want to leave the community, and especially to our county employees, that they will be penalized for speaking the truth? I would hope not, but you will have to answer to your own conscience. I know my conscience is clear. Can the same be said of yours? Supervisor Dirks, Hernandez, or Tiffany, if you want to comment.
I'll try to make my comments brief. To me, it's been an honor serving as a county supervisor. I've always taken it as an honor. When I serve, I understood that my voice was specific to representing my district and ultimately making sure on the dais there would be differing opinions and that those opinions would be respected. Even through these last 2 years, it's funny because it felt like God threw me in the middle of the fire, right, with the last 4 years, the last 2 years basically being the shutdowns and the division that's happened. And I've argued on the dais that I really do want unity. You know, I wrote an article having to do with our public health officer where I titled it, "To be unified, we need an honest conversation." I said that specifically and intentionally because I do believe we need to work together. I do believe that means we all have our own individual opinion and our own experience referencing our understanding. And I would say that the departments know and my CAO understand that I come to learn the position and I take it seriously. And so at the end of the day, when this came forward and the request was of me, it was an honor. And, you know, I'm not someone who plays the victim. You know, I've been bypassed in this process and I've never said a word about it to any supervisor because I don't believe in throwing a pity party. I do believe in working with my board. I do believe it's not my job to strong arm anybody. Just the same, if we really want unity, right? Thomas Jefferson said, political converts are never won by force, right? If we want to articulate what we believe to be best, then we do it by collaborating with our board members. I will take this position seriously if granted this opportunity. And I do love and respect Supervisor Gonzalez. I've always shown that to her. I've never shown her any disrespect in the midst of us disagreeing. And when it comes to the position, I do agree. It's not my job to change committees in the middle of a year. I don't believe in instability. Just the same, we make a decision. Moving forward with me, I will keep things the same, and I will honor the process, even outside of my individual strong opinions. I think that's what creates unity, is when you're honest with each other. And that's my goal, is to be honest. And I believe the public will hear the reality of what we're dealing with if we have honest conversations. And ultimately, the impacts will be felt. I think we'll be more passionate about doing what's right because we know what we have to work with. If anything anybody can say about me is I'm predictable, and I like that. I like that because I know that means you can trust where I stand, and that means that what the decisions that I make, I obviously have a conviction over, and you don't have to worry about me working behind your back because I'll look right at you and I'll talk to you, even if it's in disagreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll jump in here. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just say a few things. First of all, I'm certainly going to keep my comments, as I always try to do, not get personal and be professional and stay above the fray. As far as all of this, there's some totally unfounded accusations being thrown about here, both by some of the people that the public, as well as up here on the dais, but I'm not going to go there. First of all, let me just reiterate, and in spite of what was said, I can certainly say that I for one certainly have not violated the Brown Act. I've been very careful not to do that. But some of my comments are going to mirror some of Supervisor Kosmicki's, even though I've not had any conversation with him about this issue. I also feel that, the chair is, its basically primary role, the chair is to run the meetings and do it effectively and efficiently. It's not always to do that, easy to do that, I should say. Yes, that the chair is the leader of the board. It also has some duties that go beyond that in terms of going to various events and things like that. But really, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, the way I view it, and I think the way that I believe all of us view it, is that the chair is just one of 5 supervisors, and has just one vote. And I mean, that's the reality, has one vote, and should not be viewed any differently than the other supervisors, other than some of the honorary, things that go along with it. I know in the past, in talking to past supervisors, I don't think that was always the case. I think, and it may not be the case in other counties, but I think in the past we've seen chairs that step, in my opinion, beyond their, where they should have, and I think it's created problems. I think one thing I really respect about this board is we all are trying to work together, all 5 of us, and we may not always agree, but we try to, in most cases, collaborate. And ultimately, the chair, that person's role, whoever it is to be collaborative, lead the meetings, and make sure that the will of the majority of the board, whether that chair agrees or disagrees, is put in place. And if we move forward with this change, I would expect that Supervisor Hernandez would honor that there's, as anyone knows who's been watching these meetings, they know that Supervisor Hernandez and I certainly have not agreed on everything. In fact, we vehemently disagree on some of the things involved with COVID. But we do agree on a number of other issues, and we've always had a very I think, good and civil relationship up here on the board and outside of the meetings as well. And I respect Peter, and I think he does likewise. So, and I will also say that I haven't always agreed with Supervisor Gonzalez, but she and I think, have a very good relationship, both up here on the dais, and we also talk fairly regularly outside of these meetings, whether it be in various committees or separately by phone call. And I respect her and the job that she has done. So with that all being said, let me just say that, and I'm not going to get into, the different accusations here and there, but it is true that at the beginning of the year, Supervisor Gonzalez argued successfully that she deserved a full year because she took over for Mark in the middle of the last year, and we, at the end of May here, we will have a full year. And I do think that in spite of, as I said, some of my past disagreements with Supervisor Hernandez, I do think, given his what will be a full 4 years, that he's deserving of a last half of a year in the role of a chair. This is not really, sometimes it does get partisan, but this is not really a partisan board. It shouldn't be. And so for that reason, I don't have a problem in supporting, this transition. And when we get to the issue of vice chair, I'll have some comments about that as well. But since I'm not going to be on this board next year, and I've really enjoyed what will be, my 2 years. It's been an extremely interesting and rewarding experience. But one of my goals, in addition to many others, is to ensure that we have a good transition moving forward into next year, and that we set up, next year's board, which will be largely new, in a strong position. So that's one of the reasons why I'm looking at doing, what I'm going to be supporting both for chair and vice chair. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Being the newest member of this board, and I'm going to take the lead from some of the other supervisors here. I did support Supervisor Gonzalez in December, and making sure that there was a full term. I felt that was really important and a fair part of the process. One of the big things that resonated with me at that time, I don't know about anybody else, but was the ability to assign committees and ad hocs and different things like that, and making sure that there was, the ability to do that. I think that's one of the bigger pieces of being the chair in this particular situation, and so that provided her the opportunity to do that. And I do believe that the meetings have been running well under her guidance, and for the most part, sometimes they're a little bit long, but I'm not sure if we're going to get away with that. Most of us here do like to speak our mind. So with that being said, too, I just want to be very clear. I have also, too, not violated the Brown Act regarding this situation, so I just want that to be very clear and upfront. I do think that, there talks about equity and fairness, and when we talk about those things, I've said multiple times from the dais that this is important to me. This aspect of fairness is important, and if the bylaws say that we have 1 year, then Supervisor Hernandez, having been the longest serving member on this board and having the opportunity to be in that position, at the time in December, that wasn't a factor into my decision making, because unfortunately, he made the decision to not show up in person. I think to be chair, you have to be here in person. Those circumstances have also changed, and so I think that is something that I need to take into consideration. I do feel that this is nonpartisan. We run on this. It's part of a conversation I've been having, and while campaigning. And so really at the end of the day, we just have to look at this holistically and, and looking at where we're at and, moving forward to the future. So those are my comments.
So I'll take a motion from the board regarding item 2-1.
Madam Chair, I'll move to nominate Supervisor Hernandez as Chair of the Board of Supervisors for the term of June 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay. 4-1 with Supervisor Gonzalez as the no. For item 2.2, we've heard all the comments from the supervisor, so I'm going to go ahead and preempt this. I would hope that for continuity's sake, that we will keep the vice chair as Supervisor Tiffany. Supervisor Hernandez will be having a difficult schedule, and I know he has committed to being here present. However, from the last couple of meetings, he hasn't been able to stay for the full duration of the meeting. So I would hope that this board would consider that in terms of running a smooth and effective meeting and maintain Supervisor Tiffany as vice chair. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I'll jump in. I appreciate your comments, the support of me remaining as vice chair, and if that's the will of the board, I would certainly go along with that. But it's my feeling, and you mentioned continuity, and the reality is at the end of the year, I'm no longer going to be on the board, so I will obviously not serving here next year. Tradition has it that the vice chair transitions into the chair the following year. The vice chair has to be elected to fulfill that role, and it doesn't automatically happen, but that is tradition. I know we've gotten away from tradition here because of Mark's resignation. But I'd like to see us, I'd like the board, even though I'm not going to be on it, I'd like the board next year to be in a position where they can transition into a more regular schedule. And so for that reason, I think it makes sense that that the board consider that I step aside as the vice chair and that a new vice chair be elected for the balance of the year. And so someone that's going to be on the board next year, and actually the only person we know will be on the board next year, with the exception of Supervisor Gonzalez, is Supervisor Kosmicki. So I would support electing Supervisor Kosmicki as the vice chair, and then it would be the will of either this board in December or the new board in January to decide whether to elect him to be the chair next year. Anyway, those are my comments.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And, what I can say is that if I am chosen as vice chair, that people that know me know that I take my responsibilities very seriously, and vice chair is a really important role. And, anything can happen, schedules and whatnot. And that I would certainly delve into this potential role and do an abundance of research, work with staff, just in the event that Supervisor Hernandez as chair, if he couldn't make a meeting or had something happen or got ill or whatever it might be, I would be ready to step in and run these meetings efficiently, give everybody an equal say. And I do want to just point out, we all have our differences of opinion. I'm a firm believer that the chair is somebody that has to take a certain level of neutrality. You have to sort of bring yourself to the middle, so to speak. And that's something that I as well would take very seriously if elected as vice chair, that you have to have a different mindset on issues and how the dialogue occurs. And mainly I want to make sure everyone knows that I would give everyone their equal say on issues. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
I trust that Supervisor Kozmicki, that you would be that neutral spot, but considering the circumstances, I would have to support Bob Tiffany as vice chair in this position, because I feel the continuity piece of it, and then we start fresh with a new board. But the will of the board either way, I'm good with, but I think standing where I'm standing, I feel, I just feel it's important to keep Bob or Supervisor Tiffany in the vice chair position, but if that's not where he wants to be, then I would support Supervisor Kozmicki as vice chair. Mm-hmm.
So I'll need a motion.
Madam Chair, if I may, just some quick comments. I'm usually quick to be okay with moving this thing forward. I do appreciate Supervisor Kozmicki's comments, because I do believe the chair position in general is by default. It brings you to reality of what it means to work with different relationships, as you've experienced, right? I've experienced chairs through my last 3 years, and nothing has pushed that individual to be more of a unifier and neutral than the chair position, because that by default means you're managing a lot more things than just your individual voice. You're managing department heads, you're having you're preparing for an agenda, and ultimately you're getting ready for public, for the public voice to be spoken at the dais. So my point is I do agree with Supervisor Kozmicki being that position as the vice chair, because I do believe it's a reality check for all of us, and I think he'll be able to honor that position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
As I said, I'll need a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we elect Supervisor Kozmicki as vice chair for starting June 1st through the end of the year.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Those all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay. So it's a 4-1 with Supervisor Gonzalez dissenting. It is 11:45, and I know that there was an issue of timeliness earlier on the agenda, but it looks like we've lost that window.
Yeah, no, we're up to wait till 1:30 for that particular item, which
Okay.
would be item number 5.
So then can we go ahead and go on then to item number 3?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and go on to item number 3, please.
So Joel. Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's go ahead and, what, 5 minutes, 7 minutes?
Sure, 5 minutes will be fine.
5
Let's
minutes.
do 10 till, if you don't
Okay.
mind. Yeah.
Before we start this item, how did we want to handle the lunch break? At what?
Yeah, it'll be a half an hour lunch break, and it can be after this item, or if you want, we can go to lunch now and just defer this item.
No, we'll listen to
Yeah,
this
we'll
item.
listen to this item. As soon as this item's done, we can go to lunch.
Okay. Let's go ahead and then reconvene. Can I have everybody take their seats, please? Go ahead, Joel, when you're ready to begin.
Good morning. Joel Ellenwood, the Assistant County Counsel, and I'm here to address the fact that we have 2 initiative petitions being processed, and I'd like to review the general process and timelines and the status of both of the initiatives, and then because there were some questions raised about what the county's role in addressing initiative measures, I've added some additional information on that. And I wanted to thank the County Councils Association, because I borrowed heavily from a workshop that they presented on initiatives and referenda and the county's position on it, from my colleagues from Shasta County, El Dorado County. So we'll get to those. I've also uploaded and attached to this agenda item the source materials in terms of the portions of the elections code and the government code that pertain to county initiative measures. So, and the major cases interpreting some of those provisions for future reference by board members or members of the public, if they wanted to know what's being summarized in this presentation. So, again, we have 2 initiative measures. One that was addressed earlier in terms of it has been submitted to the Elections Department for certification. That process is nearly complete. Staff completed its review of the signatures, but the final review of that by the administration has not been completed, and because of some staff illnesses at the senior level, it may or may not be on the next agenda, but will certainly be on the following agenda for board action. The other initiative, which pertains to health and safety buffer and amendments to the general plan health and safety policy 6.9, which would establish a 3.5 mile buffer around the Tri-Cal facility in Northern California, or in Northern County, has not yet been submitted to the Elections Department for verification of signatures. It is anticipated that is likely to be submitted in the near future. So for each of those, the first step was that the proponents submitted a notice of intention. We've received both of those. Both of those, the County Council's office has prepared ballot titles and summaries. Both have published their notice of intention and the County Council ballot and title and summary, and so they began circulating the petitions for signatures. They have up to 180 days, but there is a hard stop if they want to make the November ballot, which is a ballot measure would have to be certified or submitted to the ballot by vote of this body on or before August 12th. That's 88 days prior to the November election. So the petitions have to be submitted, and then the signatures verified, and then brought forward to this body for a decision to either adopt or submit them to the voters on the ballot
Joel, just to
before
make
that time.
just to make sure, just because the agenda just mentions the one initiative, I want to make sure that the presentation just deals with the one initiative.
Well,
Yeah, I know the law regarding
again,
initiatives.
they're only being asked to take action with regard to the second.
Yeah, we just want to keep it limited.
petition. Okay, thank you. So, again, the total of signatures needed are 2,060 valid signatures of voters from San Benito County. Once that certification occurs, then the registrar of voters, the county elections officials presents that certification to the Board of Supervisors at its next regularly scheduled meeting to adopt the measure or submit it to the voters. So the options again are to adopt the measure as submitted without alteration at the meeting at which the certified petition is submitted, or within 10 days thereafter. That would require setting a special meeting for that purpose. To order the election, which then would be submitted at the next statewide election more than 88 days later. And again, to make the November ballot, that deadline is August 12th. Or to order an Elections Code 911 impact report to be presented within 30 days of certification of sufficiency. Now, with respect to the second petition to establish a buffer zone, this board has the option of requesting the preparation of that 9111 report at any time during the circulation of the petition for signature. So you could make that decision today, or you could wait until the signatures have been certified and presented to the board for action. And that 9111 impact report has to be presented within 30 days of the certification of sufficiency, and then the board has to act to adopt the measure as submitted within 10 days or order an election.
Question for you, Joel.
Yes.
The 9111 report, in order for the timeliness for it to be completed, what's the time frame required on the county's part in order to do that for the second petition?
Well, it depends on how much time you give us. Because if you wait until it's certified, we only have 30 days to prepare and present that report. If you make an earlier decision, then that extends the time to prepare that. Now, we have not identified anyone to prepare the 9111 report for the second initiative petition. So we'd need some lead time to identify who should prepare it and get them prepared to prepare and present that.
So it's your preference that we give that to you as soon as possible, then?
That would provide the greatest flexibility in getting that report prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that in addition to, the board has one other option. Once the petition is certified, if the deadline for the next regular election has passed, so in other words, if for some reason the second petition was not certified until after August 12th, then the next regularly scheduled statewide election would be the primary in 2024, which could be either March or June, I'm not certain which, but it would have to wait until 2024 unless the board decided to call a special election for a day between 88 and 103 days later. But in that case, the county would be paying the full cost of that special election on that initiative measure. So again, that 9111 report can be ordered at any time during circulation of the petition, so you could make that order today with regard to the second petition. And the contents would include fiscal impacts, internal consistency with a general or specific plan, housing elements and zoning, effect on the use of land and the ability to meet regional housing needs, impact on infrastructure funding, including transportation, schools, parks, and open space, the impact on the ability to attract or retain business or employment, or any other matters that you request or direct be addressed in that report. The purpose of that report is to both inform you as to in making a decision whether to adopt the initiative as submitted, or to inform the voting public of the potential consequences if that measure were approved by the voters. And that report has to be accurate, fair, impartial, and an impartial presentation of the relevant facts to aid the voters in reaching an informed judgment regarding the ballot measure. So the staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors authorize the CAO to contract for an Elections Code 9111 report for the General Plan Health and Safety Code, Section HS 6.9, which also would establish a 3.5-mile buffer around the Tri-Cal facility along Highway 25 at the northern end of the county. So what is the county's and the supervisor's role once an election has been called for on an initiative measure? And again, I'm summarizing a number of cases. Those cases are included in the materials included with the agenda package. It is clear that the county may express an opinion on the merits of a proposal. Now, the county only acts through a majority vote by the Board of Supervisors. So a majority of the Board of Supervisors may express an opinion on the merits of either of the initiative proposals. The county, on the other hand, cannot campaign for or against an initiative measure. And what campaigning means is in the traditional sense of funding bumper stickers, signs, mailers, telephone banks, any use of county funds or resources to advocate for or against an initiative measure. That's considered campaigning. There is a distinction, though, for informational materials, which the county can provide, information, educational, or informational materials. And there's a fine line as to which is which. And the more recent Supreme Court Vargas versus the City of Salinas gives examples of those permissible facilities, activities. In the City of Salinas, there was an initiative measure to repeal the utility users tax, which was a significant source of funding for the City of Salinas. And the City Council adopted various measures that would illustrate what cuts would be made in city services if that revenue source was removed by the voters. And providing information about what city services would be cut was a permissible activity, not considered campaigning for or against the measure, but simply providing information to the voters as to what the impact of that change in the budget would have on services for the city. So what are acceptable versus impermissible activities? Impermissible activities, again, would be the traditional things associated with campaigning of buying bumper stickers, posters, having advertising floats or television or radio spots advocating for or against a measure. Those would unquestionably constitute improper campaign activities. The dissemination at public expense of campaign literature prepared by private proponents or opponents of a ballot measure would also be improper. But acceptable measures or permissible activities are taking a position on the ballot measure. That has to occur in an open public meeting at which the public and citizens may express their views. In other words, being on the agenda, allowing public comment, having discussion by the board members, and then ultimately a vote of a majority of the board to support or to take a position by the county or the board as a whole on a ballot measure.
Madam Chair, can I ask a
Yes.
quick question? Joel, backing up just for a minute, you mentioned that in the Salinas decision that it was determined that the services that would be cut was permissible as an educational thing. My question is it also permissible as part of the education to state, services that would not be able to be provided because we wouldn't have, the revenue in this case? In other words, not necessarily cutting, but services that we could not add. What's your same conclusion, or is that different?
Well, I think that's something that would be that we would expect would be addressed in the Elections Code 9111 report about what the fiscal impact of and what effect it may have on either county services or infrastructure should the measure pass. And then the board can review that report and provide that information to the public.
And then, in addition, you say provide that to the public, so I understand we can't campaign one way or another, but in terms of providing to the public, are the limitations as far as how we provide that to the public? In other words, can there be mailers? Can there be social media? As long as it's objective and is this catching? As long as it's objective and educational. I'm just curious.
Well, certainly one example would be to make the 9111 report itself available to the public, both on the county website and in print if someone requested it. You could create this county doesn't have a regular newsletter as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware, but in Salinas, for example, they had a regular newsletter and they had a summary of what cuts would be made, referred to in the newsletter. That would be another example of a permissible activity. Again, publicizing the fact that the report would be available on social media, the county's social media accounts, those would be permissible activities. So it really has to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis, so a specific a proposal for expenditure of funds would have to be voted on by the board, but we'd also provide the board with an opinion about how the factors discussed in the Vargas versus Salinas case would be applied to that particular instance. So, a county department might present staff reports or other analyses at regular meetings of the board that demonstrates a department's view of the matter of the merits of a ballot measure to assist the Board of Supervisors in its decision, and again to inform the public. A county department may respond to citizen inquiries about a ballot measure in a way that provides a fair presentation of the facts about the measure and the department's view of the merits of the ballot measure. Those are, again, permissible under Vargas. and a representative of a county department may be authorized to accept invitations from private or public organization to present the department's or the county's view of a ballot measure at a meeting of a private or public organization. That,
So Joel, going back to Supervisor Tiffany's concern, if we as a board chose to address this at a public meeting and the county took an official position, that would be a permissible activity.
that's correct.
Okay.
Again, the analysis of what is acceptable versus impermissible is fact-intensive, and there's a style, tenor, and timing test that would apply. There are no hard and fast rules that govern every case. One of the questions would be, was the information delivered in a manner consistent with established practice regarding regular county or departmental public communication channels? So, if you had a monthly newsletter or something along those lines, to include an article on the ballot measure and the county's position on it, or the financial impacts, would be a permissible activity. But creating a special mailer might not be considered appropriate. And again, is it delivered in a way that emphasizes facts and doesn't use inflammatory language or argumentative rhetoric? The communications shouldn't be to encourage the public to adopt the department or county's views, to vote one way or another, or to take any action in support of or in opposition to the ballot measure. Those would be considered impermissible.
And then for clarification's sake, a supervisor is entitled in their own personal time and effort to be able to advocate for or against an item, provided they are not using the official voice of the county.
Yes, and I'm about to address that in greater detail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The Elections Code deals with arguments that are to be made for and against a ballot measure. And it gives priority to the positions taken by the Board of Supervisors by majority vote, or by any member or members of the board, and allows them to file a written argument for or against any county ballot measure, and that's limited to 300 words. And those are submitted to the elections officials for inclusion in the ballot pamphlet or voter information guide that is mailed to every voter in advance of each election. So just as there are candidate statements that can be included in those voter information guides, there is a summary of that the county council's office prepares, an impartial summary of the ballot measures, and then there are arguments for and against ballot measures. And so the supervisors can author, either as a board or as individual members, arguments for or against any ballot measure. And then the county elections officials selects one argument in favor and one of the arguments against the measures for printing and distribution to the voters in that voter information guide. And there's a priority set by statute as to which arguments submitted by whom take preference. And the first preference is for arguments submitted by the Board of Supervisors or a member of the Board of Supervisors. The second preference would be an individual voter or a association of citizens or combinations of voters and associations who are the sponsors or proponents of the measure. So, and then third would be associations of citizens, and fourth preference would go to individual voters who are eligible to vote on the measure. How that plays out is that you could have one or more board members submit an argument in favor of a measure, and one or two board members submitting arguments against the measure on the same ballot argument. And up to 5 signatures can be put on a ballot argument. So if the board was unanimous in its position and all 5 board members chose to sign the ballot argument, those would be the only signatures on that argument, either for or against. If less than 5, then the ballot argument could combine the signatures of proponents or opponents of a ballot measure. So it's a kind of a mix or match opportunity there. As I say, multiple supervisors or individual supervisors may submit separate opposing arguments for or against the ballot measure. Any argument for or against the ballot measure by a majority of the members of the board would have to be approved in accordance with the Brown Act, in other words, as an action item on a published agenda to be taken at an open public meeting and subject to public comment. Individual supervisors may join arguments submitted by other proponents or opponents for or against the ballot measure, again, with up to 5 signatories per argument. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to address any questions. Now, let me just make it clear that neither the board as a whole or individual supervisors are required to make arguments for or against it. You may simply choose to remain neutral on either as the county as a whole or as individual supervisors. Yes.
Madam Clerk, can we go to the public and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. No other comments.
Okay, Supervisor Dirks, go ahead.
I just had a question. So just for the sake of clarity on the ballot and, you know, when it's actually published, is there only one comment for and one comment against that gets chosen? Are there multiple ones? Just
Well,
one?
there's both the initial argument and then there's a rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the end, there's more than one.
Okay.
But there's one initial argument for or against. It could be that on some ballot measures, you'd only have people arguing for it and no one is opposing it, in which case there wouldn't be a rebuttal.
Right.
But assuming that there's both an argument for and against, then each side would have a right to have a rebuttal. And there are timing requirements in terms of submitting these to the elections officials. If there's some impropriety in the argument itself, there's the opportunity to go to court to clarify that what can and can't be submitted as part of a ballot argument or as part of the county council's impartial summary, for that matter. So.
Okay, and is there a cost associated with this?
I'm sorry?
Is there a cost associated?
I don't believe so, but I'd have to clarify that with the elections official.
Yeah, no, I just wanted the public to be able to know as well. Yeah.
Madam Chair, so Joel, when you mentioned that Elections Code, what, 9162-9166, 300 words in length. Are you speaking specifically to the rebuttal in the ballot measure
Well,
itself?
the rebuttal, I think, is limited to 200 words.
Or 200?
The initial
the
argument
elections
is
code's
300 words, and the rebuttal is shorter.
Oh, so 300 for the proponents and 200 for the...
No, again, both the proponents and the opponents would first get 300 words, and then they'd have 200 words for the rebuttal arguments.
Oh,
All right?
okay. So that's, but it's going to be in the general, right? So it's only one time when it's going to come up.
Again, this is on the voter information guide. It doesn't appear on the ballot itself.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Got it.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Dirks, was your question about the cost of arguments?
Yes.
I don't believe that there's any charge for anybody to submit an argument. There's a form, there's a specific form they need to fill out.
I just wanted
Yeah,
that to be
yeah.
clear to the public so that if they.
Yeah.
Thanks. I just wanted that to be clear to the public, so if they so chose, they knew that there wasn't a cost associated to stop them from, you
Right,
know,
right.
speaking for or against.
They do need to fill out a specific form that's available from the Elections Department.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I think that we can anticipate that the proponents of these two initiative measures would each be submitting an argument in favor of their initiative measure. And one or more of the board members could join in that argument, should you choose to do that. Or to prepare arguments against a ballot measure. And again, one or more, and to submit those arguments. So, or to refrain from making arguments altogether.
And just from reading them in the past, you said there are up to 5 signatures on the argument for or against, and then there's a rebuttal, and if I recall, I mean, you can have a different 5 on the rebuttal. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But the persons who signed the initial argument would have to authorize someone else to sign the rebuttal argument.
Right.
In their place.
Right. And then I know we're talking about the voter information guide, but again, just to reiterate, although the Board of Supervisors can't itself campaign, individual supervisors have every right to actively campaign for or against either of these initiatives.
That's correct. But it has to be without the use of any county funds.
Right.
So.
Correct.
But, you know, participating in a campaign committee for or against a measure.
Personal funds are okay. And also, using your name or not using, your title or not using title is permissible as well. Supervisor Tiffany or just Bob Tiffany, whichever way you want to do it, that's okay as well.
Yeah, I think it's permissible to identify any particular title that you, or profession that you hold.
And then I guess the last question is, you already stated that a majority of the board could take a position in a public meeting for or against the initiative. As far as campaigning goes, if public funds are not being used, could more than one supervisor join together to campaign one way or another?
Well, you would have to deal with the limitations of the Brown Act of not having 3 supervisors
Right. But you could have-
present at an event, because that would not be permissible under Brown Act limitations, because clearly this is an issue of significance to the county. So
Okay.
there would be limitations
Sure.
in terms of the number of supervisors participating. I know I've looked at some past ballot measure arguments in which at least one supervisor joined in the argument in support. I don't recall whether other supervisors joined in the argument against, so.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So it's a pretty complicated area of the law, it sounds like to
It
me.
is.
Yeah, just got to walk a lot of fine lines. And,
Fun for lawyers.
Yeah. So I don't have any comments on Strata Verde, the proposal or the initiative itself. I just, as a matter of principle, and I have been consistent with this, and it's not on the record really, but just I want everyone to know that I've always been just inherently against these types of economic impact studies. Going back to my time as a newspaper editor, I've covered a lot of these initiatives through the years, and I just always have felt like, and I understand they're legal, and I don't have a problem with, the board obviously moving forward with an economic impact study, but I feel like no matter what side you stand on, these essentially are, to me at least, they are a form of political advocacy, or they at least provide a basis for some level of political advocacy, and for that reason, I'll be voting against the study. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I meant to make one other comment. I just, listening to some of the public comments, and I'll just, since I wanted to wait, since we're talking about the initiative now, I just want to emphasize that I think, the county is doing everything possible to be totally transparent and to ensure that, we're following all proper laws in regards to these initiatives. And, some of the comments earlier in this meeting, I think were totally without merit and unfounded. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
I just want to say that while I appreciate what Supervisor Kosmicki, is saying about policy, and I think we do need to be careful in the language so as to stay neutral, I do feel like an economic impact study is only beneficial. We don't know what side it's going to come out on. And I do feel like our community needs to know, if we're going to be transparent, the financial effects this has on our county. I think there's some misinformation regarding, where county funds go. We try to be super transparent with our budget. We've received an award for having our budget on the county website and all of that, but still and yet I think there are things that persist. I think it's really important that people understand the financial impacts that their decisions make so that they as voters can understand. I think they all ask and would like us as supervisors to make sure that we're looking not just at the short-term impacts our decisions make, but the long-term impacts. And I think it's only right that we provide that same level of information to our constituents as well as they're making decisions, potentially for the county as a whole too. If that's a decision they want to make, then I hope that they would have all the information from all sides to make that best decision, just as we strive to do as we represent them.
The only comment I would make is initiative measures affecting land use are not subject to CEQA. So there is no process to vet either environmental or financial effects of a proposed project. And the 9111 report is I think, intended in part to plug that gap of information for the public before a decision which could have significant consequences, either environmentally, from a planning or economic perspective, not just in terms of attracting business or other financial or infrastructure finance impacts. So that's the purpose of the 9111 report.
And I would agree with you, Joel, on that. So since you do require timeliness, I thank you for, on this item, the first bullet point, thank you for the presentation on both of the measures. You're asking for for us to provide staff direction on the timeliness in terms of preparing the 9111 report, and I'm going to go ahead and support that. And I'll just go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and give the staff the opportunity as much time as possible to prepare the financial impacts and what it could, services or whatever may be impacted, whether it's reduction or elimination of any type of service. And so I'm going to make a motion on this item that we go ahead and authorize the staff to begin preparation of the 9111 report.
I'll second that.
I have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
I support it, Madam Chair, but if I can have some final comments, I'd like there to be a discussion further on a separate agenda item to talk about, basically an engagement mechanism, if there is a newsletter or something like that, for the education of the public.
And I think that would be the second component, that if we as the board chose to do take a position on the measure, whether it's for or against it, and we have it come back to a public meeting, and then we'd have opportunity for discussion at that point. This right now is just to authorize the 9111 so the county can go ahead and indicate.
And let me clarify, the board already authorized, and there is a 9111
what?
report in process for the general plan initiative for the commercial nodes and requiring voter approval for land use changes. That report is under preparation and will be ready for the board at the time that you vote on whether or not to adopt that measure or to put it on the ballot. This specific motion is for the second initiative related to the buffer zone.
And so we're not taking a position, it's just allowing the county to prepare for any kind of financial impact.
Well, to clarify, Madam Chair, my point is if we're being consistent, this is not about campaigning, it's about, or taking a position. It's literally about making sure the dissemination of that information, because I imagine that 9/11 report is going to be fairly complicated and a lot of information. That's why I referenced a newsletter, something that basically has bullet points, strong elements for education of the public, that's all.
That's the whole purpose of the 9111.
Well, actually, for clarity, I think what Supervisor Hernandez is bringing up, the 9111 does provide a fiscal kind of analysis, kind of filling in the gap of CEQA. But I think what Peter and Supervisor Hernandez is saying is how is there going to be an opportunity to disseminate that information? Is the county going to disseminate that information? And I think what you're asking for is put it on a separate meeting to discuss that, which we can do. I would highly recommend that we do that as an educational piece for the public. And we have been working internally going out for not an RFP process, but getting quotes to actually do that, so we can bring back a report to your board at the next meeting to discuss that.
So yeah, I definitely.
I'd ask the chair just if Supervisor Hernandez could identify whether he was voting for or against the motion.
For, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the other item we have is to authorize the CAO to select and contract with a qualified consulting firm not to exceed $50,000. What is the will of the board regarding that?
I'll make that motion.
Second, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a first and second. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
No.
We have a 4-1 with Supervisor Kazmicki being the no. Okay. All right. So you indicated lunch at this point then?
Yeah, that'd be great. We can do, it's up to your board, 20-minute, half an hour lunch. It's your board's decision.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch, and we'll resume at 1:06. We are on item number 4.
Yeah, Madam Chair. If I may, we have Burke Dunphy available at 1:30, so if we could defer this item after item number 5.
Okay.
And we'll move forward with number 5, item number 5, and that'll be presented to us by Gracie Rodriguez, Management Analyst in Administration. Gracie?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This item will be presented by Valerie Eglin, which, by the looks of it, she's not present at this time. So we can either defer to a later time.
Can we defer to a future meeting?
Now, she was here present.
Was just here all morning, yes. Can we go ahead and start the next item then? Is there, well, no, because Steve isn't here.
How about item number 6?
We can do item number 8, for sure.
Okay, let's
We
do-
got that one down.
Let's go ahead
All
and do
right.
item 8 then.
Sounds great. We'll move to item 8. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to
Be
invite up.
flexible today.
We'll invite Henny Rink. She's our HR manager, and she's going to be presenting this item.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. Today's item is to adopt a resolution for exception to the 180-day wait period to hire extra help retired Lieutenant Karen Overstreet to perform the duties of Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. It's a long sentence. As your board may recall, a previous agenda item was brought to the board on April 26, 2022, regarding the hiring of Ms. Overstreet as a retired annuitant. However, it was approved as a consent item. CalPERS has since notified the county that the item needs to be a resolution. Is it on? It's on. Oh, it's dead. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. CalPERS has since notified the county that the item needs to be a resolution and needs to be approved as a regular agenda item. This is a regulatory requirement per government code according to CalPERS. The effective date for Ms. Overstreet's hire would be retroed to May 5th of 2022, which is the day she began working. Staff recommendation is adopt resolution pursuant to California Government Code 7522.56 and 21224, requesting CalPERS to allow an exception for the 180-day waiting period for extra help retired annuitants, and direct Human Resources staff to email and properly execute and signed resolution along with other documentation required by CalPERS to consider the exception request. I'm available for any questions. If you have anything on this?
Can we go to the public, please?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, you can provide a speaker card. No comments.
Okay. Does the board have any questions regarding this item? No. We all understand what needs to be done, and so we will need some sort of a motion for the adoption.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution pursuant to California Government Code 7522.56 and 2122.4, requesting CalPERS allow an exemption from the 100-day waiting period.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We have a 5-0 on that item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's the next one we can take care of?
We can do number 9.
Okay.
We have the board here.
Would anyone like to begin with item number 9 and give us your update on your committee assignments and so forth?
I'll jump in real quick. Since my last board meeting, we had a LAFCO meeting that Supervisor Gonzalez and I were at. We were both on that commission. We continued a lively discussion about we're looking at Sunny Slope Water District and possibility of them providing wastewater service north of Airline Highway. Anyway, so which it's an ongoing issue. So that was LAFCO. Also, I joined in a Ag Commissioner ad hoc meeting with Supervisor Dirks, county staff, including Karen that we just voted on, but she's going to be assisting us and also working to potentially help with an in-house candidate in that area. And then lastly, last week, again with Supervisor Dirks, I attended a behavioral health board meeting. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, we met with the ad hoc commissioner, ag commissioner meeting, which is why we just voted on number 8. And there was a behavioral health board meeting last week as well, and that I attended with Supervisor Tiffany. And so we were looking at that situation there. And then Supervisor Kosmicki and I, with the homeless ad hoc, we looking at talking to somebody about looking at a long-term solution for vehicle storage for our homeless population and potentially expansion of the shelter in a location. So hopefully that will be moving forward in a more quick-like manner. We might have some more information in the next few weeks. I attended with Supervisor Gonzalez, the Coalition for the Library on Saturday morning. There was a Zoom meeting with just kind of an update on where they were at with that and, looking at a new facility there. And then this wasn't an actual committee, but I went to the Chamber Scholarship night dinner for seniors, and there was a bunch of scholarships handed out from different local businesses, and from a fundraiser that was done, to my understanding, in September of 2021. So it's really exciting to see young people starting out on their next phase and journey of life in different avenues, whether it be college or some sort of other vocational field. And then I talked with the water district too, as well, at a couple different occasions regarding our drought situation.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, Madam Chair. So COG, the Council of Governments, was the big one for me, aside from what Supervisor Dirks previously mentioned. So first off, we accepted the resignation of the COG Executive Director, and we approved a path forward as far as how to potentially fill that position, including going out for a project management firm to make sure that the big projects keep moving forward while we don't have a director, and then also starting the process of doing the permanent replacement for a COG Executive Director. We also, one second, I got a big item, but I'm going to, some of the few smaller ones. We discussed the governor's budget surplus. The proposal included $20 billion for transportation, so it's something that, we're really wanting to jump on, and essentially the recommendation from the board was to send a letter to Senator Caballero and Assemblyman Rivas reinforcing our request for additional funding for the Highway 25 project, along with local streets and roads. And I made a recommendation on also including in that letter to advocate for funding for the 2 roads that lead to state facilities, including San Juan Canyon area and the Cienega Road, Hollister Hills. So that letter is going to be going out. It was noted the big turbo roundabout at 25 and 156. There have been some delays on that with some shipment issues, so that won't happen till after Memorial Day. Obviously, we're getting close to Memorial Day now. And then the main item was the RENA item, and the board ended up voting to approve the RENA allocation under protest, under several stipulations that our planning staff at the county, Abraham and his staff, and the city staff was involved in offering some suggestions on how we as local jurisdictions can potentially move forward in a way where we accept the allocations, but we also put some stipulations in there that would allow us to grow in a way that is what I think a lot of us want to do, which is really emphasizing real affordable housing. And so I'll be making a recommendation during the future items, because the COG board essentially made a recommendation that the local jurisdictions, the county, the city of Hollister, and the city of San Juan Bautista consider implementing some of these stipulations that we put in, which included an emphasis on workforce housing within the RENA numbers. So to add a workforce housing element to it from I believe it was 120% to 300% of median income. So a lot of the hope is that if we do have to build, that we can set those houses aside for workforce housing. The second one was to basically implement the state's own guidelines for how much affordable housing you include within your affordable allocation. So now we have 15%, but within that 15%, the state guidelines call for, I have it here on my notes here, call for 22% very low, 18% low, 19% moderate, and 41% above moderate. And then the last recommendation was to consider the elimination of single-family zoning, which is something that other jurisdictions have considered, and the city or county of Sacramento has in place itself. So I'll be, at the end of the meeting, I'll bring that up for a future item to at least have a discussion on that and perhaps give direction on that. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question, Colin? As far as the RENA numbers under protest, did that involve the allocation per municipality between the two cities?
It did, and the allocation that was ultimately approved was the one where the county's zoning requirements were significantly reduced down to 7 or 8. And Abraham can correct me, but it was 800 or so, and the city of Hollister really was taking on the brunt of the zoning requirements. Yeah, but we did face from every direction we were hearing, look, you don't have an option. We could obviously sue the state, but we're going to lose that, and then we could potentially lose a lot of funding for a lot of these programs. So we are, like I said, that's why we did it under protest, so the state knows that we don't necessarily agree with 5,000 homes in the zoning, but also if you're going to require us to zone for 5,000, here's how we would like to do it. And our planning staff advised us on that and told us that we could go in that direction. So that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
So without being overly redundant, yeah, the COG element obviously has put us in a tough position as a county. So I had some issues actually with the technology in our Zoom meeting, but nonetheless, I support what Supervisor Kosmicki is mentioning. Basically, the idea of a protest means we're not going to just support exactly as the state says. If there's a way for us to figure out a local way of controlling development, encouraging affordable housing, then that's what we're going to do. And so there's supposed to be some follow-up with the next meeting, I believe.
I'll ask for a future agenda item at the end if we'll formalize it then.
Was that Supervisor Hernandez?
That's it. Sorry. Go
All right. It's been a busy 2 weeks since last we met. I had an interview with a high school student on the nature of politics in local government, and it was an interesting conversation. I also met with the Hollister Youth Alliance, and they too are going to be requiring some assistance in funding. So I'm hoping once we receive the email from Diane Ortiz, we as a board can look collectively to see how we can help them solve some of their funding issues. As was mentioned by Supervisor Tiffany, I did attend the LAFCO commission, and there's an issue regarding water and sewer that needs to be delivered to the Gavilan College site, and there's some concern as to an issue of jurisdiction at the LAFCO board, but that meeting was postponed from the June meeting. It sounds like sometime later in the year. I did meet with the coalition for the library, and it was disappointing that we didn't have a lot of more information to be able to share. I know that there was some discussion that Ray, our CEO, was not able to meet with them, so I'm hoping next time they schedule a meeting, Ray, that you're able to fit it into your calendar. They do have some pressing questions that only you can answer. I also attended an AMBAG Board of Directors meeting, and again, just voting on the ability to continue with electronic communications by the meetings. Yesterday, I attended a resiliency network to deal with the topic of food insecurities. And once the official results are out, there was a survey that was commissioned by the UC Santa Cruz, and I would hope that we can have that as a future agenda item as to addressing how the county can assist within the food insecurities issue here. This in San Benito County. All right, so that would take us then, that's finishing up item number 9 for those of you who are just walking in. We are now going back to item number 5. All right, let's go ahead and go to 5. Thank you, Valerie, for being here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and respected board members. Here for this presentation, just a little bit of background. On April 26, 2022, the Board of Supervisors meeting, Ms. Valerie Eglin, present here today, requested an opportunity to address the board on a campaign mailer. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it to Valerie Eglin to present the mailer.
Okay, well, you guys took a very fast lunch. I was settling into mine. And
We
I
did
said-
say 106.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, so be it.
Thanks for coming back, Valerie. So we almost postponed it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I hadn't been in that position before. Very excited to present to you today. You have before you samples of the mailing that we have developed with Gerardo Martinez. It's a product of a lot of research and work and design and back and forth, looking at the dialogue, trying to keep it as simple as possible, the least amount of reading possible, the most seductive kind of images. The envelope itself, we hope, is going to be irresistible to open. So, I mean, I don't know about you guys, how many envelopes for donations you get, things, advertisings come into your mailbox, but I only open things that look interesting. And this will, I'm hoping, will really key up some interest. So there's several ends to this product. First of all, let me start with the fact that it was in 2018 that the Board of Supervisors financed the county circulation or mailing of this card. You probably are all familiar. There's still even a few out here in the rotunda. So that was very successful. The Chamber of Commerce delivered those in every welcome basket that they produce. So we're hoping to produce enough extra that we can provide for the Chamber of Commerce to put in their envelopes that they hand out to new families. But within the envelope then is, if you've noticed many of those donation envelopes that you get, it has a little gift of some kind. There's a little calendar, there's a little notepad, there's a little something, right? So here we've developed the fold-up that they can keep that has all the parks in San Benito County. from the Pinnacles to the Pajaro, right? We haven't gotten the Pajaro one yet, but, you know, we're working on that. We were able to put enough second language interest in there so that it does keep keep that dialogue moving in the whole community. So in here, let's see, we've also included the logos of all the participating people in Reach San Benito Parks Foundation and in this mailing. There are more on the legal size, that flyer. We've got a great representation down at the bottom of Youth Alliance, Community Foundation, COG, because with COG, we've been on the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee there for years. So it's imperative that we keep that together. So with that, we're asking for $5K from the county to contribute to the printing, folding, and mailing of this item. So we have gotten bids from 3 different providers. We have retained, or kind of like clawed back, our USPS nonprofit number through a mailing house in San Jose. Because actually, once you have applied for a nonprofit status as a nonprofit with the USPS, United States Postal Service, then that's a designation forever. You're in the record, you're a nonprofit, you are capable of, or you're designated for mailing. If you want to do the mailing yourself, which we did the first time around, then, you know, you take it to the mail, post office, you take it, you know, you do all the work. But with this one, with the mailing house, we decided that how much work was just a little over the top. So this will provide more efficiency to our process. You know, I had this whole spiel to say, right? And it's probably disappeared in my paperwork. Questions? Maybe, actually, let me go over the images. We've included our current bicycle mapping provided by the county, and our county parks, historic, regional, and Sunnyside. Then the Anza Trail. So we've tried to give a good sampling in the visuals so that people can take a look and know more, you know, before they get there. Hollister City Parks and Rec actually does a very good job of advertising their parks, and so we've collaborated quite a bit on different things. The second side of the legal size flyer that has the future River Parkway as in Dreamland, right? But also what was important, we provided that little picture of Robert Rivas handing over information down at the park. And the last time I saw him at some event, he asked that we send this flyer down so that he can put it up in the office. I thought that was great. So what else can I say? What do you need to hear?
Well, let's go to the public first, and then we'll come back to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
To make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay. So does the board have any questions or comments they'd like to ask of Valerie and Reach San Benito?
Yes, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So the first one was most of the parks are city parks, it looks like. I mean, we have a few that are the county. I'm just wondering if, I know it's $5,000, you know, it's not a huge sum. Have you approached the city of Hollister, city of San Juan
We've
to
approached
share the costs?
We're on the agenda for Hollister City for 7,500.
Oh, okay, so you're,
More than that.
Yeah,
So
we
you-
have.
so
we
what's
got-
the
we had-
total?
We had 5,000 from Community Foundation. Reach San Benito Parks Foundation has raised personally, or ourselves, 5K. And then we're asking for 5K from the county and 750 from the city. Because the city has the bulk of the population. However, it's a county park, but they hold the greatest interest.
okay, got it, that answers that.
Mhm,
So this would be, I guess so the camera can see it, so that sheet would be
On the back side.
on the backside?
Yeah, yeah. I did my printing at home, sorry.
That's fine. It took me a few seconds to kind of put together that was the regional park. Is this a completed graphic? Because my suggestion would be, because the Riverview Regional Park text is so small, I wonder if that should be where the reach promotion is at the top. You have reach, and then right below reach you have the spelling out what the reach stands for. But then the regional park, of course, that's a county park, so I'm biased, but I feel like the regional park should be, this is getting nitpicky, obviously, but when I looked at this particular graphic, like I said, if I'm one of those people that's going to throw it out within 5 seconds, that would have gotten thrown out, because I just saw, you know, water and I saw reach promotion. I didn't put together the regional trail part. Can that be moved into that more prominent spot?
We really considered what to include in the graphic. The regional park is in development. The Sunnyside Park is in development. We wanted to show that these things, and putting them in the top section of that flyer, puts them as the most important thing. On the back side, which it'll go like that.
I guess all I'm saying is, do you understand where I'm coming from with the regional park promotion? I feel like reach is being promoted, you know, like 10 times the size of the regional park, and the graphic is a regional park.
That's why we put in 5K.
Okay, all right, that's it, thanks.
See, okay, let me do a little reasoning on reach as a whole. It works for gang prevention. It works for the promotion of all of our sports, our cycling, building parks, getting kids out, working with Youth Alliance. As a whole, the foundation is something that is being built for the county, totally nonprofit, all volunteer work. So in the future, we have researched the Parks Foundations in Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, Morgan Hill, Santa Clara County, and we work with the National Association of Parks Foundations, and looked at all the qualifiers for a foundation that support a community and what it's all about. So the reasoning for promoting reach and putting a remit envelope in there is to bring money back to the county park.
Yeah, but and this one's going in there as well?
Yes.
So you have it there as well, recreation, exercise.
Correct.
So that was just my request. I just thought if we're going to promote the regional park, maybe we can do that a little more prominently than reach, because it's public dollars. So I am always, I think you know this, I'm always fairly leery of, putting county money, whatever the dollar amount is, toward nonprofits.
And all of this is for the county.
But that's
because the Board of Supervisors also represents the people in every city.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I'm open to supporting areas where there's a direct service or a direct impact to the county, But that's why I'm just being a little picky here with, if we're gonna promote the regional park, I feel like I'm gonna throw that out. I don't even know if that's I don't know what that is. When I'm a layperson and I see that graphic, I'm just saying, as a design person, I'm gonna probably skip over that because it's just promoting reach for the third or fourth time. And then the regional park is way down here in really small text. So I just was
Way down
wondering if
here
it's
in really
possible
small
to.
text. I see.
That was all.
Mhm.
Yeah. And if you could do that, I would support it. But otherwise, I don't think I can support just,
Parks at all.
no,
Thank you.
I don't think I can support just creating a platform for reach to fundraise. I think there are other.
Do you consider a Parks Foundation irrelevant? Are we irrelevant to this county?
No, I'm just saying that as a principal,
Madam Chair, point of order.
I generally don't support, and I've said this over and over, I didn't
We're
support the
going to let him
chamber.
continue.
Yeah, so I just, for now, I'm willing to support it as long as you put a little more prominent language for the regional park. That would be fine
The
with me.
regional park is not the only park we have. We do want to develop it, and unless we get money coming in and support that can help develop it, then we're not going to get it. So it's the advocacy that we're reaching out for and promoting within the county with this mailer that will bring an added layer of validity and money and development to our tourism.
I know, but if
our
you're asking
gangs
for
prevention.
taxpayer dollars, I just feel like you should be willing to budge a little bit on the reach focus versus.
But see, we're not focusing just on the regional park.
I know, but I don't even know what that graphic is. That's what I'm saying when I look at
Well,
that.
I have glasses too.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I had two questions, Valerie. So one is, so is this going to touch all 62,000, basically all the residents in San Benito County?
It's about 24,000 households. Yes,
Households.
residences, right.
Residences,
Yeah.
got it. And then when is this going out?
We're hoping after the elections.
I was going to say, because if it's probably during the election cycle, it'd be a little bit tough.
no.
Your intention is good to not have these things thrown away, right? But in an election cycle, it's probably tough.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, I like, my only recommendation, yeah, is I totally like it and I support it. I think 5,000 is nominal. I know the cost of printing and ultimately distribution in an election cycle, or just even as a reference point, the election is, it's not beyond reason, 5,000. Maybe we could move forward, even kind of considering, because I do agree there should be a focus on the regional parks separate from this, so maybe we can create a separate one, and obviously that would be a different cost. And I think then you can kind of create a focus from the county side, right? So separate conversation for a different time. I support this. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you for the presentation. And what's the total cost of the mailer? What's the total cost of the mailer?
17,500, something like that, before
Okay.
taxes. So
Yeah,
we'll
no.
be taking care of all the peripherals.
Okay, all right, that's great. And not to belabor the point, and I understand kind of what Supervisor Kosmicki was saying, just from a graphic design standpoint, because this is the background that I come from. We talk about marrying like copy packages and photo packages with headlines. And so I would be in support of perhaps moving, because I think he brings up a good point, just moving it, and I'm okay if it stays the same size that it currently is, but if you could move it up under the reach one, just as a label for the park, because sometimes when it's kind of divorced from what it is, the way the eye follows, there's all these studies that are done with graphic design. It does make it difficult to make that connection if you don't already have a piece there. But I'm okay if it's the same size that it currently is. If it just moves up to the top of the map, I think it will be easier for people to identify what the graphic is. That's my only piece there. But it's not a deal breaker for me. So regardless. But in any case, I do think that the flyer is great. I love the envelope. I think that's a really fun idea too. And when the mailer goes out, this is just a suggestion, you don't have to do it. One time I took my children and their friends, and we park hopped. I got a list of all the city parks on the city website, and in one day we went to every single park and took pictures there. So that might be kind of a fun social media challenge for our community as well, to do something like that. And how many parks can you visit in one day? Or a weekend, or maybe, I don't know. Anyway, but I really like it. I like that there's one place where we can find all the city and county parks too, with the brochure. So I think this is great. I think it'll be a huge benefit to the community. And there might be some people who didn't know about the bike map too, which I think is really great. And that there's, is there information on how people can access that map at a higher quality, so they'd be able to see it and zoom in on it?
Oh, that's right. We didn't put maybe here.
That's all. It's
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
suggestion. But in any case, I think it's great, and I'm excited that we're going to be doing it.
I know we do reference the county website for a number of different things in the brochures. Yeah, as references to where to look for more.
Okay. All right. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I think it looks great. Anyway, great job. Looking forward to seeing it. I think the envelope idea is really clever. And anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
I just say thank you, Valerie. I know that you represent REACH, and there's nobody in this community that has a bigger heart and commitment toward community parks, whether they're city or county. You're synonymous with parks. And so that's how I see you. And so we have an ARPA meeting tomorrow, and so I will make sure I advocate as best as I can to see that we get the funding that you need. It is just a drop under the bucket in comparison to the 17.5, and so I will try to do what we can.
Yeah, is that, Madam Chair, is it for certain we can do ARPA? Do we know? I was curious on that.
We will discuss that tomorrow when we have our ARPA funds, and I'm seeing a nod yes, but we will
Okay.
discuss it. They'll tell us tomorrow if it isn't, and so.
We could make a motion right now, right, Madam Chair? Just,
It's an informational presentation, and we will be mentioning this and bringing it up in the ARPA committee. And so I'd allow the process to continue. We'll bring it back to you for a expenditure if that's the consensus of the ARPA.
could we bring it back?
Well, it's up to your board. It's only $5,000, so staff can process this.
Yeah.
I think in light of timing, I think what we're saying here within the actual recommendation is that it's going to be $5,000, not to exceed. It'll come out of the parks budget if we cannot use ARPA funds, basically.
Okay, parks budget.
Okay.
So that's the plan.
So as long as we have a consensus to support
Yeah, that's
it.
right. It's up to the board.
I'm good with
So
that.
then do you need a motion then, so we can go
Well,
ahead?
it'd be good to get a
Okay,
motion, so at least we have that.
Supervisor
on record.
Hernandez, would you like
I
to
make a motion that we grant the authority to the CAO to either resolve ARPA or park funds for the expenditure.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? We have a 5-0, Valerie.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Congratulations on your advocacy.
Just asking questions, Valerie.
Thank you, Valerie. So we do have Burke Dunphy on the line, so we can go to that item, Madam Chair, if it's
Thank you.
okay with you.
Item
Okay.
number 4 then?
Item number 4. So this item was requested by your board. It's an IHSS discussion. Informational. And so we have Burke Dunphy. She works as our lead negotiator with our negotiating team. And so we have her just to kind of give a brief with regards to the public authority. So Burke?
Great, thank you so much, Ray, and hello, board members. Let me just share my screen and I will walk you through this brief presentation. All right, can everybody see the PowerPoint now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all so much for making time in your afternoon for this presentation. I know we were supposed to be here a few weeks back, but as Ray mentioned, my name is Burke Dunphy. I work for the law firm Sloan Sakai, Young and Wong, and have been working with the county for quite some time, most recently as the lead negotiator with respect to the in-home supportive services bargaining. But today's presentation is really just going to focus on the program and not a discussion of what's happening in negotiations, since that is typically a closed session item. So as a brief agenda for this presentation, I'll provide a short overview of the IHSS program, a snapshot of the program within San Benito County, and then a brief explanation of the fiscal structure for this program, given that there are a number of funding sources for it. It's a little bit complicated, but just so y'all have a sense of where the money comes from for this program. So in terms of an overview of the IHSS program, it is a statewide, state-mandated entitlement program that provides in-home care to generally older adults having the age of 65 as a threshold, and also folks with persons with disabilities of all ages. And it is an alternative to what is largely considered more costly out-of-home placement for these individuals. It allows folks to stay within their home and get the care that they need while being able to have the providers in the community. In order to qualify for IHSS, there are some thresholds for a client or consumer to be eligible for the IHSS program. Very high level. That includes they must be a resident of California. So it's a state mandated program. You have to be a resident of the state in order to be eligible for it. You have to qualify for Medi-Cal benefits. An individual needs to establish that they are unable to live safely in their own home without caregiver assistance. And also there's a certification form that folks need to submit to qualify for IHSS services. This slide, and I won't go into a ton of detail, but this slide is meant to show really the wide scope of services that an IHSS provider might provide to their client or the consumer. And these include things that this is sort of listed in, I guess, a spectrum of services that may be provided. They can include things such as domestic chores, which means kind of providing meal preparation, taking care of some personal needs of the consumer. Can go on to personal care, which is, making sure that folks have all of their personal hygiene needs met, accompanying them to medical appointments, to more kind of services that are involving kind of more extensive medical assistance. They include things like paramedical services or protective supervision. Really, the intent of this slide is just to show you that these IHSS providers can be asked, depending on their client needs, to provide a very wide scope of services to their clients. And it really varies depending on what the client need is. So as a bit of background as to how this program came to be, it's been around in one form or another for about 50 years. When it was initially formed back in the 1970s, it was known as the Homemaker Chore Program. And at that time, it was largely funded through the state's general fund. There was some limited federal support for the program. And there was, even at that time, a structure where counties contributed to the cost of the program. Currently, the California Department of Social Services really oversees this whole program. And so even though there's responsibility that sits with the county, a significant amount of responsibility for operating the program actually sits with the state. So this department oversees the program, also writes the regulations for these programs, and then each county is responsible for some aspects of providing those services within their respective communities. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means in a few slides. So noted here, although IHSS providers are paid through the state, so there's a centralized process for paying IHSS providers, and they are employed by their individual care recipients, who I've been referring to as clients or consumers. Just about 20 years ago, the state legislature modified the Welfare and Institutions Code, the citation is right here, to provide that each county shall act as or establish an employer for in-home supportive services providers for purposes of collective bargaining over terms and conditions of employment for those providers. And so a different way this gets phrased, and what you may have heard previously, is that counties, and in this county, your public authority, acts as the employer of record for IHSS providers for purposes of collective bargaining. These folks, the IHSS providers, are employed by their clients. The county does not have any of the traditional sort of indicia of an employment relationship. The county cannot make hiring decisions, cannot make a decision to end the relationship between the client and their IHSS provider, doesn't really set the terms of conditions over those individual client-provider relationships. That's all driven by the clients. So the clients make hiring decisions, they can decide to end the relationship. That doesn't sit with the county. But under the state statute, the county, through the public authority, is identified as the employer of record to negotiate over largely wages, health benefits. There are some other items that are detailed in the MOU between SEIU Local 2015, which is the representative for the county's IHSS providers, and the county's public authority. So to that point, with the second bullet point, there were a variety of ways that the statute and the legislature determined the county could establish an employer for purposes of collective bargaining. One of those options was to establish a public authority for in-home supportive services. That's what San Benito County chose to do. And so they are, that public authority is named in the contract, and they are providing, they're acting as the employer of record for purposes of collective bargaining. So so that's kind of a snapshot or an overview of the IHSS program. Now to dig in a little bit on what the program looks like in San Benito County. And I did, as noted up here, these statistics were pulled from the state database as of March 2022, since we had anticipated being here in mid-April. I was able to verify these numbers have not moved very much based on the updated April data, but as noted here, within the county of San Benito, you have about 674 individuals providing IHSS services to approximately 682 clients. Of that 682, of that 674, approximately 73.9% are providing care to a relative, and approximately 61% actually live with their clients. The remainder are providing care to folks they're not related to, or may live in a different home than their clients. And I guess to take one step back, something that's not noted in this presentation is that there are IHSS providers who are on the IHSS registry. So they may offer or provide services to folks outside of their own home who they're not related to. But as you can see here, there's a number of your providers who are providing services to family members. In March of 2022, we had those 674 IHSS providers provided approximately a little less than 74,000 hours of services to their clients. And then for San Benito County, the current wages and benefits total $16 per provider hour, and that's comprised of two components. First is $15.80 per hour, which that's split up into two components, the $15 per hour minimum wage and an 80-cent wage supplement that floats on top of the minimum wage. So that salary has increased as state minimum wage has gone up. In addition to that, San Benito County's public authority also provides a 20-cent per provider hour contribution towards dental and vision benefit costs. So that's where the total of 16 comes from. So in terms of the fiscal structure, again, this is a rather complicated structure, so we're touching on this at a relatively high level. The way that the funding structure works now is it's split between federal funds, state funds, and the county. So the county funding, but the county has had a funding share for quite some time. As noted on this slide, the county funding shares have gone up through the 90s. To this day, the county uses 1991 realignment funds to fund the IHSS program. That's not unusual. That's a pretty typical funding source for counties throughout the state for the IHSS program. As of now, the current participation structure is about 56% of the program costs are covered through federal funding. The remainder is covered by the state and counties. And of that, these numbers are approximate because, as noted in the bottom of the slide, the county or the state implemented what's referred to as a maintenance of effort structure. So the county is set, their contributions are set at a flat amount as opposed to a flat or fixed percentage. So the exact percentages may shift from year to year, but in general, the 44% of the non-federal share is covered about 65% by the state, and the remaining 35% of the non-federal share is covered by the counties. With respect to the maintenance of effort or MOE, there are inflationary factors built into that. So it increases, I believe the current inflationary factor is 4%. So that will grow each year, even if wages do not increase. So that's not based just solely on those increases in personnel costs. And so that brings us to the end of the informational presentation. I don't know if the county administrator has anything else he'd like to add, but happy to answer questions if there are any.
Yeah, we'll add a couple things. One is I know that there have been some comments from the public as well as, from the public concerning negotiations. Really, it's a private matter. It's a closed session matter. But I do want to allow you, or at least present, that we have reached out, we have communicated, and there's been occasions where we have not received anything with regards to meetings. So I just wanted to make sure, put that for the record, that Burke has been doing a good job. She's been outreaching, and there haven't been some replies with regards to timing on that meeting. So scheduling a meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, and then public knows that too.
The county is making its
efforts to meet.
Okay.
We're
All
doing
right.
our part.
So let's go ahead and go to the public on this item, please.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So, so it's we have a maintenance of effort, so a fixed cost. What is that? Or can we ask that question? Fixed cost. Because it sounds like it's 35% of the 44%. So what that's like maybe roughly 15% of the total dollar amount is the county, give or take.
It's approximately there.
Yeah. And so how many employees do we have, Ray, in the county?
Well, this is an IHS.
No,
Yes.
separate. Yeah, so separate question. I know
It's five. I think 568 is what our FTE count was approved from the board last year. We're running approximately 20% vacancy, so we're probably about 458, somewhere around there.
And this is almost 700 providers, technically, that were providing 50% cost. So yeah, just to put it in context, right? I mean, we don't even have this many employees.
Yeah.
And there is, last question is, there is no, well, I guess that would probably get into negotiations. I was just wondering what the cost would be. But anyway, so.
Well, that's in addition to, what our obligation is at 15-ish, 20-ish%. We are obligated by law, it's a state mandate, to negotiate. So there's definitely a cost there for us. And
Oh, that's outside of the wages.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, we have to pay for that.
And so then, what is that? Because so technically speaking, and maybe this can be answered by the presenter, is when it first got started, there was no union element to this, but now it seems like it's shifting to becoming a unionized element, which creates another layer for the local governments to address.
Yeah, and there's more mandates coming from the state that require us to come to a resolution. And if not, there are penalties associated with it. Unfortunately, when we're going out and we're doing our best to reach out and meet, and we're not getting a response, that's where it becomes somewhat difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the experience I've had with negotiations being on the school board is there's heavy fines from the state. and possible litigation elements, right? If you do not technically meet the guidelines of what it is to I'm trying to remember the legal terms, but I know there's a term relating to actually negotiate, what is that term? Being willing to negotiate, right? Where in
good faith.
In good faith.
Meeting in good faith.
Good faith negotiations.
That's right.
Correct.
And it should be reciprocated. It should occur in both ways. And what I was presenting to the board is that we've been doing our part in good faith to try to reach with them and
ultimately
and meet with them.
And that's a new law, Ray?
Oh, that's been around for a while. Meeting in
So
good faith.
ultimately puts the onus on the county if under the assumption that we don't negotiate, that we're the ones, right? So that creates leverage. So it's just, anyways, without going
And really the reason why I stated what I stated, because they have been coming and they've been more or less trying to negotiate in public, and we can't do that, and ultimately. And that's what I think the intent of really this presentation is, just to make there be an awareness to the public that we are doing our part. That has to be done in a confidential manner. And we've been doing our part to meet in good faith.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments?
Just, and how long have we been waiting for, how long has this been going on for? Long
Bert,
time.
can you respond to that, Bert? Because you've been...
We've been bargaining with SEIU Local 2015 since I believe it was last summer. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but we did start meeting with them. I think it was in June or July. Our last meeting with them was in December, and we have not been back to the table since then.
Well, I know personally, when I was supervisor-elect, they reached out to me, and they were out of contract for 2 years at that point. So it's been longer than that time frame. We're talking a number of years that they've been out of contract.
Yeah, and again, it's not been for lack of trying on the county's part.
Correct.
And just to emphasize that the tricky thing is although we are I guess, I don't know what the right terminology is, but we're the employer in regards to negotiation, we're not really the employer.
Right. Yes.
You know, they are employed by the individuals. So it's a very weird situation the state has put the counties in.
Right.
And it's very difficult to.
And then one of the
negotiate.
slides, one of the slides that Burke had up there, it was pretty blatant to me. It's really, it says it's a state mandate, but really need to put in there, it's an unfunded state mandate.
Right.
You know, for the most part, because we are covering the cost to negotiate, to meet. There's staff, HR. There's a lot of things that we are covering. Our local taxpayers are subsidizing that in part of these negotiations. So, and we're not getting reimbursed for that.
Okay, so as it was just an informational item, we'll go ahead and we'll move on to the next. Thank you for that presentation.
Just one quick request. Can we add this as if it ever does come up, the unfunded element, right? The accruing cost for the public transparency?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go to item number 6 then.
Okay, I believe we're requesting a switch to 7 prior to 6. Is that correct, Steve?
Okay, so 7 first and then 6. So
yeah.
you're taking care of both of them, so, yes.
Thank you, Steve. The heater's on, huh?
It's warm outside though, too. It's probably just kind of.
It's like
Do we have an AC in here? Does it not work?
we have the heater on.
It feels like
We
it.
have 90-degree weather outside with the heater. Jeez. I should allow.
Outside, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
94 degrees. Turn it on. Turn it on 94.
And then we have the heater on? Oh my gosh, no wonder I'm feeling flushed. I thought it was just me. I'm like, I'm too young for hot flashes.
Whenever you're ready.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, item number 7.
The mic, please.
Apologies. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Item number 7 is being presented for discussion, essentially to inform all of us how the state now views the way that transportation impacts are going to be calculated through the CEQA process. In the past, you might have heard the term level of service. Level of service essentially tracked the level of delay and congestion that was caused by vehicles and motorists. And now, currently, all California agencies, including ours, are going to calculate transportation impacts based on vehicle miles traveled. So if a new project is constructed, we have to calculate the number of trips and the length of those trips that are generated by that project. And if they reach a certain threshold, that project will be required to do mitigations based on what we're calling VMT. So we have consultants from Kimley Horn, Frederick, and Michael, I think are ready to present and share their, and looks like they're sharing their screen. So Frederick and or Michael, if you'd like to introduce yourself real quick, please. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm a transportation planner with a lot of experience in implementation of SB 743.
My name is Frederick Winter. Working with Mike and with Steve on how to process projects using the new SB 743 policy.
Should we go ahead and start our presentation then?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me just give me a moment to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oops.
Zoomed out a little
There
bit.
you go.
There you go.
Now we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So these are the major topics I'd like to cover during our presentation this afternoon. Talk a little bit about SB 743. Steve started to touch on some of the basics that we're replacing level of service, and we'll talk a little bit about how that is. Talk a little bit about what 743 requires, and then we're going to walk you through the analysis. What does an SB 743 analysis look like? And then finally, the draft guidelines that were prepared for the county will walk you through that and give you a sense of, well, what's an experience of an applicant coming forward if they were to go through this process. So just a little bit of background. This is something called the SB 150. It was essentially a report card that the state put together and said, we want to evaluate the MPO's performance against SB 375. So SB 375 is basically an expectation that we're going to have greenhouse gases go down over time. You can kind of see what this graph shows. There's two green dots out in space that show where we're hoping to be in 2020 and 2035. So you can see on a per capita basis, the desire when we look back to 2005 is that we'd be 10% less by 2020 and about 18% less by 2035, although those numbers change periodically as CARB puts them out there. But this graphic kind of shows you what happened is in the the 2000s, we started to experience some success with greenhouse gases and VMT going down. But largely, it's in retrospect, it's very clear that most of that was related to the economic downturn as we started to have economic situation return to normal after the housing bubble. VMT and greenhouse gases have started to head in the wrong direction again. So it's become a critical concern for the state. Also, as Steve had said, to date, for the longest time, the way we've done significant impacts under CEQA is we use level of service. And really that level of service is this qualitative measure that measures either delay or density on the freeway or congestion. It's basically a sense of what's your experience traveling in traffic. And this is all based on guidance that the federal government kind of leads in a lot of researchy ways. It goes back all the way to the 1950s, and there's been 6 editions of this book called the Highway Capacity Manual, which every traffic engineer across the United States is very familiar with. And it's really been the basis for almost all the decision-making across the United States. So what we're talking about today is a real paradigm shift. It's a real change in how we do transportation analysis. But after 70 years of working with level of service, we realized that although it has its place, and by all means, we still need to be able to do that, it has led to some unintended consequences. It has, on some circumstances, promoted urban sprawl because it's easier to have good quality level of service if you're further out from where things are already built. It's sometimes had some not so desirable impacts to active transportation. If you think about often what we do as an intersection to accommodate traffic, we keep making the intersection bigger. And that's not really good for bikes and pedestrians necessarily. And then there's been this phenomena that we call induced demand, where we've found that increasingly when we widen roads, not only do we accommodate future growth, but we also see existing users make more trips because there's more capacity available. With the upside with level of services, we definitely understand the outcomes and effects of it after all the experience we've got with it. VMT, we're still in a little bit of a learning phase. It's relatively new as a policy measure. So that brings us to SB 743. So this was actually came out in 2013. So it's kind of old in sense of it was passed then, but it's taken more than 5 years, 6 years to even get up to full implementation. It is CEQA specific, and that's very important to point out. This doesn't mean we can't use level of service, and most agencies across the state still use it, but you can't use level of service, you can't use congestion, you can't use delay to identify a CEQA impact, significant transportation impact. So this is the new basis for a transportation significant impact. It basically promotes sustainability of greenhouse gas by seeking to reduce by promoting denser infill development, reducing single occupancy vehicles, improving mass transit. That's the desire of SB 743. We had until July 1st, 2020 to implement this. So every CEQA document now, since that date, is required by state law to use this approach in terms of determining a significant transportation impact. The Office of Planning and Research, the governor's office, actually put out guidance that most agencies throughout the state kind of modeled their work stuff out. The draft policy that the county has is very closely modeled after this documentation, which is good because it gives you that substantial evidence to avoid potential issues down the road. It recommends that land uses be split out. I'm going to explain what that means. And then VMT is the principal metric. And I'll explain what VMT is in the next slide. Just to share what VMT is, it's a pretty simple thing, but it's relatively new to everybody. So it's worth pointing out exactly what we mean by that. It's really just the number of vehicles over some distance traveled. So this very simple illustrative example shows we've got 4 cars. They're going to travel 3 miles. So that's 12 VMT. So it's just 4 times 3. So number of vehicles over a distance. And that's how we measure it. So OPR had put forward, the Office of Planning and Research again put forward thresholds and said, okay, well, if you're going to have a significant impact, here's what we recommend as a basis for this. And these goals tie back to the California Air Resource Board and the scoping documents, some other documents like that, and to the several other goals the state has for greenhouse gases. But basically, they defined, for residential, it's a significant impact if it's greater than 15% less than the average for VMT per capita. And let me explain, I'll break that down a little bit what that means. So if you we just took an average of vehicle miles traveled for everyone in the county, that's the VMT per capita, that's the average. The state requires us to be 15% below that. If your project comes in, basically not at least 15% below that, you would be identified as having a significant impact. So it's worth pointing out right at the onset, these are challenging goals to meet. It's much, I think, on balance, especially in an area like San Benito County or in a suburban or rural setting, it is more difficult to not have a significant impact than it was under level of service. Office, similarly, it's VMT per employee, same kind of idea. We take the average VMT per employee, 15% less. Retail's a net change and transportation's a net change. And I've got an example in a moment to show you how that works illustratively. But it's worth pointing out the statute nor the CEQA guidelines include thresholds. This is just what OPR recommended. Most agencies throughout the state are following that. If we don't follow it, we need to have substantial evidence. There's been a few instances where some agencies have gotten a little bit into trouble with some of the way they've calculated that. There isn't a lot of legal cases out there yet on this, but that's probably still being written as time goes on. So how do we calculate VMT? I kind of told you about the idea that this VMT per capita, but what does it look like? So if I'm looking at a new residential project, the idea is that we would capture the VMT over the course of the day. So if you've got, and I'm just using a single home, but this would really be if I had a development of, let's say I had 25 or 50 or 100 homes. So just extrapolate it from that up in your mind. But for this very simple example, just what's the VMT of a single residence? It's, we make a trip to school, perhaps, to shopping, to work, back and forth kind of thing over the course of the day. So we'd multiply all those trips up, and say for this household, we got 50 VMT. We divide through by the number of people, so 50 VMT divided by 3, and we get a miles per capita. And then we compare that to the county average, and the county average with the threshold would be 15% below, like I said, and that would decide if there's a significant impact. So in this example, we came in at 16.7, threshold 17.5, no significant impact. Similarly for office, we look at all the different trips that happen over the course of the day. So, in theory, a perfect example would be we'd look at the customers and the suppliers and the commute trips, and we divide through by the number of employees. So you can see all the trips are calculated up. And then we divide through by the number of employees, and we get a VMT per employee. And we compare that to the threshold to figure out if we were going to have an impact with this development. In practice, we really only look at the commute trips because it's the differences between a lot of different kinds of land uses, but this is the ideal. This next example kind of is meant to kind of share with you, well, how do we do that? So the third kind of use is a retail use, or a use where the customers are really the primary source of VMT. It's worth pointing out that one of the unique things about SB 743 is that retail is almost a beneficiary of that. When I'm talking about is local serving retail. So if you think of like grocery stores or smaller stores that primarily have a local customer base, under SB 743, they pretty much get a pass. On the face of the facts, most agencies basically have a finding of non-significance, and this graphic is intended to illustrate why that is. Because what happens is if you build a new grocery store closer to folks, or a new drugstore, well, they go to the closer one. People aren't, necessarily, if they build a Walgreens or a CVS, where most of us aren't so attached to the specific store that we know we can get the same stuff at, we'll come to the next closest store. So if we have people are traveling a further distance, well, generally they migrate to go to the shorter trip. So you can kind of see as we add more local serving retail, what happens is it has a tendency to actually shorten trips. So one of the few beneficiaries, perhaps, if you want to pick a winner out of this, is retail that's actually gets a pretty good, under many circumstances has a finding of non-significance just on the face of the facts. And this is for smaller local serving retail again. I had told you at the beginning that when a new project comes in, we have to split the land uses out. I just want to make the point that if you kind of imagine if I come in and I've got a project and it's got 3 different components, say it's a mixed use project, and it's got residential and office and retail. Well, I have to evaluate each one of those pieces in isolation. I can still take the credit because with a mixed use project, part of the neat thing about it is that, well, I might have some folks who don't leave the project because they can work there or they can shop there. So they don't have to get in their car to make that extra trip. So you still get the credit for that, but I still have to evaluate each one of those land use components in isolation. So in this example you see on the screen, we've got a residential and our office and our retail. And in this example, only the office component would have it as identified as having a significant impact. So when it came time to mitigate, I'd only be focused on mitigating the impacts related to office. So that's kind of a backdrop for how SB 743 kind of works. And I apologize, it is a lot of dense material. It's a big change. It's hopefully it kind of resonates in how the approach is changing. And now I'm going to shift gears and I want to talk a little bit about, well, what's the experience of an applicant or somebody new that comes in and says, okay, well, I've got a project. How do I navigate this process with the county? And so we've got a draft policy in hand that this county has. And basically, this is a very complicated flow chart that's included in just to show that we've kind of mapped out every possible step, for different land use types. But I'm not going to get into that. I just want you to be aware that there's a lot of detail in that document if somebody needs to really get into the detail. I'm just going to focus on the 6 kind of higher level steps that an applicant would go through with their land use project. So I'll step through those 6 steps. So step 1, if I come forward with my project, is we evaluate the land use type. And what that means is we basically first define it in what we call ITE terms. And what ITE is the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's another guidebook that everyone in the US that does transportation uses. But it's how we take land use projects and turn them into transportation terms. It helps us know about trip generation and things like that. And it creates a common language for transportation professionals when we recategorize into that. So that's the first thing we do as part of our process. The second thing is we flag projects that are mixed use. I kind of pointed out to you that we need to look at each part of the project, but we also want to make sure that we give full credit to somebody with a mixed use project. And then the third step in this step one is to identify a redevelopment project. There's a special set of circumstances that when it comes to redevelopment projects that we get to evaluate for, and I'll talk about what that means in just a moment. So step two is the screening. So there are, under SB 743 and the subsequent guidance that's come from the Office of Planning and Research, there are some projects that on the face of the facts, we can basically presume they don't have a significant impact. So basically, for those projects, they wouldn't have to go through a really complex analysis process. They could just have a presumption of non-significance. And this includes things like small projects. So what we mean by small projects is somebody who generates less than 110 trips per day. So that would typically be about 10 single-family residential units. So if you have a project with 10 single-family residences or less, on the face of those facts, you could get a presumption of non-significance. Transit, if we're within a half mile of high quality transit has a legal definition. It means 15-minute headways in the peak hour, AM and PM peak hour. So that's not a lot of locations with that. Local serving retail,
Is there any way you can explain that what was that term? Non-significant impact? You used an example to define what non-significant is.
Sure. So CEQA has basically the requirement of CEQA is, and the idea of an environmental impact or environmental review is a requirement that you disclose what's a significant impact. And so the states kind of said under this rules, what a significant impact is these are under VMT is those thresholds, like I said. You have to disclose that, and then you have to try to mitigate that. So it's a CEQA term when I say significant impact. And it's the basic requirements of CEQA. So what I'm going through when I say non-significant impact, we're basically saying, well, it's not going to have any. We're basically having a finding of non-significance. So it's not a significant impact. Basically, your project's fine in a nutshell.
I understand that, sir. Can you explain what is an example of a non-significant impact?
Oh, so like all of the things on this list are examples of it. So like if you had a local serving retail project, we would have a finding of non-significance. You would not have a significant impact is basically what we're saying. Because your project is, your retail store is less than 50,000 square feet. Based on the definition of a significant impact, it does not have one. It does not have such a large amount of VMT that it's generating that it's considered a concern or an impact. Is that helping, or am I?
Mike, I wonder if you should go to the VMT slide, the actual threshold, right? So show the.
For most projects, these are what we would say causes significant impact. It's just that they're basically like exemptions. CEQA has some exemptions, some circumstances under which you can be exempt from a CEQA analysis. We're not really saying these are exemptions. We're just saying that on the facts of your project, we can make a determination that you don't have a significant impact, which is basic. It's different than an exemption, but we can just very quickly make that determination. So you're not required to do extensive analysis. Is that helpful? I'll continue on then.
Thank you.
So local serving rental affordable housing also has an opportunity to be found as not having a significant impact on the face of its facts. I will share with you that affordable housing, that's not just because it supports the state's goal of, making, all jurisdictions of providing more affordable housing. It's also because we know low income residents have a tendency to locate closer to their employment and have a less disposable income, so they tend to make less trips, so they're less impactful. Local essential services, things like medical offices and smaller like daycares or something like that, we also classify those similarly as local serving retail. There's map-based screening, so the county has some maps that they can review to see if you're in a low BMT area already. And then there's redevelopment projects. Just in terms of how a redevelopment project would work, this example kind of shows the idea of if you had an existing retail and office project and it was generating 10,000 BMT, and you were going to tear this, take this project out of it, replace it with, some residential projects, and the total BMT from it is 7,500. Well, then you could have a finding of non-significance under the redevelopment because it's less than the existing BMT. If it were the other way around, it would be you would basically not be able to use this finding on those facts, and you'd start from zero. So the significance thresholds I kind of mentioned at the beginning. There's this BMT per capita, work employee, and then these different thresholds. This is straight out of the guidance. This is a blown up picture from the guidance that we've prepared for the county that explains it. There's a lot of detail in the document, but this gives the exact value. So if somebody's doing the actual work, and a lot of times this work is completed using, the county has its own travel demand model, and a travel demand model is a forecasting tool that we use where you can put land use in an area that describes the project. So if you were doing a residential project, you put 100 single family residences into this model, and it estimates your VMT impact. And so these numbers would be used in relation to that. Step 4 of the process is scoping the VMT analysis. Really, this is where the applicant would work with the county to make sure that there's agreement on the tools, the methods, and that the project's using the right threshold. This is an important step to avoid, basically having misaligned expectations, avoid an applicant having to repeat the analysis. It's just a good practice to make sure that we have efficient outcomes that everyone can agree to. Step 5 is simply doing the BMT analysis and beginning the mitigation process. So if you find that you have you do your project over the threshold, well, CEQA then requires that you undertake mitigation. There's really kind of there's a couple different ways to do mitigation. Primarily, the primary source of mitigation that everybody's kind of using across the state are what we call transportation demand measures. They're basically either policy or infrastructure things that we can do to reduce the amount of BMT. This is a list of different measures. A lot of these would be applicable more to an employment center. You think about things like, having showers or bike lot racks and lockers. Well, that's the kind of thing that an employer can do to encourage folks to take a bike to work if they wanted to. Or if they have carpool parking, that may encourage folks to carpool. Or if they, provide bus passes or guaranteed ride home. So there's a long list of these things under a document called CAPCOA that we all frequently reference, but it's these types of measures that are common ways that we try to mitigate BMT impacts. And then the final step is, again, another requirement of CEQA. It's the mitigation monitoring. Again, this is required by CEQA. The only thing I'll say about BMT that's a little bit different than the way we used to do it, with level service, mitigation monitoring was kind of easier because if the mitigation was, well, put a traffic signal in, well, you can basically go out in the field and say, check the box. Okay, I see a traffic signal's been constructed. With BMT mitigation, it can be a little more complicated. If the BMT mitigation is, I'm going to provide some benefit or incentive to my employees to get them to do something like, bus riding, ride the bus more often or something like that. Well, that's a little more difficult to monitor, and it can lead to monitoring on an ongoing basis. So that it gets a little more complicated in terms of how these things can happen. It also is more difficult to make sure that the desired outcome is happening. So that this step tends to be a little more complicated and take a little more effort to get into. So I won't get into too much detail about it, but just want to kind of highlight that's the final step, the requirement of sequence. It can be a little more challenging depending on the project type. So that's what I had to share this afternoon about just giving an update on SB 743 and the draft policy. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go to the public, see if there's any questions.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Any questions regarding the presentation? No? Okay. Well, we thank you very much for.
I did have
Okay,
some
go
just
ahead.
quick thoughts. I guess I keep it brief. It sounds like from the board they're okay with this. I think it's a nightmare. It's when I think about the details of the expectations. I mean, requiring, to me, it's like you're pushing urbanization in a small county with limited resources. Supposedly, the expectation is to have mitigation credits for a small residential business that we're officially making extinct because of the cost of doing business in California. And I guess to me, without saying it, they're by default creating contradictory elements where, I can sense that the goal is basically to not fix our roads and not widen roads, right? They said that was one of the issues, is the widening of the roads increases density or higher use. That by default tells me is you don't want to fix our roads, right? You don't want to fix our freeways because that's a problem. I would rather you have a pothole because then maybe that'll take you to ride your bike instead of drive your car. Yeah, get ready for a rocky ride with this SB 743 because it's going to get really, really bumpy, and no pun intended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
How much time does this add to a project in order to get it approved?
I don't know that it varies. It depends on the project type. I mean, in some ways, if you were just to look at it purely from the CEQA standpoint, it can be somewhat no less time consuming than it took to prepare a full traffic study. But again, that's, a lot of times those traffic studies are still being required in addition to. It really varies on the project type, because a smaller residential project, like I showed you, we could very quickly come to the conclusion that it's there's not a significant impact. It's less than 10 units. That this can be tied up in a matter of hours, kind of thing. A larger, very complex project, it can require a costly study with a lot of travel demand modeling. So it just really varies on the specifics of the project we're talking about.
Okay, and the cost would be passed on to the person applying? And then at what point in the process does this occur?
In the process, it's part of the environmental review process. So as the county walks through a project group and with an applicant, they're making a determination about, do we need an environmental impact report, or what does that need to include? This is part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And we'll go ahead and go on to, we went to the public, correct? Yes. Okay, so then let's go ahead and go on to item number 6. Steve?
Okay, great. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And this, similar to the previous item, will be just a presentation, and both these items will come to the board during June 14th. VMTM in the form of a resolution, and this next item, job order contracting, in the form of allowing us to go out to bids to essentially solicit contractors to become part of our JOC program. But for now, item number 6 is just a presentation to outline how the JOC program works, and just a couple quick things before our presenter, Randy, jumps on board. The county, have been working with a company called Gordian for several months, and the goal of that collaboration is to essentially have Gordian, who's already on board with the county as a consultant, help us to manage a variety of projects, essentially. And the goal of the JOC program is to have a pre-established set of pricing for materials and construction. And the contractors that want to be involved with our program will have to agree to those pre-established pricing, and then they will be allowed to add a profit margin to their projects. And so Gordian is helping us actually update, and that's why we had to delay the item. We're updating the list of items due to current material costs. And so that's why item 34 had to be postponed because there's approximately 120,000 items on this list, believe it or not. And material costs have been going up quite a bit recently. And so that's why during the June 14th meeting, we'll discuss that a little bit more. In the meantime, I'll let Randy provide the details of the job order contracting program. So.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Thank you for an opportunity to talk to you today. As Steve mentioned, my name is Randy Horn and I'm with Gordian, and we're currently working with the County of San Benito to help establish your job order contracting program. We also call it JOC or JOC for short. And I just to share some foundational information with you and invite you to have any questions if you have any. Let's see the next slide. So job order contracting is designed to help address some of the construction procurement challenges that exist for most public agencies. As Steve mentioned, there are a lot of dynamics as it relates to bidding out public work projects relative to time, just staff limitations, these things. And what our program is designed to do is to help create a streamlined procurement process that allows your agency to actually deliver and execute on these projects in a timely fashion. So it also supports things like staff limitations. We know staff is busy with ongoing requirements to bid projects and different initiatives. Again, our program is designed to help address some of the staff limitations you may have on the procurement side. Our program is also designed to help address inclusionary requirements to the extent those exist. We also support transparency when it comes to the level of detailed cost reporting that associated with our program. We also provide support as it relates to change orders or cost controls when it relates to construction projects. So again, these are just a quick snapshot of some of the typical challenges that procurement professionals address, and our program is designed to help alleviate some of those challenges. One of our key phrases that we like to say is job order contracting is simply another tool in your construction toolkit. So we widely recognize that agencies have myriad ways of delivering construction projects, starting with in-house staff, term agreements, T&M contracts, or the traditional design bid build or hard bid scenario. The JOC model is designed to be a supplemental tool to this collection of options. And again, it represents, again, a streamlined procurement process that fits a lot of models. It's not designed to, again, replace these other methods, but simply meant to provide another option and efficient options to allow your staff to get projects done for your taxpayers and your community in a timely fashion. So let's look at what is job order contracting from a definition standpoint. So job order contracting is a competitively bid umbrella contract that provides contractors with an extensive opportunity to perform either one contract or project or multiple projects. And the key aspect is it's based on fixed unit pricing. So the key takeaway here is the umbrella contract, once it's bid, is based on, again, the markup that Steve mentioned, that the contractor has agreed to do prices underneath this umbrella contract for a set fixed price. And the reason this is really important to the agency is it defines what the pricing, and we call it price certainty, what that means for your agency. So again, it goes a long way providing transparency and that cost control I mentioned earlier. This is how it comes together, based on the umbrella contract that's bid upfront. And then when it's time to actually deliver on the job order, or we call them projects as well, now we know the prices have all been set, defined, and again, the contractor can move quickly to get the projects done for the agency. So we're currently working with Steve and his team on the implementation of the program. We pride ourselves in doing what they call a very rigorous and robust process. And we want to create an opportunity to open it, to make it as open and freely competitive as possible. So we'll work with Steve and his team to make sure the contracting community is aware of the program, how it works, and actually to invite them to bid on this program. And again, this all forms a basis for the implementation. We also work closely with the local market there when it comes to price identification. We'll call local lumber yards, material yards. Again, we want to create a unit price book that's truly reflective and indicative of the market there in your market there to make sure you're paying the most competitive prices available. And again, we have a very rigorous process that we go through. At the end of that, you'll have a series of, again, umbrella contracts to a number of contractors that you can then choose from to execute on one or multiple jobs that come up throughout the year. So the types of projects that can be delivered through the JOC model. Quite frankly, they go across the full spectrum. We work with agencies to complete minor repairs and renovation projects. We also do replacement in kind. A popular project replacement kind is a mechanical or HVAC replacement, where you'll take an older unit and replace it with an updated model. And you may have some ancillary construction that goes along with that, like the curb or additional supply lines. But again, this allows agencies to move quickly through the process instead of coming up with a full set of plans or specifications sometimes that are needed and going out to bid. Because you already have gone through that competitive process, you can quickly identify a contractor in the pool of contractors, and you can activate them quickly to get the jobs done for you. Two additional types of projects that are really popular right now with our agencies are emergency work and time-sensitive projects. We like to say, the best plans are great, but all it takes is a phone call or an email from a concerned taxpayer or constituent, and all of a sudden now you need to pivot and be flexible to get a project done that may not have been on the roadmap for that period of time. Having a job program really allows the owners to be very flexible and nimble as it relates to being responsive to the myriad needs from the taxpayers in your community. So some of the benefits of a job program, if you work our way up, excuse me, the traditional design, bid, build, or hard bid process can go on. It's very lengthy. It could take months. With the JOC program at your disposal, you can execute on those projects in a matter of months, if not weeks in many cases. And a large part of the value comes from you've already gone through the competitive bidding process at the umbrella contract level I mentioned earlier. And now since that's been done, that's been completed and satisfied, you can now quickly identify a project to be delivered. And therefore you can save, again, months in many cases to execute their job instead of the traditional bidding process. So in summary, some of the benefits of a JOC program is simplifies the procurement process, provides us faster response time, it provides quality, helps improve actually on the quality of work, it increases local subcontract participation, it minimizes defaults, termination of claims, and last but not least, provides a fully transparent process to the board and to the community. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions, but that provides the summary of our presentation.
Let's go ahead and go to the public for comments, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. All right. Anyone on the board want to make a comment or question?
Well, and thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, under the consent agenda, number 34 is basically we're going out to start this process, correct?
That's the item we pulled.
And it got pushed because we are updating the list of bid items.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Oh, one. Yeah, quick question. I'm just wondering if there's been an analysis on, on the surface, it seems solid. Has there been an analysis or study done of, how much you can potentially save just through the time that you're saving? How much money is potentially saved, just for the efficiency of the JOC? Or is that not, this is so new that that's not something that's been, I would just be interested in that. It could be an additional benefit.
Absolutely. And Randy, I'm not sure that your group, Gordian, has privy to that type of study. The county is not privy to it because, as Supervisor Kuzmicki mentioned, it'll be a new process. But it's just staffing alone will be a savings. I'll say that much. But
yeah. If I could ask Steve to that point, to the supervisor's question, yes, we do have studies. We had an independent study done through Arizona State that showed on average anywhere between 15 to 25% savings. And that include the time and effort from staff to bidding individual jobs versus this method. So we do have independent studies that verify and validate, the 15 to 25% range.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the proactive approach that you're taking. When we sat here last week and we listened to the budget and so many projects that had been put on hold because of particular reasons, it looks like the JOC program is going to address a lot of those concerns, and it'll be a nice tool to have for the county, again, in our tool belt, to be able to take care of some of the needs that are very pressing in the community. So thank you very much for being proactive.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the consent agenda. That's all the items on the regular agenda, I believe. Yes, we bounced around, but I think we got them all. So let's go to the public to see if there's any comments, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors to see if they want to pull any.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, you can provide a speaker card. No comments?
Okay. So then what is the will of the board? We have consent items number 10 through 36, except for item number 34, because that had been removed from the agenda this morning.
Madam Chair, I would like to pull item 30.
30. Okay. Any other items?
I would like to pull item 10 and 20.
10 and 20. Supervisor Dirks?
I was going to pull 10 as well.
Supervisor Hernandez? Okay, and neither do I. So then we have items number 10, request to be pulled. Item number 20, 30. Did I miss one? No.
I think that's it.
Oh, interesting. 10, 20, and 30. We're doing multiplications of 10. So what is the will of the board regarding the items not pulled?
I'll make a motion that we approve all consent items other than 10, 20, and 30.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have a 5-0 on all the other items. So Supervisor Tiffany and Dirks, we'll go ahead and let you have item number 10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this, both Supervisor Dirks and I are on the Behavioral Health Board, and we somewhat asked, I'm going to repeat some of my question I asked there, but this is a contract for 3 years with Community Solutions, which I believe is maybe the first time that we've worked with them. But anyway, maybe you can give some background. We were previously with Youth Alliance, I understand. And so, and I know that they came in more money, but one of my questions has to do with this is 1.1 million plus for 3 years, which is 391,000 per year. Last year was 275. So I'm curious. Obviously, I'm assuming we're asking for expanded services of some sort. Either that, or it's just gone way up in price. But anyway, could you give a little more background on why the jump in price, and also because I am familiar with Youth Alliance and they're local here. I'm just curious about the services that Community Solutions is going to be provided. Maybe you can give a little bit more detail. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Youth Alliance has been serving the youth services contract for behavioral health.
Yeah, make sure that mic is on, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So Youth Alliance has been our provider for several years for youth services for behavioral health. We went to RFP at the direction of the Board of Supervisors to fulfill this contract just because it is a large contract that behavioral health holds. The RFP that was published was for the same services that Youth Alliance was providing. So it's not necessarily an expansion of services. It was a detailed outline of the services that were expected both for local schools as well as for the rural schools, which we were informed needed additional mental health services. The contract itself is very similar to what Youth Alliance held in the past, and the current contract is. However, in the proposition that Community Solutions has submitted to us, they were able to offer an expansion of curriculum that's evidence-based to all the rural schools as well as these schools. And again, as Grizel had mentioned, they did come in at a lower cost than what Youth Alliance had submitted to us. So in a sense, it's not an expansion of services. However, our current contractor hasn't quite fulfilled the rural schools obligations. Since the award has been announced, Community Solutions has already taken initiative and gone to visit many of the rural schools already, established contacts, and is setting up meetings with each of the rural schools to discuss the needs of those schools and to explain the different curriculums and see how they fit best for their area.
And I know we discussed this a little bit at the Behavioral Health Board meeting, but as you just said, some of these rural schools, particularly ones that way far out, are getting services that they previously weren't really getting, is what I'm hearing.
Correct. The feedback that we've had, both from the County Office of Education as well as the rural schools themselves, was that they are in higher need of mental health services in general, but they did highlight mental health, especially during the COVID timeframe. What we were told was that the rural schools took initiative on their own, and they did apply for some grants that allowed for a full-time clinician to be available with between, I believe it was just 6 of the rural schools. So that one full-time clinician goes out to each of the rural schools. However, the Community Solutions contract will also be able to offer a clinician to offer brief therapy. Their focus is going to be more on the parenting and the youth group setting. So although direct clinical care is available, their focus is more on groups and helping the families identify and reduce any mental health issues that they may see surging.
And then my last question, does Community Solutions have a physical location here in town where youth can go to for whatever, get services? So it's not just at the schools?
Correct. They do have a location here in downtown. I don't have the exact address with me. However, in addition to that, they also work with behavioral health. They've been working with behavioral health for the last 2.5 years, and they do offer some other group services for a very specific youth population out of the Esperanza Center as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
I think Supervisor Tiffany asked all the questions that I had as well, and there were things that we asked at the Behavioral Health Board as well. So I just felt like, as Supervisor Tiffany said, it's a very large contract. I think I wanted the community to know, because both organizations have high visibility in our community and do a lot to support our community. So I just wanted there to be some transparency there as to the direction we were going and why.
Definitely. And if I may, the way that the assessment came in from the evaluations for the RFP process itself, they were very, very close. Community Solutions did get slightly more points. However, the amounts that were proposed, Community Solutions came in well under the Youth Alliance, which, you know, we want to be smart with our money, where Community Solutions was able and willing to offer a more array of community of services, of curriculum, excuse me.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
So were there 2 bids, or were there more than 2 bids?
There was only 2 bids.
Oh, okay.
We had initial interest from, I think, 3 other organizations, but they ended up not submitting.
And you feel confident that the RFP process provided the sort of the utmost number of options that we may have for something like this?
Absolutely. I reached out to RMA as well as the admin office, and we got a lot of information from previous RFPs that were done, and we were able to compile information and different elements from other counties that normally do RFPs for all of their contracts. So the RFP that we used was quite extensive. It was very clear as to what the evaluation criteria would be, and all the timelines, everything. I felt that super confident that what we've done was exactly what was needed.
What was the other bid amount?
It was $500,000 more.
Oh, wow. It's a lot. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I did have a question regarding the monthly report. Who will the report be submitted to? It says to the county, but it says the contractor shall submit items monthly to the county, and then a report, and it gives all the demographics of the reporting, items 1 through 9, I believe. So where would that be submitted, to what report, and how can we make sure that this organization is going to be providing the same level of service that Youth Alliance was providing, and then some, and then, you know, you've heard me already articulate some need to make sure that we keep Youth Alliance involved, because even through the pandemic, they have been doing a fabulous job in addressing the needs of the community, especially the mental health, where, I'm sorry, but your department has been woefully lacking. And so what is the accountability regarding these monthly reportings?
Absolutely. That was one of our big requirements, and one of the reasons that we actually wanted to, we were excited about this RFP to be able to get the opportunity to collect all data, because previously data collection really has been a challenge. The data that is submitted directly to me. I'm the MHSA coordinator for behavioral health. We didn't specify a person in the RFP because roles change often, as I'm sure you're aware, so we didn't want to tie it to one specific person, but it would be the MHSA coordinator. There is a confidential link where the provider can submit the documents, so there's no HIPAA risks there. I then gather all the data, put in a spreadsheet, and we do have quarterly meetings, which is also listed in the RFP, to identify where the needs are, where we can support the contractor, and where they can explain their frustrations or whatever it is that they're seeing, whatever patterns they're noticing.
So those would be then at the behavioral health monthly meetings or quarterly meetings, or that would be separate within your department?
Those are separate PEI meetings, specifically with the contractor and us.
Would you bring that information back to us if it looks like it's not a viable contract, or you're not yielding the results in what you intend?
Absolutely, and we do bring this. There is an MHSA item on our behavioral health board agenda, and those items are brought up at those meetings.
Okay, thank you. What is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, just for one point, I just wanted
Yes.
to respond to Supervisor Tiffany. The address, I did look it up.
Oh, thank you.
Hollister, 341 Tres Piñas Road, Suite 202B. Hollister, California, 95023. And it has their hours 9 to 5, is what it says. So
Are there any weekend? Are they just
Monday through Friday,
Just Monday through Friday?
at least what's stated on their website.
It's
I
just
do know that they have
It's just
also-
that mental health crises aren't scheduled Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And so I would hope there's going to be some sort of emergency line, some sort of call-in, something, so when the crises occur outside of the normal business hours?
We do have a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 365 days a year crisis line that's answered by a live person, a clinician, and we do have our crisis, our SAFE team as well during normal hours, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, but the 24-hour crisis line is available for anyone at any time.
And my bigger concern is that as we're hitting the summer months, we're going to have the students out of school, and they're not going to have that availability where it might be provided within the school week. You know, there's going to be able to, we need that personnel there to address those concerns.
Right. We do have youth services. Behavioral health also has a PATHS program, which is stationed in the schools, case management services. We're working closely with the schools. Those that are going to remain open during summer school will have that available. But we also have Community Solutions is aware that as of July 1st, they're expected to continue that outreach even though the schools aren't in session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, what is the will of the board? Oh, Betsy, did you have a?
I just want to make one comment too, just so that y'all know, because Supervisor Tiffany and I are on the Behavioral Health Board. One thing that we have asked Behavioral Health to look at, and what they're looking at and considering too, is in light of the Hollister City School District losing their counselors due to budget cuts, that our Behavioral Health office is looking at supporting the schools and at their location. They currently do already, and then they're going to continue to do that so that we can address the mental health of our youth in the county. And so I just want to make that clear as well, in case someone was thinking about that.
Okay. So then what is the will of the board regarding item number 10?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract with Community Solutions.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? We have a 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So item number 20.
It's me again.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Okay, Gabe. I just pulled this, just a few things that I wanted. So this is the third quarter update on the budget.
Yes.
And a few things that, I wanted to highlight and maybe have you comment on. First of all, just, to highlight, and this goes to this subject that we talk about so often up here, and we'll be continuing to talk about through the rest of this year for some obvious reasons. But to look at the tax revenues that come through the county. So these are just tax revenues, local tax revenues that the county gets. Just over 70% of it is property tax,
Right.
even though we only get 11 cents on the dollar. And then on the flip side, less than 10%, just over 9% comes from sales and use tax. So again, that's the crux of the problem for our county, is that we get, relative to most counties, we get very little property tax, and yet that is by far and away our primary revenue source through local taxes. And we also get very, very little sales tax. So that's why we need business development here in this community. Anyway, and then also I wanted to, you may want to comment, I know it came up at one of our last meeting, but it shows the vacancy rate at just over 26% in the county, and maybe you can, speak to that real quickly, Gabriel. And then lastly, I think I brought this up before, but there's a lot of overtime that's in the sheriff's area, and it always begs the question in my mind whether or not if we had more deputies, whether it would be significantly offset some of the overtime. So, but I know it gets tricky when you're talking about overtime, so maybe you can explain that a little bit as well. That's it.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'll just elaborate a little bit on the vacancies themselves. There are 8 vacancies in the sheriff's organization, both corrections and the ops. So having that much vacancy, they need to still provide service. So that's, I think, what's skewing the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm not complaining about, I know it's got to be covered. It's
Right.
just that
That's the reason.
it shows we need more,
They
need more people.
Right, and again, he has 8 that we need to fill, and that I think he expressed his concerns that it's not just San Benito County. I think he highlighted San Francisco had 500. That was a lot, and San Jose quite a few as well. So we're not the only county up and down the state that are having issues recruiting safety folks. So. I do know Henny is on it. We're looking at hiring somebody in the HR side to start going out and recruiting people from within the college ranks, going after people that are going through the safety programs to get to going through the safety programs, and working with the sheriff's organization, just trying to recruit folks that are going through programs. So I just wanted to share that point with you. I think that was really important. And obviously the vacancies are through the roof, but Gabriel can talk more about that.
Yeah, and if I can, chime in on what our CEO mentioned, one of the drivers for the high OT is, we have vacant positions and we need to make sure that we have appropriate coverage, whether it's at the jail or in patrol. One thing that would be kind of interesting, and I know the sheriff mentioned it at one point, is in our county right now, I believe we don't institute mandatory overtime. There are some counties that institute it because of the lack of personnel that they have on staff. So in our county, it hasn't been mandated. But if, our vacancy is increased by a very substantial number, then, we're going to be forced to walk down that path. But so far, we've been able to work with the staff more or less on a volunteer basis if they want to help cover, and that's the trade-off. One really kind of interesting component as to reason, and actually the vacancy rate is a little bit higher than it was in the last quarter. We had a decent amount of retirements at the end of the year, calendar year. Whether if it's at our institution office, we had one of the captains, Captain Monica, retire. We had our ag commissioner retire. Even internally here in our office, we had some movement of staff. So that had, a driver down that path. So like I mentioned, it had most to do with the timing of it. There's, like I mentioned, a lot of retirements to the end of the calendar year. So that's more or less reflected on here. But as we've been able to bring on staff, the number will probably look a little bit better during the fourth quarter number. So that's to touch a little bit on the vacancy side. And I know that now that we have Henny on board,
Yeah.
for example, that was one.
She was
of the
one of them.
vacancies.
She was one of.
She was one
of those numbers.
And I knew you referenced this in there, that the final quarter of the fiscal year will show how the pay rate change has impacted recruitment and retention.
Right.
Specifically, is there any early results on roads? You think we're making some inroads? No pun intended, inroads there?
I know that we've been recruiting it a little bit more aggressively. I'd probably defer to HR if they have any insight, because they're the ones that are more actively looking at the applications. And I know they're looking to potentially make some changes on that side, but yeah, for that I'd probably defer to them a little bit more.
Yes, we are working on the vacancies and going through the roads and the safety positions were on the top of the list. So I've only been there, this is my fourth week, but we've kind of gone through and just hitting the ones that are the most critical right now and trying to make sure that those are actively going through the application review, and then the names are being referred off as soon as possible. So
Yeah, I know that Jason is constantly interviewing and trying to get more people in there, but okay.
yeah, and it's one of those things where I'm just now meeting with all the HR liaisons that do all the hiring for the departments, so we can kind of just go through a game plan of what we need to address right away so we can get them staffed.
Yeah. I see Steve, I don't know if you have any, yeah. One other thing that, totally different area, but, again, we had our behavioral health board meeting a few days ago, and if off the top of my head, there's a need for something like 21 clinicians in behavioral health, and we have I think we have 10. So, and this is a problem throughout the state and throughout all counties, but it's a real problem in our county, and mental health is such a big issue. So that's a huge priority somehow to get more clinicians in here, whether it be internally or work with other organizations that can help us, community-based organizations, et cetera. So anyway.
So recruitment and retention is on the top of the list in HR right now. So we're working on those.
Yeah. Thank you.
Steve, did you have anything for?
Just a couple additions. We've been interviewing road maintenance workers, approximately 10 new applications every 3 weeks. We've interviewed either 20 or 30 just since he's been on board. We've made an offer to at least one person. We're trying. But the other thing I wanted to mention is I was told directly by one of our current staff that if the salary increases had not occurred that the board approved, that person was absolutely going to leave for another agency. They actually had an offer from another agency, but the salary increase actually kept that person with our agency. So that's good news. So that's all.
That's good.
It's good to hear.
Real quick follow-up to that. You said we've had 30 applications and there was only one person qualified. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, well, to give you more context, I was just trying to give you the facts, but when we have 10 applicants, usually at least half don't show up. And then we're, as HR would say, we're just looking for minimum qualifications. And then a few have had to go through background checks, and that didn't work out well either. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
Got it. Thanks.
Pretty cheery, man.
So what is the will of the board regarding item number 20 then?
Yeah, that's all I had. I think we're just receiving reports. So, but I'll make a motion that we receive the third quarter update.
Second.
So, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Those
Thank-
opposed? 0. 5-0 on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 30, Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Yes, thank you. So this is the promontory project, the final map. Just a few questions just to kind of bring up to speed, because essentially I didn't notice a number of affordable units in this project. Are there any affordable units? I know this has been going on for years, but I didn't see anything in the staff report. And I've looked back and I read something about secondary units. Like I thought that was with this project, that they were offering to build secondary units, but I can only assume that doesn't meet the affordable requirement. Are we talking about ADUs or?
I'll answer the second part of that question, Supervisor. They are building ADUs, and I do not recall if they were going to do the in lieu fee or actually construct affordable units, but I do know they're constructing ADUs. So I don't know if do you want to have Michael jump in, or did you want to? Okay.
So we did look this up this morning, and their exact requirement is that they will pay $4,500 fee for each unit to the county. So it'd be for the 90 homes, it'd be $405,000. In addition, the Planning Commission required on April 2nd, 2018, that the applicant would provide on-site secondary units, so the ADUs, of 15%, which came out to be 13.5 secondary units. 13 secondary units are to be constructed as part of the project. So that was what was approved back in 2018. Again, that was before affordable
But there
housing.
aren't any affordable housing. It's basically just that minimal in lieu.
Yep, it's the $405,000 for this project.
Okay. And then the part about I was reading about, and I asked a question, it was a little late in the week, but I was reading something about the 1-to-1 requirement that they got out of basically through a planning commission vote. It was like for the prime ag land, and that was a little bit disappointing. And so I was just curious. The only thing I could find, and maybe Joel has some context here, the only thing I could find was a news article that mentioned a 2-to-1 vote from the planning commission. And I had pointed out that, 2 members is not a quorum. It's not a majority. So I was wondering, was that a non-binding decision from them? Did that go to the board? I couldn't find anything further on that 1-to-1 factor.
It did not go to the board. The Planning Commission adopted rules of procedures, requires 3 votes for a legislative action, which actually at the Planning Commission level would only be a recommendation to a board. It does say that 3 members would constitute a quorum, and for non-legislative matters, a majority of those present are sufficient to adopt the measure. This was a modification of a condition of approval, and hence a quasi-adjudicatory matter, not a legislative matter, and therefore under the rules of procedure for the Planning Commission, 2 votes out of the 3 commissioners present was sufficient to pass that matter.
So are there state laws that chime in on that you're allowed? I mean, it's a 5-member board. I know I'm rehashing some old things here, but to me it's relevant because it's part of this project.
No, there are no state statutes that set the rules for the procedure of a planning commission.
Okay.
The Board of Supervisors has a specific rule that pertains to the Board of Supervisors. If there wasn't that one state statute that says that only the board can only act through 3 members, that's what requires 3 members to act in front of the board. You can't have a 2-1 vote at the board level.
So,
or there are instances where a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors is required by statute.
So I just think that it really brings to light the need for us to look at the planning commission rules and what level of authority the planning commission has, because this is disturbing to me that 2 planning commissioners decided on something very, very significant in a significant sized housing project, and the board never had a say on that. It was so essentially what they did is they were exempted from providing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but what I recall reading is they were exempted from providing a 1-to-1 ratio of acreage for prime ag land, as they would have to set aside the acreage elsewhere for the amount of prime ag land in the development.
Yeah, and the problem was that there was an error in the original environmental assessment in classifying the land as prime ag land. They relied upon an outmoded map provided by the state from the Farmland Mitigation and Monitoring Program, and that those maps get updated periodically. And in a map that was updated prior to the approval of this, the designation of this area as prime ag land was changed to being.
But it was, when they considered it, it was considered prime ag land, so the developer would have had to have done, otherwise they wouldn't have voted on it. I mean.
Yeah, well, the problem was there was an error in the analysis in the EIR, and that error came to light afterwards. And
Well, regardless, I feel really strongly that this board needs to take a very close look at the planning commission level of authority. I know there's things with tentative maps where I just get very, very uncomfortable with the planning commission having authority. They should be a body that, to me, strictly that recommends, not makes decisions that are non-binding. That's ludicrous to me. There's no accountability there. So I would like that to come back at some point. I don't know if I need to do that as a future agenda item, but I certainly think that, we have a number of, 4 of us are relatively new, haven't really dealt with major housing projects yet. We're going to have more people next year. So I feel like it would be really beneficial for us to at least have a conversation so that we all understand what the planning commission's authority is, because when I read that, it really, really bugged me that.
yeah, the authority to approve certain types of entitlements like tentative subdivision maps is in the county code.
Right. So, and those are relatively non-binding decisions, correct? They can be appealed, is my understanding.
That's right, and this decision could have been appealed.
But that's separate. I mean, you have to go through an appeal process. I don't understand why the planning commission they should just be making recommendations to me. It's
Right.
very dangerous.
That's entirely up to the board to decide.
We just
to
sat here
amend
and, we just sat here and we heard an appeal that we had a different opinion of the planning commission. So I believe there's a process already in place, if that's the will of the board.
No,
to put
I'm
it
just
on the-
saying, I would prefer to have that cut. So we fully understand they can approve such as this item here, where they were able to basically allow the developer to potentially get out of setting aside significant amount of land. Again, this just goes along the lines of what traditionally and historically this county has been very, very favorable to developers.
Well, in this instance, the decision was clear, and the agenda item was clearly communicated to the San Benito County Agricultural Land Trust, and they were specifically impacted, and they had a right of appeal and did not pursue it within the time provided.
Madam Chair, I might suggest that we.
Supervisor Tiffany, yes.
Yeah, that we get this on a future agenda.
I appreciate
just
that.
Because I, not getting specific on this issue, although I certainly understand your concern. It is true that, certainly I'm in this case, don't probably have a totally clear idea what the role of planning commission is vis-a-vis Board of Supervisors, and also the authority that they have, whether that's strictly county or whether it comes from the state. But anyway, I think it could be an agenda item. That would be helpful.
Certainly.
I'll ask for it later.
Yeah, we can,
I only had one
the RMA
question, Madam Chair.
department and the planning department and my office can make
Supervisor
a
Dirks?
presentation on that, a future agenda item.
Just for the sake of clarity, so the air was the air that it was prime farmland when it was not? Or that
The
they
other way
said it
around.
was?
They found it to be prime ag land based on an outdated map that was at the
Okay.
time the EIR was prepared.
So it wound up not being?
That's right.
Okay.
And the critical factor is whether it was irrigated or not. In this case, it was not irrigated, and there was no history of its ever having been irrigated.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, so you mentioned it was a quasi-adjudicatory process, right? I think that's a little ambiguous. So can you specify how that applied to this instance, Joel?
Yes, the types of decisions that are made either by your board or by the Planning Commission fall into two categories. One are legislative actions, like you are adopting an ordinance, that's a legislative action. You're adopting a general plan or general plan amendment, that's a legislative action. And you have greater discretion, and there are lesser procedural requirements for that. But decisions that determine how to apply general rules of general application like zoning ordinances or the subdivision map ordinance to a particular project or piece of property are considered quasi-adjudicatory. They're making a decision about how to apply the law to a specific set of facts and circumstances. And under those circumstances, it's considered quasi-adjudicatory. It's more like a court than a legislature. Hence the term quasi-adjudicatory. And there are specific due process requirements that apply to quasi-adjudicatory decisions like notices of public hearing, mailed notices to surrounding property owners that apply to quasi-adjudicatory decisions that don't apply to legislative determination.
Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. Yeah, and I think the frustration for Supervisor Kosmicki is, and I'm not speaking for you, Supervisor, but my understanding is just the fact that there's kind of this, to a certain extent, ambiguity with the way our authority ultimately over the plan, the final decision of any project, and and it seems like these procedural elements become almost like common, and by default puts them in a position to actually almost finalize the decision with the development versus the Board of Supervisors themselves.
Well, the Board of Supervisors, again, has appellate authority over any decision made by the Planning Commission. But the general policy that has been applied is that there are certain kinds of decisions that are quasi-adjudicatory in nature that have been delegated by this board to the Planning Commission to
Not
make
this
those
board.
decisions. Well, I don't mean this these particular members of this Board of Supervisors, but by the Board of Supervisors, and this occurred many, many years ago. It was not in any particular pro or anti-development. It's very common throughout the state that planning commissions have authority over these types of decisions. It's the most common.
It's not required. The board could amend its ordinance to keep that authority to itself if it wanted to. You could also amend the ordinance to specify, I believe, I'm speaking off the top of my head here, you could also amend the ordinance to say that it required 3 votes for even quasi-judicial.
Yes, you could do that. You can amend
So you could direct it to come back.
You can eliminate the planning commission altogether. There are counties, small counties, including, I believe, the county where Barbara was previously on the county council staff in Plumas County, where they had no planning commission. The Board of Supervisors made all of the decisions.
And I took us down a rabbit hole here, so I do
Yep.
apologize.
Let's bring this-
And I had the floor. I'll just wrap up real quick. I just, you know, next to Santana Ranch, to me, this is a poster child for just terrible development practices in this community. We got multi-million-dollar homes that only the privileged few can afford, no contribution to affordable housing. And then here we go again, building on hillsides in an area that is potentially unstable. You know, this is right near where we had this landslide not that long ago. And so I know we weren't involved throughout the process here on this particular project. And so I understand that. I have discussed my preference with the CAO that just going forward, and this isn't a criticism, it's just something that I'm hoping we can do going forward, is for all the housing related projects that we can just have that baseline of, I had to go look around for a lot of different things, you know, the number of units even, you know, wasn't in the staff report. I know what it is because you can Google it and find it quick, but I feel like every single housing project, we should have the number of housing units, probably a square footage or something that tells you how big the homes are. And I would also personally like to see how many affordable units are being proposed for any particular project, just so that there's that utmost level of transparency. Just my personal preference. And then maybe down the line, I don't want to have too many future agenda items today, but that broader update on where all the housing projects are at, just so that we have that context at some point. That was all.
I think that's a great idea moving forward. I just don't want to rehash the past and try to change something that already went forward with the previous board. So what is the will of the board for this item here, item number 30? I'm sorry, do you want to go ahead and continue your address?
I just wanted to add on, as part of our zoning code update, we're actually coming June 14th to have a discussion item with the board, and I believe it's under Chapter 2 of our new a proposed zoning code ordinance. Is it kind of lays out a table of authority, like what can be approved by planning commission, what can be approved by a planning director, what can be approved by the board. And so the 14th, we're hoping to have a really great discussion, and that could be one of the topics. And then we're hoping to bring it back on the 28th for adoption, but we'll see how
Thank you.
everything goes.
So we don't need a future agenda. It'll be
No,
included.
it sounds like they're gonna.
It's
Great.
coming.
Awesome. Yeah, great.
So then what is the will of the board regarding item number 30 and the approval of the final map?
I'll go ahead. I mean, we're basically committed on this, as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, this came before us, well before we were all up here. I'll make a motion, we approve this final map.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
We have a
Per staff recommendation.
Okay, that's a 4-1 vote with Supervisor Kuzmicki as the dissent. Okay, that'll take us to the end of the agenda, so future agenda items. It sounds like this one's gonna be taken care of, so we don't need to include that one. Any other suggestions for future agenda items, supervisors?
I think we already did that, didn't we, Madam Chair?
No, not yet.
No.
No, it's now. There were some ideas that were suggested earlier. But
Madam Chair, I would like, you know, we again had these very passionate ladies on SNP this morning. Seems like days ago now at this point, but and I know that we are trying to address the situation, but on the other hand, I understand their frustration, and I would, without knowing anything about it, I would tend to agree with them that, you know, one clinic a quarter is certainly not going to deal with the issues. So obviously there's money issues, and then there's issues with our relationship with the city. But I guess I would like to, I'm frustrated about this, and, you know, we keep hearing about it every meeting. And it just seems like we're not, I know we're trying to put together a contract. I'm not questioning that. I think I would like to have a presentation that gives a better idea about, you know, what we're trying to do, and maybe we need to hear from the SNP people directly. But, you know, are we gonna make any real inroads into getting this problem fixed? And maybe there's no fix to it. I don't know. But again, every meeting, we hear the same thing. And I, for one, am,
So I'll just be quick. We met with them. We agreed. We were going to pay them 2 times this year, 4 times for next. So we're going to pay them 6 for 6 services. They were in agreement with us. We were drawing the docs, asked for information, data, so we can correlate our taxpayers' money being paid for unincorporated area work. And that's where I think things started falling apart. They were going to meet with our staff last week. They didn't show.
When you say they
as the SNP folks.
the local SNP people.
The people that are probably the owner. Meet with staff. They did not meet. They were half an hour late. Then they started to talk and asking for information, and then they left the meeting because they had to go to another county, which was bigger and more money. That's what they said to our staff. So we can do what you're asking.
Well, is there, and I hear your frustration. I get it. But is SNP the only game in town? Is this the only way we can go? What's the city's position in the I mean, in the whole scheme of things, there's more important issues in this community. But I'm an animal lover. To see these photos, kills me, and to have us constantly criticized for not doing anything, and that's not a fair criticism at all. Right. But still, it's very frustrating. So I don't know what the solution is. I don't know.
Yeah.
So can I get a second?
We
to
can
support that
agendize it. I
item?
think it's probably
Yes.
best because this is going to be a
And
good
I did, by the
conversation.
way, I made $1,000 of my money towards SNP, if that helps any. Hopefully, it doesn't go to another county. But anyway, yeah, if we can get a second.
Second.
Okay. All right, any other items? Supervisor Tiffany, because I know you were elaborating on the SNP.
Oh, the only other, and I think this come up before, and it's probably on the list of things, but we've been talking a lot about affordable housing. Again, I don't know, and maybe this is being handled at your committee, but I'm curious where we might stand as far as the affordable housing, possibly at Buena Vista Road, or where we stand on that. I don't know if that's something you guys are working on, or what, or whether that's going to be an agenda item by for the supervisors.
We can definitely make sure we address that at the Housing Advisory Committee.
Right.
Yeah, and then we
the
can bring
hack.
that back.
At the hack.
Okay.
I think I
Supervisor-
previously asked about farm worker housing in that location as well.
Or, yeah.
We haven't had a second meeting after that request.
Oh,
There's another one coming, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Monday, yes, on Monday.
Well, no, wait, not Monday,
No.
because it's a holiday. The 6th,
We deviated, yes.
Okay.
6th of June.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm hoping, I'm getting a lot of requests, and then I talked to Michael Anderson with Santana Ranch. The park that is in Santana Ranch, it has been unable to be open because of that electrical switch, and he and I talked yesterday or the day before, and unfortunately that electrical switch is delayed. Yet again, it means it's also delayed for the apartments, but so believe you me, they want it here sooner rather than later. They're losing money on the daily, and so, but our constituents are losing out too. It's a beautiful park. He said the big issue was the watering of it. I know, Steve, you had talked about that a little bit as well, but I was wondering if there was a way we could maybe partner with the people that are currently helping out Anderson Homes, and maybe, I don't know if lighting's an issue and safety's a factor, but if we could get it on the agenda that we could just sunrise to sunset or something, so we don't have to worry about that piece of it. Is there a way we can do this? The summer's coming. It would be nice to have that park open.
So is it an agenda item request?
Yeah.
Supervisor?
Discussing, yes.
Yeah.
For it to be presented on the update?
So that we can find a way to get it open.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And then I had
Was
the one I mentioned, oh, sorry, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
you were- go
One I
ahead.
mentioned earlier about the discussion out of COG,
the recommendation from COG, with the approval of the state's RENA under protest, that recommending that local jurisdictions strongly consider implementing several stipulations along with that include an emphasis on workforce housing, that jurisdictions are recommended to follow the state guidelines on the breakdown of affordable categories and the elimination of single-family zoning.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anything else, Supervisor Cosmicki?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to add anything particular?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And neither I. Okay. So Supervisor Dirks, in honor of your request for the moment of silence. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Meeting adjourned.